Sorry, Saber. I was actually planning on doing this yesterday, but A, I slept in, and B, I ended up deciding to get some other stuff done, so we're doing a stream today. So I'll be doing a bit of GHPC, probably for like an hour or two, and then I'll switch over to Microsoft Flight Sim. We'll continue our Caspian journey. I'll probably fly to Akhtabinsk today. Actually, no, I might just go to Astrakhan. So that way we do the whole flight up the Volga in one day. It really depends how long it takes me to fly around the top of the Caspian as well. And then next time I stream it, which won't necessarily be next stream, but next time I do stream it, we'll probably go from Astrakhan past Ashuluk, then Akhtabinsk, and then pretty much hop all the way up to Kazan. Chicken spaghetti, aha. I just had tin spaghetti for breakfast because my life is a dumpster fire and I can't be bothered to cook. Right, we'll get all of the tanks to the firing range. So just the T-72 left to go. I think they've adjusted the driving physics as well, which I didn't mention when I streamed this on Discord. But the tanks feel less jumpy now, which is good. Because, I think I mentioned it before, but the way that the driving is actually done in this game is that you're giving commands to the AI, basically, kind of like Armor. And so, the AI is handling stuff like brakes, handling stuff like what gear to put the tank in, all of that. Which takes some of the workload off the player, but it also means the AI can kind of flip out at times. Isn't made with normal spaghetti sauce? Ah, okay. Alright, let's get all of these guys up here. You can see as well, because the AI takes control of the tank when the player leaves it, the gunners are actually scanning. They are actually scanning, like real tank gunners. Isn't that incredible? You can see the T-72 starts doing it as well. Wow, it's almost like people who understand how armoured vehicles work made this game. What's this? This is GHPC. So this is a, it's like an indie tank game. It's kind of a sim, kind of a game, because it's meant to be accessible and easy to pick up, but it's also meant to have, like, serious, like, high-level simulation armoured combat. It's not a tank game in the sense of World of Tanks or War Thunder, where you grind tech trees to unlock shit. It is meant to end up as, like, a spiritual successor to games like M1 Tank Platoon, where you have a group of tanks, you command them around an actual historically, you know, authentic battlefield. You'll have different scenarios, there'll be co-op, there'll be multi-crew at some point. I think they're looking at getting multi-crew in this year, I believe. I can't remember, I have the memory of a goldfish. But it'll be mostly focused around actual historical scenarios and realistic gameplay. But at the same time, accessible controls. Have you tried the new A4 yet? No, I just downloaded it last night, I haven't installed it yet. So, let's bring this guy out as well. Why not? So it has fairly impressive driving physics. They're still a work in progress, but they're quite solid. The UAZ here has actual soft body deformation, so if you ram this into a tree, you'll leave a big dent in it. Unfortunately, there we go. So that's still an issue. The tires deform a little too easily. I thought they fixed it, but apparently not. So that is a bit of a problem at the moment, but it will be fixed at some point. Let's part this guy at the back. Oh, Saber, don't start me, dude. I can't even tell if that guy was just, like, trolling, or if he was serious. That's the problem with that shit on Hoggit. Like, they post that kind of stuff unironically often enough that you can't tell if they're joking. It's like actual pose lore. Right, so, just for a demo to start with, let's take the M60. We've got our thermals, of course. And what we'll do is we will go ahead and do like some slow moving shots to demonstrate the difference in the fire control system between this and the Abrams. No, this is more like, if you ever played M1 Tank Platoon, I know I'm kind of showing my age by saying that, but if you ever played M1 Tank Platoon by Microprose, this is meant to be like a spiritual successor to that kind of game. Well, they're both stabilized, so this is the M60A3 TTS, so this does have a stabilizer. It's not one of the old M60s without. The difference is that the stabilization method, so this is point stab, and the Abrams is direction stab, but the Abrams' direction stab is actually quite good, plus it factors in some other things from the FCS. So even though the Abrams has technically a worse stabilizer, it actually has a much better fire control system. So the difference is, in the M60A3 TTS, this is basically a stopgap. I mean, every single tank in the patent series was literally a stopgap. The whole thing, from fucking M26 to M1, is just stopgap the whole way. But with the TTS, what they did is they took parts of the fire control system out of the Abrams that was being worked on at the time, bunged it into the M60, and then because of that, you have the thermals, which are quite nice. You have a decent stabilizer, but you don't have the same fire and the move capability the Abrams has, because in the Abrams, the fire control computer is tied into the automotive train. It's kind of like the T-72 with Delta D, except even more advanced. So in this, it's not tied into the drivetrain at all. And so the tank has no sense of its own movement. It has a sense of automatic lead, although you have to do it in a certain way to get it to lead automatically. And then dump lead if you don't want the auto lead. What it does in the M60 is it takes the last, I think it's 1.5 seconds of turret rotation, and then puts that in as lead. So if you need to, like, course lay the gun onto something, and you just spun the turret around really quickly, it's going to give you a boatload of lead, and you have to dump it before firing. And if I recall correctly, the command to dump lead is actually in the commander's side, not the gunner's side. Like, because it's a stopgap, the controls are split kind of very bizarrely between gunner and commander in a really non-ergonomic way, shall we say. Whereas in the Abrams, the gunner has everything he needs right there. Hey Kennedy, long time indeed. Hope you're doing well. So, if I can remember what the cruise control commands are, which I can't, and I don't remember if they show up in this controls menu. I don't think they do. Shit, what was cruise control? Whatever, we'll just kind of tap the movement keys. So, because it is point stabilized, you do get some ability to hold the reticle on target. I'm not touching the paddles here, it's just, that's where it's trying to hold itself. We'll go ahead and laze at that range and see if that helps us. Yeah, there we go. Because it's still tracking slightly off, but it's close. So you do have some fire and move capability against a stationary target, but if we go for this target cheese here, which is also moving in relation to us, the tank misses. See that? We're way ahead because it doesn't factor for its own movement compared to the target. Way ahead. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and grab the Abrams here in a sec. We'll just park this boy up. Yeah, the Abrams fire control system is just ridiculous. It is absolute easy mode. And yes, the damage models in this are so detailed that it differentiates between a hit to the head, a hit to the skull, a hit to the brain. It also differentiates between arm and hand. It differentiates between left eye and right eye. And the reason for that is when they put in the persistent campaign, they want to make crew injuries actually matter. Because you will be able to keep the same crew and they'll gain experience as they fight, not like the way War Thunder does it, but they will become better at their jobs. And so you might end up with a crewman who's extremely experienced, but he's actually working against a handicap because, say, he had an eye taken out by shrapnel or something, or, you know, one of his arms doesn't work so good, so he can't load the shells. Somewhat accurate tank sim, very accurate tank sim. So the guys that made this are very much tank lovers, but they're also very much disappointed with the state of tank games in current year. Again, looking at World of Tanks, War Thunder, so on. And Steel Beasts, which is like the go-to armored sim, is extremely expensive. And, I mean, it's a proper sim, but also graphically speaking, it shows its age. So they wanted something that looks good, plays good, is easy to pick up and go. You know, one of the things with Steel Beast is it's a study-level sim for the different tanks. So this is looking at being something that anyone can pick up, but people who are into tanks will have a very good time with this. And it models things like you would not believe. The difference in burn rate and temperature when there's an ammo fire between hatches open and hatches closed is modeled. Fire will look for the shortest path out of the tank. If the hatches are open, it'll come out the top. If the hatches are closed, it'll go out the penetration hole the shell came in. If it can't get to that quickly enough, it'll just blow the turret. So this has actual properly modeled turret popping. The turret will not pop if there's not enough of a pressure build-up to actually throw it. The Abrams blowout doors are modeled, which I'll show you once we've done our little firing demo here. It's just fantastic. And the T-72 I can actually show you because there's an X-ray view for ammunition. I can actually show you the autoloader in operation in the T-72. How early did I get up? It's only 8:30, so I got up about 20 minutes ago. So it's actually like a normal human being time for me. The turret equipment, by the way, is randomized on the Abrams, so every time you start the mission, or every time there's a different Abrams in a mission, if you hop between tanks, excuse my bad driving, you'll notice that the equipment on the turret bustle is randomized. So there's things like bed rolls, tarps, Alice packs, ration boxes, and it's just randomized based on which tank it is. You can also see we have realistic tactical markings. Those are also randomized, but they're randomized within reason. So it will only display actual realistic markings. And you may also notice, it might not show up on stream super well, but as I rotate the camera around, you may notice the periscopes on the Abrams change color from like a purplish blue to red because of the coating on the glass. And I think the only other game which models that is Armored Warfare. There is also the close-up sort of Commander's Cupola view for all tanks. I usually use this when I'm actually playing a game, but just for the sake of driving around on the test range, I'm zoomed out. So here we have the Abrams fire control system. We do have thermals as well, of course. Now, technically, these thermals should be worse than the M60A3 TTS. For some reason, they upgraded the TTS and they didn't upgrade this. But the thermals in general are a little too clear at the moment, so the resolution hasn't been tweaked. They are planning to do that, so like you'll be looking through a postage stamp basically on the Abrams thermals. You'll be able to tell there's something there, you may not necessarily be able to tell what it is. Whereas the TTS will be a bit clearer. The first gen night vision on the T55 and the T72 is god-awful. It is horrific, and it is realistically horrific. So I own a working set of first generation night vision, and it is horrible. And it is realistically horrible in this. They've got pretty much everything right with it. So, we've got our standing target there, that's an easy hit, but you'll notice that it's lased at 1200 by default. The little box indicator indicates gun ready. So let's laze this. It's continuously applying lead. So if I stop leading, it stops applying lead. If I lead more, it applies more. I don't have to hold any buttons here. It just automatically does that as I laze. And then when I release the paddles, which is the right mouse button in this Sims control scheme, it automatically goes back to no laze. Or, sorry, no lead. So it dumps lead automatically when you release the paddles, which is quite nice. So, let's go ahead and try and get one right in the middle of the target cheese. Perfect. And now, let's start moving our own tank. And that was a hit. Oh no, it wasn't. It was a narrow miss, but that's because I'm kind of pressing and releasing W. There we go, that's a hit. So, the cruise control keybind doesn't show up in the F1 menu, and I can't remember what it was, otherwise I just cruise control in first gear. But just to demonstrate that the Abrams can truly fire on the move at a moving target and hit it. This fire control system is like Jesus tier for its time. The T80 has something similar. I don't remember if the T80 fully respects its own movement. I know it does have Delta D, which adjusts the range automatically, but I don't know if it like adjusts the lead at all. I'm a little less well versed in the T80 than I am with the older Soviet MBTs. R and F? No, it's not. It's not Q and E either, because E is your laze and Q is your contextual menu. Oh, that's something else, by the way, for those who haven't seen this yet. So there's binds for most of these, but you can also bring up the contextual menu, toggle stab, dump lead, laze, reset range. Then you've got your convoy lights, and in the Soviet tanks you've got the IR light as well for nighttime. In the daytime that's got a metal cover over it, and that's automatically removed based on the in-game time of day. We can also toggle restocking. But, whoop, that's the wrong button. Let me show you something cool. So here's the ammo display. Let's just pick a random target. You get to die today, my friend. Now watch this. Specifically watch the turret bustle ammo rack. It simulates the blast door being opened and closed. Now the ammo removal from the rack's not synced up with it yet, but if the tank is hit in the turret bustle, when that door is open, the crew are toast. They've had it. If the round penetrates the door, the tank won't necessarily blow up, but the crew will get blasted by a jet of fire coming through the hole. If the door is closed and intact, and the tank gets hit in the turret bustle, the blowout panels will activate, and you can drive around happy as Larry. Now, you also have the hull rack, which apparently the majority of Abrams crewmen don't even know exists. You know, there's just this random hull rack in the tank that's still got ammo from 1980 in it that they don't even know is there. That also has a blowout panel. I can't really show you it because it's under the floor. But when that is hit, it will generally blow out under the tank, and you might occasionally see flames coming out from under the tank, and that's why. But the main rack is in the turret. Now, at the moment, if you lose the turret rack, you can't reload from the rack under the commander seat, but they are working on changing that. So you'll have at least 8 rounds worth if you do lose the main rack. Now, if we go to... We've got an M113 here. Obviously, the infantry/crew models are not complete yet. These are just placeholders. They do actually have proper crew models. The Soviet ones look really nice. We've got our trusty BRDM here. You can actually kill a tank with a BRDM if you put a 14.5 down its gunner's optic, if it's a straight telescope, or down its coaxial, or down an open breach. If you hit the crew inside, or if you hit an actual round of ammunition. It's very hard to do, but I have done it. We've got our ATGMs, of course. Some of you will have already seen these, but for those who haven't, let's go for that distant target. And that's a hit. We've also got a tow. See if we can hit the same one. The tow has thermals too. Keeping a bit too much lead there. We did hit it, but just on the edge. So here's our T-72. We'll engage that same target. We'll range it. There we go. Gun ready. There's no auto lead on the 72. Of course it changes direction. Alright, we'll give it about that much, I think. There's a hit. And then if I change to heat, we'll have to fire the saber round. You can't reload, like you can't remove the round in the chamber and then load a different one yet. I don't know if that's a planned feature or not. I hope it is. Hear that? You hear how long it's taking? It's because it has to go all the way to the other side of the rack to find a heat round. On the T-72, unlike the T-64 and T-80, the rack can only rotate one direction. In the 64 and the 80, it can rotate both ways, so your load times are significantly reduced. Like, the seek time on the carousel is not as high. But in the T-72, you have to wait. Sometimes for a very long time. So we'll go ahead and... should be the same distance, but we'll... oh, no, because it's on this end of the thing. You can see the enormous difference in ballistic arc between the saber and the heat round. There'll be a difference in lead, too. We'll call it about... that much, maybe? Oh, so close. I missed it by about 6 feet. Anyway, to show you guys the autoloader, let me go ahead and hop to an external view. See the different ammunition types in there? The orange stubby boys are throwing charges. The orange and sort of turquoise are your saber rounds. And the green is heat. And then the grey ones are HE frag. So we only have a couple rounds of HE frag. What's that? 4 in the autoloader. And then 2 in the... sorry, 3, 4 in the additional storage. So... we'll fire the gun, see it rotate into place. Now let's go ahead and we'll tell it we want a... we'll tell it we want an HE round next, and then a saber round. So it goes to an HE round. You can see it also throws the case stub out the back of the turret. Now we'll tell it we want a saber round. There we go. See? And the timing is accurate. You have to wait for the carousel to accelerate, rotate, decelerate, then pick the round. And those are actually, like, programmed in properly. The time it takes to accelerate will depend how far it has to rotate. And then if you want a close-up view of the ejection, we'll just go ahead and laze that. The other thing is, like the Abrams with its turret stowage, the laze point on every T-72 that spawns in this game is in a different place. So the little red ring is that on the gun sight is the laser point, and just due to manufacturing differences, misalignment from rough treatment out in the field, so on and so forth, no two T-72s had the same laser point. It was somewhere generally in the center of the gun sight, but it was never actually in the center of the gun sight. And so that's accounted for in this. Every time you spawn in a new T-72, you have to figure out where the laser point is. You can see it, it's a bright red ring, but it will be somewhere different. Sometimes it's below and to the right, sometimes it's high and to the left, sometimes it is actually pretty close to the center. And you have to account for that. So, let's go ahead and go to the external view. We'll go to the commander's cupola view. I think they are planning to have, like, actual periscopes as well, not just the turned-out view like this. So we'll fire the gun near the autoloader. Yeet! Out it goes. Now, the T-72 does not have thermals. It has a night vision scope, which isn't going to work at the moment because it's broad daylight. But, hang on. There we go. It's that one with the metal cover next to the small spotlight there. That is the night sight. That's why it's got a metal cover over it, because it would be damaged by the bright daylight. The main IR lamp also has a metal cover over it during the day to protect it from small arms fire and debris. You can see the convoy lights are on. We can actually turn them off as well. They planning on adding crew voices? I believe so. I believe so. They're just trying to figure out the correct syntax, I guess you could say, for the different Warsaw Pact tank crews. They know for the Americans, but they're trying to just confirm what a Soviet or East German tank crew would sound like when giving commands. The smoke grenades don't function yet, but they will. And like the like the Abrams, the T-72, the T-55, BRDM, all of them also have randomized markings, in this case tactical numbers, which are also applied to the convoy light. So we are in tank 233, and the convoy light reads 33, and that is different on each tank. You can see the height difference between the T-72 and the Patton right away. The Patton is a fucking massive tank. In every dimension, it's wider, or it looks wider anyway, it might just be perspective, but it's a very big tank. By comparison, the T-72 is absolutely tiny, and that's intentional. The Soviets, well, everyone knew this. Everyone did studies after World War II to figure out where to go with their tanks, and it was found that statistically speaking, the least likely place the tank would get hit was the bottom meter of the hull. So I think the chances of getting hit below the level of a meter were like 1% or less than 1%. It was some ridiculously low number. Like, it almost never happened. Reasons being that either it was obscured by terrain, or the tank was dug in, or even just grass. Like, a lot of the time, the grass in the field would come up to the bottom meter of the tank, and they wouldn't be able to see it to hit it. Generally, if a tank's approaching you, all you see is the turret and maybe the top part of the hull. And so, for the Soviets, the obvious solution was to just make the tank as squat as possible. This also meant that, in conjunction with making the tank smaller and with getting rid of the fourth crew member, which is the loader, replacing him with an autoloader, it meant they were saving weight, because you need less armor on the tank to offer the same amount of protection, because the tank is smaller and because there's one less crew member to really worry about. And so the Soviets were able to get tanks a fraction of the size of NATO tanks with equivalent, or in most cases better, protection. It wasn't really until the Abrams that the Americans had a tank that really had good protection. The M60 is not awful, but it's definitely not good. Definitely not good. Whereas the T-72 is a very tough nut to crack. Now, the trade-off you make here is, the smaller your tank is, yes, it's harder to hit, but if a round actually hits it and penetrates it, it's going to be catastrophic. So, I'll go through an after-action report after this, because the after-action report shows you the full internal hitboxes of every tank. But Suffice to say, the smaller the tank is, the more shit's clustered together in a small space, and the more chance a single shell will hit a lot of very important stuff. Whereas if you look at the M60, or particularly the Abrams, the M60's got ammo all over it like the older tanks do, but the Abrams, there is a massive black hole in the middle of the Abrams where there's just nothing there. So you can put shells straight through the center of it, it doesn't give a fuck, there's nothing there to get hit. Now, a heat round or APHE or something that fragments will cause problems, but if you put a Sabot round, like if you just drill a Sabot straight through the center of mass of the Abrams from the side, it's probably not going to do anything, because there's nothing in its way. So, what else did I want to show you guys? Oh, right. I remember what I wanted to show you guys. Actually, no, you know what? We'll use the T-55 for it, because he has better ammo for it. So we'll park up the T-72. This is an East German T-72M1, so this is an export model. The armor's equivalent to the early Soviet T-72s. It doesn't have the beefed up turret. It also has old ammunition, so our Sabre round in this is a 3BM15. The Soviet tanks in this we could expect to be using at least 3BM32, I think, which is much more modern. I don't remember if 42 falls in the time frame or not. So let's take T-55. This is an East German T-55A. You can tell where a T-55 is from by a couple of details, one of which is the placement of the equipment boxes on the turret. The East German tanks usually had them on the side there. I think the Polish and Czech ones did as well. And the other telltale sign is the actual shape of the cutouts for the gun sight and the coaxial gun on the turret face. You can actually kind of see the barrel for the gun sight there in that little cutout, and then the coax in the other side. Both this and the T-72 have painfully low reverse speeds. Reversing was a administrative thing for the Soviet tanks. They would only reverse to put themselves into a position or to load up onto a train. They were not expected to be reversing in combat. They were expecting to push forwards aggressively. The Soviets very much came to the understanding that it was better to lose a couple of tanks and continue pushing than to try and back out of combat and get zapped totally. This is the thing. Soviet doctrine was very cold and mathematical. It wasn't suicidal like people think. It was, generally, if the Soviets had a piece in their doctrine that seemed like it was suicidal, it was because they'd actually done the maths and figured out it would cause less casualties. So, for instance, the Soviet approach to a minefield was very different from the Western approach to a minefield. The Western approach to a minefield, you send out reconnaissance before your main force to see if there is a minefield. If they suspect there is one, they call up the engineers, they start probing the ground, the engineers have to come in and figure out a course for it. You're wasting hours of the day as this happens. Meanwhile, the minefield is probably pre-sighted for artillery, and as soon as your main force starts picking their way through the nice little path laid out by the engineers, they get fucking wiped out. Absolutely wiped out. The Soviets realized this really fucking quickly, because the Germans were particularly fond of minefields during World War II, and the Soviets quickly learnt not to even bother trying to clear them. So even before, even by 1944, Soviet doctrine was, if there's a minefield there, we just advance as if there isn't. And whatever casualties they take crossing that minefield, they just cop on the chin, because it's less than they would take trying to stake it out and find a safe path. So, by the Cold War, Soviet doctrine for a minefield was, you just cross it as if it's not there. You'll take casualties, but in the long run, it's less casualties than you'll take if you stop. And that was very much their mindset. It was just always aggressive advances. There was, if a Soviet unit was stopped, it was a great tragedy, because they were not supposed to do it. They were supposed to just, if they hit particularly difficult opposition, they would either fight through it or bypass it. If they came to a town, rather than fight through the town and deal with infantry, they would just debus their infantry and bypass it. It was really aggressive, fluid stuff, and if you apply it correctly in things like Wargame, it really fucks with people, because they don't have time to make decisions to try and stop you. Back when I used to play Wargame European Escalation with friends, I actually witnessed firsthand command paralysis. It was amazing. This poor guy... So the highway map, for those of you that did play Wargame European Escalation, the highway map, we had that down to a fine art. The forest on the left side, we just put a bunch of ATGMs and infantry in and leave them there, and anyone stupid enough to come into that forest was going to die. We didn't care about the objective on the left side, we didn't need it, so we'd let the enemy take that. But if they came into that forest, it was go time. And then on the right-hand side of the map, from the Soviet spawn, that was my side. So I'd have all my tanks, BMPs and everything. I'd immediately fast move them all up the middle road, because in Soviet doctrine, you march in column down a road at maximum speed until contact. So that's what I did. I'd go straight down that highway until contact, at which point I'd debus the infantry into the woods that overlooked the road, so ATGMs would kill anything coming down it from the other end, and then I'd have the tanks just post up on the edge of the objective in the tree line, and I'd give them about a minute. And the purpose of that minute was waiting for the NATO player to start moving their units into that objective to try and capture it. As soon as they started moving into that objective, there was a pre-sighted Smirch barrage right on top of it, stun-locked all their units, and without even stopping to kill them, I would just push through. I just literally grab all my tanks and just fast move straight through in line formation, and they would drive between the stun-locked enemy tanks, bypass them entirely, and within about 30 seconds from that, I'd be overlooking his spawn. And it was incredible, because you would just see NATO players have mental breakdowns in real time, because they had not seen this coming and they could not figure out a way to stop it. It was absolutely beautiful. Will they add the S-Tank? That is a meme question on the Discord. No, they won't. So the way they're doing things, it's not going to be like War Thunder, where they just pick random tanks and throw them into the game. They're doing it by actual historical theatres. Now, this first theatre, as you may guess from the vehicle set, is Centag 1985. So around the Fulda Gap area, up to and including 1985. So that's why we also have the East German tanks, and that's why we mostly have American tanks for NATO stuff right now. They'll be adding the Leopards soon-ish, I think, because the Germans were also in the same area. So if it wasn't in Central Europe in 1985, or, the decade leading up to 1985, don't expect it to be in the game at release. This is pre-alpha, by the way, this is nowhere near release. They may add other theaters later on, but it's likely to be stuff like the Gulf War, or Iran-Iraq, or India-Pakistan, something like that. The S-Tank has never actually seen combat, so probably not going to happen. They are doing hypothetical scenarios, again, like the Fulda Gap going hot is very hypothetical, that's why I'm able to sit here and say this to you, otherwise there wouldn't be any of us here. But, the S-Tank was kind of irrelevant, honestly. Sweden was technically a neutral country, although they would have run crying to NATO if they got invaded, probably. It never did anything outside of Sweden, so they're not going to add it. M60A1 does have higher armor protection. Oh my god, I've fallen behind on chat again. Bear with me. Bear with me, guys. How long have you been following the sim? Harry told me about it was it a year ago? It was about a year ago. Because I've known Harry for quite a long time, and he immediately thought of me, and told me, hey, look what I'm working on. And then immediately regretted it, because I started spurging about every little detail that wasn't quite correct. For NBC conditions, I'd take the case ejection would be disabled. I don't think they could. I don't remember for the T-72, but the tank's got a slight overpressure anyway. Pretty much any post-World War II tank has a slight overpressure, for the exact purpose that air goes out, it doesn't come in. So it shouldn't matter that the ejection's only, the port's only open for a couple seconds. Yes, propellant charges are indeed a propeller, Gurn. Good observation. Didn't know the case was so short? Yeah, so the Sabo rounds actually have an additional propellant charge around the base of them. So something that people don't really realise so much is that Sabo charges are technically overpressure rounds. So you've got the actual throwing charge, and then you've got the extra propellant on the Sabo. So whatever the rated lifespan of the gun barrel is, that's usually for full charge shots, which means HE or heat, not Sabo. Sabo is overcharged, so you're going to get less barrel life with Sabo shots. Wish we could see the autoloader tray and arm move. Honestly, if they were left to their own devices and they didn't have to actually complete the game, like get the gameplay loop and everything done, that would probably happen. Like, with the amount of just incredible small details Action Scripter has gone into when he was bored, I would not be surprised if they would do that. But because we don't have interiors at the moment, and probably won't unless the team grows substantially, there's not much point animating that. You know, it would be a tiny detail for not much benefit, but if we ever do get interiors, I would assume then they would have to animate it. Can't wait for the coincidence rangefinder in the Leopard 1 and the T-64A. It's going to be interesting seeing how they do that. Part of the reason the T-64 has been held up, first of all, is because they couldn't get a good scan of it. The one they did have was taken on a very cloudy day, and it kind of fucked the scan up. But also, the other problem is figuring out how to do a coincidence rangefinder without tanking frame rates. The game is pretty unoptimized at the moment. It's a work in progress, so it's understandable. But to do a coincidence rangefinder correctly, you essentially have to render the scene twice, kind of like you are with VR. And they're trying to figure out ways to do that without making it run like dog shit. So it'll be interesting to see how they work around that. They're adding the Leopards? Yeah, they will be. They will be. Says the M60 not good, but you still get slam dunked in them in your T72M1. Well, in my defense, the AI are unnaturally good shots. They do tend to hit very often around the turret ring or the gun, which are the two places the T-72 doesn't really have that much armor protection. M60A1 does have higher armor protection in its time frame counterpart, T-55 and T-62 though, yeah, but it's also the size of a barn. And yeah, its time frame counterpart is more the T-64. The M48 would be the opponent for a T-55. Imagine distrusting your frontline ally that much. I think it was more just that was all the East Germans really could get access to. The NVA was habitually using outdated equipment. You know, the most modern thing they had was they got, I think, some BMP-2s in the very late 80s, and they got the MiG-29s right towards the end of the like, I think they got the MiG-29s in like 86 or 87 or something. It was right before the country stopped existing. So the East Germans were pretty much always working with outdated equipment. They were just very good at doing it. They were probably one of, if not the best trained army on continental Europe. The Soviets didn't really distrust them so much. They were the most loyal ally they had, aside from Cuba. But the Soviets, I think, didn't really trust anyone that much, even their real loyal allies. They mostly kept the good shit for themselves. Plus, they had to look after their own supply anyway. Mostly 26 for Soviets? Okay. Yeah, I can't remember when Mango came into service, so... Should not be reversing, yeah, I know, right? Had mine clearing equipment for T-55 series tanks and T-62s. Yeah, mine plows. The T-72 had one as well. I mean, pretty much any modern tank has a mine plow. Like how the 103 is an amazing meme all of a sudden. The rule in Discord is every time the Stridswagen 103 is mentioned, it gets put off by another month, I think it is. Pretty sure it's another month. So then you get people who just actively ping one of the devs and spam it about 20 times to make sure we never get it. Theater expanding is going to the logic of already having 95% of the vehicles for that theater and adding the other 5. That is a smart plan. That's like, good game design, honestly. Saves a lot of work. Fulda Gap. So, sort of in, like, central southern Germany, there was a gap in the terrain large enough to force an armoured thrust through. There was also the North German plain, which was the other place they thought the Soviets might come through. Neutral until someone's mean to us, then we're blue aligned. Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. Like, everyone talks about Sweden as the based neutral Cold War power. No, the actual based neutral Cold War power was Yugoslavia, because if anyone had set foot in that place, they would have got shot at. And they used equipment from both sides as well, like, quite happily alongside each other. It's a Swede posting going on in here. So, for those who aren't in my Discord, there was a guy on the ED forums in a thread about the MiG-23, and he was, for just apropos of nothing, came into the thread and started shit-talking Soviet data links, saying that they were copies of Swedish data links, saying that Link 4 and Link 16 are copies of Swedish data links, but also they're worse than Swedish data links. And then he just launched into, like, this Saab marketing team spiel about how the only plane that could ever lock the SR-71 was the Viggen, because the Viggen was the best plane ever. It was just like, oh my lord, what the fuck is going on in here? It was impressive. Like, I've seen Swede posting before, but that was advanced Swede posting. What do you play when you don't want to take a game seriously? These days, I'll usually just go play some more Cyberpunk, or I'll play some Kenshi or something like that. Back in the old days, if I didn't want to take something seriously, I would generally play, I can't say World of Tanks, because I took that entirely too seriously. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I don't know what my I don't want to take things seriously game is anymore. You could kind of argue DCS. You could kind of argue that DCS fills that role for me on the Cold War server, at least, sometimes. I will get worked up if my team's getting fucked or whatever, but, like, a lot of the time for me, I'm just, you know, kind of brain turned off, kill F5, easy. Is 85 soon enough for ERA in the Soviet tanks? I think it is. I think so. I think the earliest ERA deployment on the 72 just falls into 85 from memory, because they already had the Contact 5 on by 89. I think the 85 model was Contact 1. I have trouble remembering all this stuff. Like, I am, like, a tank Kuma, but I'm also a plane Kuma, and so I have to, like, try and condense things down to fit it all in here. So I can only remember certain things. I'm not, like, a full-on encyclopedia like the guys in the GHPC Discord are. Those guys are scary, how much they know. Plays Hunt Down the Freeman. Don't you start. We're not doing that again. Look, I hid that. I didn't even know this was a feature of Steam. You can hide a game from your Steam library. I guess, like, if you're ashamed of purchasing it or something. Now, I didn't purchase it. It was bought for me. It was inflicted upon me by a viewer. But you can hide games, so I did that. And now I just pretend it's not there and I never owned it. I uninstalled it and I hid it on my library. I don't even know how to unhide it. I got them in 88, the MiG-29s, I mean. Yeah, so they had like a year of service with the LSK. Oh, 2 years of service, technically, with the LSK. There's monetary issues, Soviets were willing, but nobody could pay. Yeah. Because, like, this is the thing. The Soviets did give away a lot of expensive military equipment, essentially, as charity, but there was only so much they could do of that before it started costing them. Just because they have a planned economy doesn't mean they can just throw free shit at people. Like, it costs them man-hours to produce things, right? Those are man-hours that could be used producing their own equipment, or man-hours that could have been used doing, you know, extra harvest or building consumer like, you still have to manage the economy. Just because you have no real currency in the sense of Western currency, it doesn't mean you can just do whatever the fuck you like. You still have to manage your economy. And so they can't just give shit away for free. Actually, scrolling back through chat. Back when I used to read chat on my phone, I would often end up an hour behind in DCS. It was horrible. Now this only happens if, like, I'm in the middle of explaining something and I forget the second screen's there. Thought Switzerland was the real neutral Europeans. I mean, you could maybe call them neutral, but it's more like neutral on the side of whoever has the most money. Base Hoja used equipment from both sides. Both sides of the Sino-Soviet split. Yep. I really hope if, well, we will get a MiG-19S at some point, I assume. I really hope we get an Albanian skin for it. I just want to see Pom in that thing on DDCS with the Albanian skin. Catch you later, Josh. Sleep well, man. Can't stop playing Cyberpunk to start my third playthrough. I've taken a week or two off of it because I got stuck on that one boss fight. But I'll probably pick up a save from just before I started it, and then just work on leveling up a bit more before I take him on, because that guy's kicking my ass. Missed what I said earlier. You can shoot your own searchlight off from the front of your BRDM with the KPVT? Yeah. Yeah, the game is quite detailed. Feel like Arma can be fun to fuck around with. So I used to play Arma casually, like I'd jump on public servers, mostly Invade and Annex. I don't really do that anymore because it's kind of a pain in the ass. A lot of servers restrict what mods you can use, or they're just a disorganized clusterfuck. So I do love playing Arma, but for the past 3 years, roughly, I've only played with my group. So, you know, whenever the 345th does a mission, I play that, and then we occasionally do Anti-Stasi and things of that sort as well. So that's been my Arma outlet for the last couple of years. I mean, I still enjoy the game, it's just that I kind of stopped enjoying playing with randoms because it just became more of a chore than anything. Are they adding the T80? Yes. Yeah, T64 and T80 are coming at some point. Up armored 80B, there you go. Doesn't take Arma seriously, but everyone around him takes it less seriously. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, man. Monkey Gang. Yes, I know, Steve. I know. One of these days. I still got to do Workers and Resources too, which is a game I actually want to play on stream. So, for those that didn't know this, right before I moved here, Polar bought me Ace Combat 7 with the expectation I would play it on stream. And the knowledge that I didn't want to play it, that's why he bought me it. So at some point we have to suffer through that. Oh, I've still got to fucking finish Halo 4 as well. Oh, so many bad games. Well, we'll try and set that before the end of this month. We'll finish Halo 4 and we'll play AC7. And then I'll get into Workers and Resources after. It caused me more pain than him. We'll see, we'll see. I think with a game like this, it's important to provide the player enough info that they can play without needing to do their own research. It does kind of do that, so if you need to learn about a tank and where things are in the tank, like where it's vulnerable and stuff, you can just load up the Proving Ground. I'm actually scrolled through so I can tab back into the game now. You can load up the Proving Ground like I have here, and then just hit the after action report key. You've got all your important controls there, you can just call them up with F1. So it's real quick to pick up, real easy. Gosplan always manages perfectly. Yes. Definitely. Definitely no trains full of important goods sitting on a siding in the Uzbek Soviet Socialist Republic for 3 weeks while nobody knows where they are. Definitely none of that happening. Definitely no taxi drivers going around a roundabout 5 times just to get paid more. No. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, I might be able to... apparently he's weak to EMP, so I might be able to get him with whatever EMP grenades I have, but I need to at least go back to the checkpoint, or the save, before I entered the fight, because by the time I'm in the fight, it's too late to start crafting grenades and ammo and shit. I need more rifle ammo, I need more grenades, and I think I might just get away with that. So I'll try it. I maybe like put like an hour into trying to get past it that way, and if that still doesn't work, I'll have to go back a couple saves. Right. There we go. That went through the doors. So we zapped the engine, the ballistic computer, the laser rangefinder, and the commander because that round would have penetrated through the doors, which you'll see in the after-action report. But you can see the blowout panels went off. I'll restart the level, and we'll hit it from the side instead, which should leave it pretty much intact. We'll just use the... actually, you know what? We'll use the T-72 for it, because it's already here. There's Mr. Abrams. Just wait for the turret to rotate around. I should have done the after-action report. Big brain. There we go. You can see his turret's still turning because the gunner is still scanning. Ammo is gone out of the bustle, but the crew are intact. The tank is quite fine. And now we've got speed flames coming out the back of the turret. The M68's not quite a copy of the L7. It's based on it, but it's an American development of it. But yeah, 105mm rifled gun. So like I said, at the moment you can't restock... Well, the reason you can't restock from the hull rack when the blowout panels have gone... Action explained this in a pretty funny story on the dev stream. He had a bit of an oversight moment, and he went to restock his ammo so he could fire the main gun. But in doing so, the crew were taking the rounds from the hull rack and feeding them directly into the blazing inferno in the back of the turret, so they would immediately cook off. He realized this is not ideal, and so at the moment you can't restock when the blowout panels in the back compartment have gone, but he's looking at making it so you can restock from, load from different sources, so you'll be able to load from the hull rack instead. You know, you'll have more than one ready rack, essentially. But we do still have a round up the spout, which did not go off, so... let's go ahead and... That's interesting. Why did you not... Huh. Oh, I'm dumb. You need to actually hold the paddles while lasing. That's why. That was my bad. That wasn't the fire control computer. Anyway. We got our BRDM here. Even this thing doesn't reverse very quickly. And to demonstrate what Gurn was talking about... Trust no one, not even yourself. Penetrated spotlight. I will try to in a moment, Super Rotundard, but it's quite hard to get that one to reliably do it. Can't really see where these traces are going. Try 1200, 1000. Yeah, that's 1000. The KPVT sounds so good. And you can see the barrel moving because it is a short recoil gun, I think. Yeah, it's a 14.5mm heavy machine gun. We also have the PKT. If the tank has less than 50mm of side armor, worry. Oh, you know what? I'll show you one better. Let me just take this boy for a drive. Now, bear in mind, it's going to be extremely hard to do in actual combat. The moment you open fire with this thing, everyone's going to start shooting at you. Yeah, this is Gonna Heat PC, Askia. So it's an indie game, it's still in development. If you would like to play this, there's a free public demo available. It's on the itch app. So if you go to itch.io, download that app and then look for Gonna Heat PC, you should find it. This is the Patreon version. So patrons at, I think, $3 a month or more get access to all the newest stuff, like the Abrams, the T-72. And that's just because that's the only way that development's funded. So they need some money to develop this project, obviously, and that's how they fund it. You can actually see right there on the ground, that's one of the blowout panels off the Abrams right there. So they throw them quite far. If that's one, I don't know where the others went. Bonk. The ability to knock down trees isn't in-game yet, but it is coming. But you can knock down these little cat's eye posts in the proving ground. Okay, let's bring the Fatten over here. We'll go ahead and park him. The driver is not doing a very good job of holding the tank steady here for some reason. Oh, went past it. And the gunner's going to turn the turret around. Because, again, the AI does actually, like, perform a scan for targets. Which is what real tanks do. Let's see if I can do it. Okay, so it shoots low and right of the point of aim. I have seen a BRDM, an AI BRDM, kill an AI M60 in one of the missions. So what I'm trying to do here is get a 14.5 round down either the coax or the sight tube. It can be done, it's just very difficult when the turret's moving. And this is one reason why it wouldn't really happen in real life, because you're trying to hit a tiny target on a moving turret. Whereas if the turret's pointed right at you, you can get a round down it quite easily at this range. I always confuse the M48 and the M60. I mean, it's understandable, they're very similar tanks. There we go! So this is the shot into the Abrams. You can see that went straight through the side armor of the turret and into the ready rack. And then if we get rid of the small caliber exclusion, oh god, we got a lot of hits here. We'll just go back to the last few. Because the last burst, there we go. So that went straight down the auxiliary sight and penetrated the arms of both the gunner and the commander, wounded both of them. That one kind of ricocheted around the inside of the sight and stopped. That one ricocheted off the gun, like penetrated out through the side of the sight and ricocheted off the gun breech. That one actually ricocheted off the cutout for the gun sight in the mantlet and then straight down it, which is quite neat. It stopped inside the sight mechanism because it wasn't a perfect bounce. So yeah, we got around in there and we wounded 2 of the crew members, and that would probably be why the turret stopped spinning. The gunner probably took his hands off the paddles. Let's see a very interesting ricochet there. Alright, so we'll, is there anything? Oh, the bottom blowout panel. We'll restart the level and we'll demonstrate it. I can't remember where it is. It's under the commander's seat, so it's like there, I think. No. I'm gonna have to look for it a bit, because I don't remember where exactly it is. Is it over that road wheel? Hang on. We'll cheat. So it's over the... between the road wheels there. Pretty much on that joint. Okay. Nope, went past the T-72. There we go. Any plans for today besides streaming? Not really. I think I probably will dash down to the shops later, but other than that, no. Kind of difficult to get around into it. Yeah. So the gunner sight's on the other side, so we'll adjust. So gun sight's to the left of the gun, so we'll need to aim slightly right. I'm probably still not adjusting correctly. You know what? We'll do it this way. Oh yeah, wow. That's why. I was way off. Aim to the left. There we go. There we go! Yes! Haha! But, if we now switch to the Abrams, he don't care! He's a smoky boy now, though. And then... oh, wrong button. Bear with me. And then... boy, what the fuck you just say to me? Rip. So... yeah, that is the big sort of draw card of the Abrams, is that even if the ammo gets hit, there's a good chance it will just turn around and shoot you right in the face. And this is very much a dead tank. Something else for those who haven't watched me play this before. Let's just get rid of that. I didn't range the gun at all, so that wasn't going to hit. Just trim that turret out. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. We will drive this boy over. That's something else I want to show, by the way, so I'll have to restart the level again after this. I'll show the night optics. the turret traverse on the 55 is extremely slow. Right. Right about there. Let's see. So because the crew opened the hatches to escape, the fire is coming out the top. If they hadn't opened the hatches, the fire would either come out the hole the shell went in through, or the turret would pop. What happens when a tank is hit is based pretty much entirely on actual thermodynamics. It's pretty cool. This is the kind of shit that happens when Action gets bored. He just scripts, like, really impressive features into the game without realizing he's doing it. So, let's go to the after-action report. So there's me missing horribly. That's why those first shots didn't pop the ammo, because your boy can't aim. I always underestimate the parallax error with the T-72 and the Abrams, and the M60 as well, actually, because the gun sights are high above the gun and off to one side. I'm more used to the direct tube sights next to the gun that most of the World War II and immediate post-war tanks have. So anyway, there's the one that actually cooked the bottom ammo. And then that's the one that killed the T-72. It just went straight through, arse blasted the commander, and then straight into the ammunition behind him. These yellow things along the side of the T-72 are all fuel tanks. So about, I don't know how much, like, percentage that is, but a significant amount of the T-72's fuel load is carried externally. And then the rest is internal. And the internal stuff is used for wet ammo stowage. You can see behind the turret there, and also next to the driver, we got fuel tanks with ammunition in them. That's wet stowage, because ammunition, contrary to popular belief, or sorry, fuel, contrary to popular belief, is not, like, enormously explosive, especially if the tank's full. If the tank's partway empty and it's not inert with any gas or anything, then yeah, it will actually catch fire, but a full tank is going to just act as basically extra armor. In fact, the S-tank that was brought up in chat earlier used jerry cans along its side skirts as additional armor. So that was enough to kill him. And then, that's what I was hoping would happen. We have a chest burster. So the BR-412D is an APHE round. It penetrates the armor. As it penetrates, it trips a fuse, and the fuse controls when the shell detonates. It just so happens that the loader's meat was enough to slow the shell down that it chest bursted in him. Like, that shell actually went off right inside his chest. So yeah, tank combat's pretty fucking gruesome. Pretty gruesome. And as far as I'm aware, there will be gore in this at some point. I know Harry has the express intent of making people sad, so he will do everything in his power to make it so. But yeah, they would be scraping him off the inside of the turret. Or at least they would be if the tank didn't then cook off afterwards, because the fragments from him went straight into the ammunition rack. So I'll restart the level and I'll do some night firing. So at the moment, again, because they haven't done the resolution change to the thermals, the Abrams and the M60 have essentially the same night optics, which are thermals. So how they look here during the day is how they look at night. The thermal signatures of the tanks are also going to be reworked, I believe. At the moment, it's kind of just like the whole tank is very hot. I think they're planning on actually doing proper, like, thermal mapping, so that tanks have different areas that are hot and different areas that are cold. But this is what the Abrams and M60 night optics look like, both day and night, because it is thermal. So there's no difference. Oh, I know, the green screen with my eyes, isn't it great? Then, if we grab our T-72, the T-55 optic is basically the same at night, so T-72 will do fine for the purposes of this demo. let's go ahead and change time of day. There we go. And you can see the convoy lights now. Probably not much else. It's quite dark. Moth lights, yeah, exactly. It might make it a little bit more nighttime. So we'll actually get better vision because of the full moon, but we won't have these... Wait, this light pollution over here. Yeah, we'll set it to just about midnight. So you can illuminate the reticle for low light fighting, but if it's genuinely dark, we may actually wind it back because it's darker before the moon rises, technically. Oh, kind of. The target cheeses are bright orange anyway, so it doesn't really make much difference. Anyway, we also have the night optic. Now, it's dark at the moment because the spotlight's not on. If I go to the external, and now the spotlight is on. And we can see, kind of. But other tanks can see us. So if I hop over to the... Oop, I had it there. If I hop over to the T-55 and put his night vision on... the AI may have turned his off. No, I don't think he has. You can see his spotlight. Just wait for him to turn it back. Where's his turret pointed? You can see his spotlight there. See that? So you can use one tank to illuminate for the others in a platoon. I just wish he'd turn his turret this way. We might need to drive in front of him a little bit. Turn and face me, please, Mr. T-72. There we go. Yeah, so any other tank with infrared is going to see you from miles away. Whereas you can see about 1 kilometer, I think, roughly. Turn this guy's light on too. We'll go back to the T-72. And that's the T-55 spotlight there. Now, you have no way of lasing with this gun sight. There's no adjustment, nothing. It's just a simple fixed reticle, which I don't understand the graduations of because I barely ever use it. But this is what you get at night. So my general rule is if I can see the target kind of clearly and I'm firing Sabo, I use the bottom tip of that top mark. They do actually mean something. Like this reticle is drawn this way for a reason. I just don't know how to read it properly. But then for like a heat round, I'd be using the chevron or below the chevron. And we can kind of effectively see tanks out to about that far. There or there is about as far as you would see an actual live tank. The Hulks are a bit harder to see because they're darker. But right about there, let's try... Can't tell if that was high or low. You can see how the the cloud from the muzzle flash really fucks with the infrared. Because it's reflecting, like the actual spotlight's reflecting off all these particles in the air, right? That's high, I think. We're still at basically point blank for Sabro rounds, so I shouldn't be aiming so high. I did not know that. I did not know that about their paints. I've learnt something today. I think I was still short, but whatever. So yeah. Let's hop into an actual mission. In fact, you know what? To start with, how about we do the special mission that was added for April the 1st? We have briefings now. These are a new feature. The briefing map's not available yet, but there is an in-game map screen now. Yeah, it was a T-72. T-72 M1 of the Nationale Volksarmee. So here we go. You're lost. You're an M1 IP with 2 M113s, and you lost the rest of your company when a civilian car blocked your path for a few minutes. You've radioed that you lost the rest of the convoy, and they're sending a vehicle back to come get you. Enemy, panicked and scared civilian drivers and boredom. Friendly, 1 M1 IP, 2 M113s, 1 angry platoon sergeant. Mission is to hold position and wait for an M113 from your convoy to come find you and take you to the rest of the convoy. Other notes, the infantry platoon sergeant in the M113 behind you says, and I quote, "Your driver is a fucking dumbass." He then attempted to angrily throw a rock at your head and missed. End condition, simple. All units of one side are knocked out. I wonder what is coming up next. Game, gonna hit PC. Aircraft with NVGs can see you from miles. Oh yeah, like you would stand out like a sore thumb. So we're gonna go ahead and set the lays on this to 0. I wonder what might be coming around this corner. Do you guys hear something? Nope. The gun. Parallax. I keep hitting the ground. There we go. Damage logs are a temporary feature, by the way, mostly for debugging. They will be going away before the game's finalized. You'll get them in the after-action report still, but not in gameplay. These things can actually kill me, by the way. He just killed my driver. One of them's still alive. I'm sorry, M113s, but I think you're dead anyway. This one's probably still up. There we go. I still hear the Soviet anthem. There's one hiding somewhere. And we can't get to him because my driver's dead. Oh, there we go. He's behind that hill. So the AI doesn't obey fire gating at the moment, so they'll try and fire at you behind a hill and they'll miss. But the last guy's down there. I have succeeded in this mission twice. It is a lot harder than it sounds to survive against this many T-34s at this kind of range. They will fuck you up. Usually I get the driver killed. A couple times I've had the tank killed outright. So, I think... yeah, there's one T-34, two T-34s left maybe? We'll go back to our Abrams. We'll see if he crests the ridge. Ooh. Right there. That's one more destroyed. There should be one last guy behind there. The AI is trying to engage something. Oh, it's the... that guy wasn't fully dead yet. Okay, well there we go. We have actually succeeded in the mission. The AI finished the last tank for us. It must have been him. He must have been fully dead. Not range finding them. It's below minimum range. I was lasing them, but it just returns 0. I don't know what the minimum range for the laser rangefinder is in the Abrams, but this is point blank. Like, there's no point lasing them here. You do have to account for the gun's parallax offset from the gun sight. As you may have noticed, the first couple of shots I took at this guy behind me over here, I was actually hitting the hill to my left, which is a common mistake for me. I forget how high the gun sight is and how offset it is. But yeah, let's look at the after action report, because some of those hits are pretty grisly. Against the T-34, because its armor is so thin compared to a modern tank, you'd actually be better off using heat rounds. Sabo overpenetrates severely. In this case, it overpenetrated via the loader's heart. Oh, sorry, his lungs. It didn't hit his heart, it hit his lungs. My bad. It was like an inch too far left for his heart. The heart is a hitbox, by the way, so are the lungs, each one individually. Like I said, the damage modeling is insane. Are you dropping frames? Shouldn't be. I get a low frame rate on this mission. Let me check what OBS says. Drop frames 0%. No, it's just the map, I think. It runs a little sketchy. That got stopped by the bottom of the turret. That got his engine. Oh, that was a 85mm APHE round. Right to the chest. It detonated right before it hit him in the chest, actually. Like, the nose of the shell must have been touching him when it went off. Looked like your webcam was as well. My camera, I have noticed, will occasionally freeze. I think it's the USB thing. I don't know, though. The indicator of drop frame, like the best indicator of drop frames at the moment is the ticker tape under my webcam. If that's still moving, we're good. Definitely is. It's probably because this isn't very optimized at the moment. It's putting it under heavy load. It's not. That's interesting. I don't know why. It says I'm not dropping frames. So it might just be GHPC's taxing my system a bit, and OBS is kind of struggling. Let me see. I'll have OBS open here so I can actually see what it's doing. Oh yeah, it's stuttering a little. I see that. It's a little jittery, but it's not too bad. How unoptimized is this game that's taxing a 5800X? You'd be surprised. DCS taxes my CPU. That's if I'm rendering on software on OBS and playing DCS at the same time, it starts getting to the point where I have that USB issue. That's what was causing it. If I'm rendering on hardware, it doesn't do it, but if I'm rendering on software, it does. Alright, let me get that back open. It could be Twitch as well, yeah. So that one was interesting. It went in. You can see the hitboxes are simpler on this because they just put it together for April Fools. But Harry, the Mad Lad, has gone ahead and actually modeled the individual shells for this tank now. So what was originally going to only be in the game for a joke may well be in the game as an actual thing. It's pretty nice. It's only run a single core as well. I'm not sure what it runs. But it's very, very early development, so they basically haven't put any real time into optimization. They've done a little bit, but not like a significant amount. So you can see all the different heat, fragments and spool and whatnot. The actual heat jet exited out the other side of the turret, but all the fragments it threw started ricocheting around. It's another APHE shot. So the default ammo for the T-34s is 85mm BR-365, which is APHE. They do have APCR, and I think they have regular... They have regular AP? I can't remember. Arse blasted right there. That one went through him and then detonated on the other side. When I streamed this on Discord to a couple of guys earlier in the week, and I had several T-34 APHE rounds go between the 113 commander's legs and detonate. So, yikes, basically. This is why I really like armored vehicles, but I would never want to be in one if it was getting shot at. DCS is the one guy in elementary school that enters a chat without anyone asking for it. Thread in this case, yeah. Yeah, DCS is interesting as far as optimization goes, shall we say. So that fucked them up pretty good. And you can see the hit log there, just to pick out a couple of highlights. Hit loader's head, penetrated loader's skull, hit loader's right eye, and hit loader's brain. So we blew about half the loader's head off. You can actually see that, all the fragments that just go straight into the left side of his face. Heard the new patch will allow DCS to run on multiple cores. 2.7? I thought they were going to be waiting longer for that. I thought it was like 3.0 that was going to come. But that's good news either way. Oh, ouch. Oh, that is rough. I thought that was a lot of damage, but man, that really was a lot of damage. Penetrated gunner's jaw. Hit gunner's gut. Hit gunner's heart. The gunner's not having a good day. Really not having a good day. The gunner is like just a smoking pair of legs at this point. Wag's latest video on the Hornet. Okay. I didn't actually watch that video. I clicked through it a couple times to just gawk at the clouds. I don't actually like really pay attention to stuff for the Hornet or the F-16. Although the fact that they are finally getting spot for the Hornet will make Pom very happy, because he's been bitching about that for years now. You can see a lot of the shrapnel off the heat round went outside the tank. There's a slight gap in the visual model there, just above the gun mantlet. Again, this was made for April Fools. I don't think they were planning on people looking at it this closely, but it's only a minor issue. The model itself is quite beautiful aside from that. Feel like as much little shit as model, this is going to be a massive download. Currently it's... I think it's like 3 gig. It's not very big at all. The thing is, Saber, the majority of size in a game is textures. Like 90% of any game's install size is textures. Textures and sounds are the big ones. 3D models are tiny. Code is practically nothing. Textures are the real killer. And while this does have quite nice textures, from memory, the map size is not actually that huge. Like, the texture map size is not actually that huge. Harry's, like, always been a master of making things look way better than they should. I remember way back So we know each other from CDG, which is like it was a artist community mostly for Counter-Strike, Day of Defeat, Source games like that. And Harry was posting some stuff that he was working on for a Ghost Recon project. It was the original Ghost Recon. And it was a World War II partisan mod. And the texture maps are like 512 by 256, I think it was. And the models are like maybe 500 tries. And they looked as good as Source models. Like, they were just beautiful. I don't know how he does it, but Harry's always had this really uncanny talent for taking like relatively low res assets and making them look really, really, really good. Getting hit by a heat shell might be less of a pain since you get out of it instantly. You would hope. Another BW film from 57, it showed them practicing Magna bombing tanks. Must have been Doctrine. What, were they using the leftovers or something? Ooh, that's also a lot of damage. This is the shot that killed my driver. And you can see why it killed my driver. So, here's the thing, right? You might look at the Abrams and go, oh shit, there's a shot trap. Not really. Sabot rounds don't really experience the shot trap effect. They tend to shatter if they hit something very heavily sloped, which is why the Abrams upper front plate is so steeply raked back. That's to shatter incoming Sabot rounds. But the T-34 doesn't fire Sabot. The T-34 fires armor-piercing high explosive. And it ricocheted off the bottom surface of the turret straight down and detonated against the... Actually, it detonated against the bottom of the turret and then threw shrapnel straight down. One of them went into the periscope... into the driver's periscope, ricocheted from the top of that down to the bottom and then out into the driver's fucking cheek and then through into his brain. That's what killed the driver. So we had shrapnel coming down against the hatch, but it looks like the hatch stopped it. The actual piece that killed him went in through the back of the periscope hood, bounced off the inside of the periscope and came back down through his cheek. Kind of convoluted, yeah, but... it happens. So that's what got my driver. Anyway, let's restart the level, but let's do things a little differently this time. I want to get the guys on the hill, because they have arguably the best shot. Episcopes? Yeah. They also chose the best version of the Soviet anthem. I did mention it, and Action said that he specifically wanted the version that was played on the TV sign-off in the 80s, which this is. It's the choir and orchestra of the Bolshoi Theatre. No, I don't. It's APHE. BR365 is APHE. We're kind of masked by that hill. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can work with this. Oh my god, that was fast. Bruh, where did they hit him? Where did they fucking hit him? What? That one didn't kill the tank, but it damaged the gunner's primary sight. What killed the Abrams? Oh. That killed the Abrams. That is an APHE ricocheted off the bottom of the turret face, down through the turret, below the turret ring actually, and detonated right below the gun breech. Hero of the Soviet Union, tank number 110, or actually hero of Germany. What was the East German award? It was hero of... I can't remember right now. It was basically the same theme. It was hero of something. It was like hero of the German people or something. But that's what he is, because he just killed an Abrams from the front with an APHE, a World War II vintage APHE round. Yeah, so any foreigner who participated in the Soviet space program was awarded Hero of the Soviet Union, because any cosmonaut was automatically awarded Hero of the Soviet Union. So there is, I think, at least one French astronaut that is a Hero of the Soviet Union. There's an Afghan who... He was an Air Force officer. He was a hero of the Soviet Union because he went up with one of the Soviet space flights. Sigmund Jähn from East Germany was a hero of the Soviet Union. A couple Czechs. I think a couple Hungarians, Cubans. If you went to space with the Soviets, you were a hero of the Soviet Union. Didn't matter where you were from. Even if you were an American. Now, Americans wouldn't go up to space with them, but hypothetically speaking, the Soviets were not picky about who they awarded it to. The Abrams will be down there. The lack of a stabilizer makes this very difficult. Very, very difficult. Oh, trying not to get fragged by my own body there. The Abrams is busy with the guys coming down the road, so we'll rush him. Russian bias. Yep. Oh my lord! The AI do this quicker than I can. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. There it is. There it is. That is an APHE round right below the turret ring. The one place that he could make that work, and he did it. The mad lad. Jesus Christ. So this went in through a fuel tank and detonated against the battery bank, but it didn't actually hit the battery bank, so there must be an armor panel between the fuel and the batteries. Oh, there we go. There we go. That man, I mean, he's definitely not having any kids because he's fucking dead, but just to make sure. Yikes. That one nearly went in through the turret ring. Nearly. Don't fuck around with T-34s, man. Do not fuck around with T-34s. AI is learning? Yeah, really. Oh, there's another nut shot. Jesus Christ. Incidentally, that's the one that killed him. You may notice that the Abrams, where the composite armor is, it's just modeled as blue boxes with like a dark grey backing. Now, Action has said he has a reasonable guess as to what the actual composition of the special armor is, but he was scared to actually model it in there, just in case he gets it right, and the Alphabet Boys come visit him. But likely what it is in the blue area there would be a whole bunch of angled plates arrayed, like in rows one after the other, which is similar to what the T-72B has. Nearer sandwiches, yeah, exactly. Right, well, we've had our fun with that one. I don't think we're going to be able to kill him quicker than the AI can, so... There is the proof, anyway, that the T-34, the humble T-34, hero of World War II, can kill an Abrams. You just have to hit the right place. You have a diagram. Oh, geez. So, we might hear, very shortly, that the Czech Republic has experienced some regime change, and we know who to blame now. Right, let's go... Hunting Goliath is a good one. You're a T-55A in a platoon. Friendly forces report an enemy company is attacking up the hill towards them in force. Your platoon is in an advantaged position, read as we spawn on their flank, to flank this company. Enemy is 4 M1 IPs, 3 M113s. Friendly, 1 BRDM and 1 T-72 M1 on the enemy's apparent objective, which is uphill from us on our left. Sorry, camera. Left for you guys is to my right. Mission: destroy enemy armor forces advancing on friendly forces. Other NA end conditions: kill everything. T-55 hunker junk. You wash your mouth out with soap, man. Don't be saying that round here. T-55 is a beautiful tank and perfectly adequate when used correctly. So we are not going to attack the Abrams head on because that would be suicide. What we're going to do is we're going to sneak in on their flank. We're going to pump the range up to about 500 meters. You better not start knocking the 64 now. 64 is my baby. So you can hear the 113s machine gunning away. Now, one of the Abrams is a bit dumb and gets stuck in that valley, so it does make my life a little easier. But, as we can see here, these guys are oblivious. Frames are a bit low because of all the traces, I guess. Oh no, all the Abrams are going uphill today. So we've disabled him. Okay, APHE was not the best idea against the Abrams. Let's disable the other ones. Okay, there goes his ammo. That was a little low. Oh, you love the 64? Good. Good. Okay, I'll excuse what you said about the 55 then. There's the other guy there. I won't bother adjusting the range, I'll just hold low. We're not getting real good shots here, unfortunately. We'll go to Sabo. Really? You really want this? Okay, I'll deal with them in a second. I need to deal with the Abrams first. There we go. That went through the turret ring. This other one's still alive too, so we'll try and do the same to him if we can. No. Oh, that was fucking high explosive. I'm a dumbass. I loaded that for the 113s. Sorry about the frame rate, guys. I know. Unoptimized, etc. Okay, you. Get fucked. They're not the best drivers. Okay, we'll go back to Sabo. That should be one of our guys there, I think. Firing from behind. No, looks-wise, the T-64B is top. Not the BV either. T-64B with no ERA is the most beautiful tank I've ever seen. Uh-oh. Don't notice me, senpai. Hit the gun breach. Don't know how much that's going to help me here. Objectively right, you mean? Don't... No. Please don't kill me. Turret ring, let's go. God damn it! We'll go for ammo at least. Come on. There we go. And that would have gone through the door, so that would have taken the crew with it. What's going on in CZ? Koti said that he has drawings of the Abrams armor arrays. That's what's going on. Alright. So... here we go. Here is the T-72 doing T-72 things and just tanking Sabo from the Abrams. Right there. That one didn't even make it into the turret. That one got stopped in the Quartz array. Actually, it's stopped by the backplate, I think. That one actually... did it penetrate? No, it hit the track and splintered down the length of the track, it looks like. That one actually blew him up. That one hit the propellant right there. And look where it came in, lower front hull. The least likely place to get hit, but because he's on flat ground and uphill, it's quite easy for them to hit it, especially at this range. He actually had time to get away a shot, and it just got buried in the turret cheek of the Abrams. I think he's still fighting, though. Interesting. They're still firing at him, so he's technically not dead. Yeah, he's still firing at them. What a Chad. Unfortunately, he hit too low there, and it did absolutely nothing. You can kind of see, by the way, what I was talking about with the black hole in the middle of the Abrams. All you have there is crew member legs. If you don't hit the crew members in the legs, there's just nothing there. That sort of reddish-orange stuff is the side special armor. There's nothing actually in there explosive or flammable or anything important. So if you put a shot right in the center of that, nothing's going to happen unless it's a heat round or an APHE. If you put Sabo through there, it's not going to notice. Now, in real life, it would probably distract the crew because there'd be a lot of noise and smoke and all sorts of fun shit, but it's not actually going to hurt anyone. That round, actually, it penetrated all the road wheels and threw fragments off each one as it went, which is pretty cool. That would have done him in, right there. Or actually, you know what? No, hit throwing charge. That should have killed him. So it's gone through just in front of the commander's cupola and blasted him right in the face, and then fragments have gone down into the stowage behind him. And then another Abrams shot at him as well. So that was one of the AI that actually hit the loader, which is surprising. That's a heat jet as well. It actually went through and hit the loader, threw fragments into his butt. Then that's the Abrams I disabled, hit it right in the engine. It's one of the AI. That's me. That's one of the APHE rounds I fired. It detonated right in front of the engine. Went through the engine deck and detonated right in front of it. Also hit the batteries as well. So he would have had a real fun time with no electric power. That's one of the AI. That's me again. I was aiming a bit lower than I thought. I was hoping that would hit the back of the turret. Ooh. There we go. So that's my shot where I knocked out that other Abrams ammo rack. And you can see it actually penetrated through the door. So it cooked all the ammo, but then the round continued through the door, or the heat jet continued through the door, and just, like, removed. Just fucking removed the commander and the gunner. Again, that's a smoking pair of trousers sitting there, pretty much. There's nothing left of him. And then it ended up inside the sighting system, actually, inside the GPS. There was Sabre around there, which hit the propellant, just kind of nicked the commander's arm. The gunner here is already dead in this tank. Or already jumped out, actually. Already jumped out, perhaps. So's the driver. That was me. I was shooting low there. That one did a whole lot of nothing. The firewall stopped all of that shrapnel. So the color of the rays coming out of explosions tells you how much energy a piece of shrapnel has. Red is low energy. You know, it's the Jeb Bush shrapnel. Yellow is high energy. That's the stuff that'll actually kill things. Well, red will kill things, but like yellow will really kill things. And then orange is kind of in between. And the actual white is the projectile itself, or a heat jet in this case. And it is volumetric. That's why this line is thicker. It's square instead of round, but it is the actual size of the projectile. So both the armor and the ammunition is volumetric in this. It's not one or the other. Like, I seem to recall War Thunder had a thing where they made armor volumetric, but not shells, so it was really dumb. But in this, the shells are volumetric as well. NATO sites are incredible, especially modern ones. They're overperforming a little in this because they haven't downscaled the resolution yet, but they are pretty nice, especially at nighttime. Thermals are also unique to American tanks up to the T-80UM. I think the UK, I think the T-80 UK had them, and I'm pretty sure, I know the UM definitely has them, but I'm pretty sure they bought them off the French. Could be messing up the torsion bars. Yeah, could be actually. I don't know if that's modeled yet. I don't know if that's going to be modeled, but it logically would in real life. And torsion bars are very unpleasant to replace. Chieftain versus T-64 should be an interesting matchup. I would put my money on the T-64, and not just because it's my favorite tank. Put it that way. You realize the only tank NATO had that could reliably kill T-64s when they came out frontally was the Chieftain at a time where it broke down so much it had a sub 40% availability rate. Yeah, and I think the early Chieftains, I know they got a proper fire control computer later, but I think the early Chieftains didn't even have like a proper ballistic computer or something, or it was it coincident? I can't remember. I think they went to coincidence ranged, or it started, but it also had a ranging machine gun. I know it had a ranging machine gun. The Centurions did as well after, I think, like the mid-50s, early 60s. The Australian Cents all had ranging machine guns, 50 cals. So yeah, imagine having a ranging machine gun against a T-64 with a coincidence rangefinder. Or if you're really unlucky, a laser rangefinder later on in the 70s, late 70s. I think M103 and Conqueror would have done the job too, but don't know when they were retired. Reasonably early, yeah. What really gets me is I have a declassified, of course, copy of the Bricksmiths intelligence report on the T-64 from when they first started popping up in Germany. And it's really hilarious. There are some things they got exactly correct. They fully understood how the autoloader worked. They had diagrams of it, everything. They must have seen a training rig for it. Although, to be fair, the principle of operation of the T-64's autoloader is basically the same as a US battleship, just scaled down. But there were two places where they were really, truly hilariously wrong. One was in their belief that the tank was all cast in RHA. They didn't think it had any composites at all. Boy, were they wrong. But, you know, that's forgivable because they didn't see cutaways of the armor scheme. So, like, I don't know why they thought that, but it's understandable. The real funny one is that the Brits, the people who should have best known this, thought the T-64 had a turbine. They had, like, pages and pages of sound profiling and acoustic experts and all this shit. It's like, bruh, it sounds like a chieftain. You are the only other people on the planet insane enough to put an opposed fucking piston 5-cylinder engine in a tank. Like, surely you understand what pained 5-cylinder screaming and low availability rates sound like. Why do you think it has a turbine? I don't understand how they arrived at that conclusion. It sounds so much like a chieftain. So much like a chieftain, and nothing at all like a turbine engine. Had no rangefinder originally, then went to laser. Oof. Ouch. Just love how the T-64 made the European little armoured fast tank concept, because heat OP, obsolete in a few years. Yeah, like really, really quickly. Laser actually fed straight into the FCS as well. It did that in the Soviet tanks, though. Like, the laser in the T-64, when it got it, and the T-72 fed straight in the FCS. Now, it wouldn't give you lead. Auto lead came with the T-80, and some late variants of the T-72 got not auto lead as such, but it would give you a lead value, and then you'd manually add it. But they all were, as soon as you lased it, the computer would adjust automatically. You could adjust it manually if you needed to. In fact, if you go into the RHS T-72 and press B as the gunner, it will bring up the ballistics computer control panel, which I had to specifically tell the monkeys at 345th not to mess with because I knew they'd fuck something up. And that's where you can manually adjust the range, adjust things like temperature and pressure and stuff to account for it. But in normal operation, if the system was actually working as intended, it would automatically feed into the computer. There's an Easter egg. There's a couple of Easter eggs. One of which there is a ghost Bob Semple somewhere on the firing range. There's hit all the orange targets in testing range. Okay, well, we'll do that after this then. Let's just quickly go through the rest of this AAR. That heat round went off on the back of the deck. And it actually sent some fragments into the engine bay, but didn't actually destroy anything. That was me. Actually, no, that's an AI firing an HE round. Don't know why he was firing an HE round. Might have run out of his other ammunition types. That's me with a Sabo round. Straight through the commander's leg and the gunner's torso. That was me with the HE round because I forgot what I had up the spout. There we go. So that one went off in the engine. You can see when you hit the thicker parts of the 113, like around the arse end of it, it tends to fuse on the outer surface of the vehicle. Whereas when you hit the front, it will go through and then fuse. So that's my HE round there. It went straight through the side, literally between the commander's legs, and then detonated on the other side of the vehicle. Same thing again there. Right through, out the other side. Well, not out the other side, but detonated on the other side. And then that one narrowly missed the gunner's face. That was the one that finished the mission, because that cooked off the ammo, penetrated the door so that the you know, resultant cook-off would blow out into the crew compartment, and that would have toasted the turret crew right there. So, let's go back to the firing range. I know which one the one on the road is. So they found it already, so I think action won his bet then. Let's take the Abrams for this. Easy mode. There we go. Obviously the MBT-70 interior model and a tank sim with the whole rotating driver's seat thing. Yeah, well, don't expect it in this one, because this isn't going to get weird and wonderful prototypes, but it would be cool to see for sure. The Soviets had a number of tank designs like that too, they just never put them into service. They were kind of dead-end experiments. The Object 416 being one of them. And one of the configurations for the 430, which later led to the T-64. Okay, so I need to make sure I hit front row. We'll just work left to right and then back. They haven't modeled laser burnout yet, but I think they will be doing it at some point. So you can kind of laze to your heart's content right now, but in the future that might not be such a good idea. Short, because I forgot to laze it. I'll do these two in sequence because they're kind of flung out to the side where I might forget them. We're now out of Sabo in the ready rack, so we'll go to heat, which is going to make the moving targets more challenging, which is good. I like a challenge. God, this fucking fire control computer is so good. Holy shit, it's so good. You can make heat hits on moving targets at over 1 kilometer, and it's not even hard. It's literally just not even hard. I think I already hit that one, so we'll just do the most distant boys and then the last moving one. We're gonna have to do a full restock. I guess I could hop in the T-72 since it's already here. Nah, we'll do a quick restock because the Abrams is going to be much easier to hit that moving target with. May notice, by the way, the ITO over there, the M901, it's only on the firing range at the moment because it doesn't have a damage model. So the weapons are modeled, but not the damage. Did I already hit that target? I think I did. So we'll hit this boy, and then we'll go for the last one. God, it's so easy. Target range is in yards. In the Abrams, it's in meters, I think. Remember, the US Army uses metric measure. And has done for quite a long time. Are you gonna... There we go. We're loaded. Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh! We gotta switch to a tank that actually has ammo in it. Please, 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 please. I can't elevate the guns high enough. Oh! No! Shit! Yes, save me, Ito. Oh shit, I can't elevate that either. That is amazing. That is amazing. There we go. And, free cam is... What's free cam? I don't know if it works in the after action report mode. Free cam's F3. Ah, it does. Okay. Where is... There's Ghost Sample right there, I think. Is that him? Looks like him. Ah, he vanished. Almost like he's named Ghost Sample for a reason. I think he despawns when you get too close to him. I'll actually just restart the level. Should be able to see him from the firing line. Right there. See him? I wonder if he actually has like a hitbox. We're gonna go ahead and guess that that is about 300 meters. It's about 200, I think. No, it's actually not. My bad. It's 4 or 5. Yeah, 400. So he doesn't have a damage model. Yeah, it doesn't show anything. That was fun. Let's do that again. Except this time we'll bring all the tanks to the firing line so that we have more firepower. There's a shortcut I can take through here. It is a ghost. That is true. That is very true. So yeah, that was surprisingly quick. I never even thought to try that. I was looking for stuff like hidden in the maps and hidden on the tanks. I didn't think to actually just shoot all the targets on here. I think I'll use the Abrams to engage the moving targets. Wait, I don't need this guy. Why am I bringing him? He can't shoot. Bring the US? Okay, yeah, we'll bring him as well. I'll just get the T-72 over there first. The driving feels much, much better this patch than it did previously. The tanks don't feel as skittish. Like, they were really, really twitchy before and the acceleration was a bit lurchy, but now they feel much better. They still move around, like, because the AI is a bit silly sometimes. Like, they'll kind of twitch around occasionally, but it's much less than before. I'll try not to blow this guy's tire up this time. We'll engage the rest of the targets with the M60, I think. Because easy mode FCS will make this go quicker. Well, the way things currently go in this Sabre, it is possible that might happen one day if action gets bored enough. That little... Oh! Do you see that? The little winky face? That's probably how people figured it out. I didn't notice that before. That little twitch the turret, or rather the gun sight does when I move on to a new target, is me dumping the lead. Because like I said, the M60's fire control system automatically applies lead for the past 1.5 seconds or so of turret rotation. And if you don't want that much lead, you have to dump it. Otherwise you're gonna miss. I'm probably double engaging some of these targets, but it shouldn't matter. I've missed one, I think. It's one of these targets out here. Do the one... Oh, the road one. Good call, good call. We will take the T-72 to go do that. Don't know if it counts because I shot it from behind. See, Delta D has wound the range down to 79 meters based on the tank's own movement. It's not 100% accurate though, because we're actually at 89 meters. Okay, so it wasn't that one. I must have missed one of the ones on the range. Now the fun part's going to be figuring out which one. I'll start at the back and work my way closer, because I'm pretty sure I got all the close ones. How well the target tracking while you're moving? In the Abrams, yes, right at the start of the stream. The Abrams is the only tank currently in the game that actually does that, though. Just make sure I got these two. Pretty sure I did, but we'll double check. I definitely got both the moving targets. May notice the loading times increase as the tank begins running low on ammunition, because the carousel has the longest seek time. Have to double engage everything, I guess. There we go. Stopped by Doom Cheese. Oh no! Oh no! There it is! I don't know how to stop it. I'm sure there's a way, but I do not know how. I'll have to work that one out later. And just for a sense of scale, there we go. This is how far out of the map the Doom Cheese actually is. You can see the skybox around there. I wonder if maybe... So what I suspect is to get rid of that, you have to hit the buoy behind the force field, but I don't know how you would do that. You have to take the force field down somehow, but I don't know what triggers the force field going down, unless perhaps it involves Bob Semple somehow. Maybe hit that and then force field drops. I don't know, I'll have to play with it offline later. But here we can see the excellent elevation angle of the Abrams main gun. Lob HE. Could do. Could do. Yeah, let's try it again. Let's take everything out there. Hit the laser, it's charging. That's kind of what I thought, but by the time it starts doing that, it's so close I can't elevate the gun to hit it. We'll try 125 HE. Because if there's one thing that can deal with Doom Chi, surely it would be 3 OOF 26. Actually, that's something I should show off, just how powerful the 3 OF 26 is. If you hit the ground under an M60 with 125 HE frag, you will kill the M60. It is genuinely fucking monstrous stuff. So we'll use the Abrams for all the targets on this one again, since we're going to use the 72 to try and kill the Doom Cheese. I suppose I could try the ATGMs with it too. Although I'm not sure if they'd be able to elevate enough to track it. Wonder if they're going to model the incendiary qualities of the OF. That would be nice. I mean, it would be not nice for infantry, but it would certainly be nice to have. Wonder if the War-Tinder trick of detonating 125 HE in the turret face, the Abrams sends fragments through the upper hill. Upper hull, even. I have not tried that yet, but I mean, we saw with the APHE off the T-34s, it will actually penetrate sometimes through the episcopes or through the driver hatch, so possibly a viable tactic. Still HE filler, but with a ton of aluminium, that would do it. That would definitely do it. The tires on this seem to deform less easily than they used to, but it did still do it on the first run of this. So I guess they're still working on it. Sadly, you can't ride the tanks up on wheeled vehicles and crush them yet. You just kind of push them around instead. Maybe one day. Okay. Let's make sure we're getting close target. There's the little winky face, so I missed that before. That's probably how people figured it out. If you shoot the MG, does it still count? Might be faster? I am not actually sure. It's difficult to hit the further targets with the MG anyway, so I would have had to have started further and worked back in for that, I think. You can see the pedals fall away from the Sabro rounds. Quite cool. I forget which of these I engaged. I think I did those two. The two I'm looking at, we'll do these ones. What even is short-term memory? Never heard of it. This thing is such easy mode. And our last round will hopefully do it. Yep. Okay, give... Oh, we could drive the cheese. What the fuck? This may not work. Yeah, the fire gating's preventing us from...
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Is that a cache in the background bringing up the cost of those shots?
Stop by Doom Cheese. Oh, I'm not gonna get a shot away. Yep, there we go. I have to figure it out offline. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Is that a cashier in the background ringing up the cost of those shots? I hope not. I hope not. Not that it matters, because the Doom Cheese has wiped clean the face of the earth, apparently. Thanks to the resub, was. Anyway, I will possibly figure it out later and upload a video of it or something. But for now, let's do some more missions. Let's go with Valley Push. So this used to be easy mode in the T-72 because the M60s were only vaguely aware of your presence. You'd get them giving side to you as they drove down the road. There's now a village where the road used to be, and it's much harder because the M60s are very much aware of your position. So I'm probably going to die here because, like I said, the AI are quite accurate. See the displacement of the laser rangefinder reticle. Try and deal with these close guys first. Frame rate's actually gone down a little. It's probably because I'm streaming. It runs better when I'm not streaming. Kaboom! His whole tank jumped there. And through the turret. This is where we see the power of the T-72. Can't see him through his muzzle smoke. There we go, he should cook. Oh, left track destroyed. Well, that's annoying, because these guys are behind a tree now. Is my other T-72 alive? No, he is not. Damn! So they're going to escape, because I can't see them anymore. But we got 4 of them. We'll run through the after action. So that was the first guy I hit. Oh, ouch. Yeah, no wonder he blew up so badly. Second guy. This is what killed my buddy here. Then that one I hit a little low. Then he took out my left track, and then I killed him. And then the other two just drove off, or the other three, however many, just drove off behind the trees. So I'll try it again. Get this guy off the exposed hillside to start with. Also onto relatively level terrain, so that the gun isn't as canted. The 72 does compensate for cant, but it's just better to be level, generally. Right track destroyed, motherfucker! Can't see him through the smoke. There goes the transmission. Oh, there goes the tank. Wow, that was quick. Hey, T-Dog Bob. I might need to turn my settings down in this slightly just for when I'm streaming it, because it is chugging a little bit more than I'm used to. It complicates my gunnery somewhat. It's a good excuse, I'll run with it. Okay, so we'll turn front onto these two. We'll hit the close guy first, he's the bigger threat. But he dealt with the other one. Okay, he should be dealt with. We'll give him another one just to be sure. Yeah, hatches are open, crew's jumped. Main gun barrel damaged. God damn it. Probably not going to be able to fire now. I think the other T-72 is already dead. Oh no. Yep, no, he is. This crew's fucked. Let's try again. When am I going to play MSFS? After this, I'll probably do a couple more missions in this and then I'll play it. Just tanked a shot. Yeah, the T-72 tanks quite a few shots from the M60s. Really, from the front, if they hit it around the gun barrel where there's no composite, they'll get a shot through. Or if they hit around the driver's episcopes, they'll get a shot through. But generally speaking, from this kind of range, the M60 struggles with the T-72's armor, whereas the T-72 cuts through the M60 like a hot knife. A hot knife through preheated butter. That was short. It's fucking smoke. It's just like a real battlefield where you can't see shit because of all the smoke. There we go, that got him. Tanked a shot there. He's brewed up. Left track, god fucking damn it. Stop tracking me, you fucks. He's gonna get away. He's smoking. He's burning. Is the other 72 dead? Probably. Yep, other 72's dead. So how many did we get? We can use the free cam here. We got the 2 down in the field to start with. You can see 3 escaping over there. So this new town was added in the patch as well. This wasn't here before, they were just roads. And so the M60s would start over here and they just drive across this little valley. And as soon as they pop up side on, you just nail all of them. So this is the last guy I hit down here. I forget what the controls were to raise and lower the free cam. Control. That's right. So this guy ended up crashing into someone's house. Because I think his driver was killed. And then he burnt out. The other 3 are escaping. It's like base spec T64A armor. I think so, yeah. The M1, yeah, it's similar. The later T72s had better armor than the T64 did, but the earlier ones, which the M1 is derivative of, not so much. But we can see where I tanked that shot anyway. Oh, I'm still in free cam. There we go. So my first shot did hit him. Oh, sorry, that was the AI. You can see the front armor of the AI that stopped a couple shells. So that one just went in the upper front plate, stopped in the textilite layer. That one as well. Then he shot that. He got detracked. That one also stopped in the front plate. Then he put that one, ooh, straight through the top of the turret, through the gunner's sight, past the gunner's ear, over the commander's shoulder, and then out the back of the turret. Another one stopped by the front armor. That was me tanking one in my turret cheek. It stopped on the back. Actually, it slowed down and shattered inside the quartz, but then it bounced off the inner surface. So the T-72's turret armor, it's an outer layer of cast steel, then an inner layer of quartz, which is like sintered quartz, basically, as the name might suggest, and then the back plate's another piece of steel. So the inner layer slows it down, and then it stops against the back plate usually. How's the T-64B? It's pretty decent. The T-72B is where it started to really outstrip the T-64 in terms of protection. Hey, Jazz. That one was my first effective shot, which went into that guy's ammo. It was a bit low. I'm lucky that did go into his ammo. This is the one that killed the AI right there, because it kind of came in at a spicy angle and went straight through the side armor into the carousel. Hull didn't it have more in the turret though? I can't remember. Like I said, I have to like remember shit about tanks and planes, so I don't have the depth of knowledge of some of the guys in the Discord. That was the one that detracked me. It literally went down the length of the track, which is why I couldn't move. And then I tanked another hit to the hull. Killed this guy. Another hit to the track. Killed this guy. They're still shooting at the AI for some reason. Oh, right, because we're back to the start. So that was the last shot I was able to make, and that guy just rolled down the hill. We'll try this one more time, then we'll do a different mission. Didn't lead that enough. Main... Really? He damaged my autoloader. You motherfucker. And the AI's already dead. Our load time... Oh, never mind. Now we're double tracked. Our load time is going to go up drastically because of the loader damage. There we go, guns loaded. Not that it really helps at this point. And there's the killing shot. That one killed him. Oh, if I just led that the tiniest bit more, that would have gone straight into his hull rack. See, his hatches are open, so his crew's already jumped, but they're still shooting at him. That one stopped in the turret cheek. That's the one that knocked out my autoloader. I'm lucky it didn't actually go into a propellant stub. Or damage the gun breech. So that knocked out the autoloader. Then I started backing off. Oh, that was a bit close. That went through the hull armor and then stopped in the carousel's side shield, narrowly missing a heat round on its way through. That one got my left track. That one got my right track. That one damaged me and wounded the gunner. That one didn't get through the turret. And then that was my last shot. Interesting. Okay, so technically, according to the after action report, that is the shot there that killed me. Apparently. It wounded the... Oh, the gunner might have died because it hit his leg. He might have bled out or something or gone into shock. I don't know. But yeah, like, I had time to get one more shot away and it doesn't count any further shots. So that must have been the one that killed me. Well, I did say we'd do it one more time and then try something else, so we'll try something else. Still ejected, yeah. I feel like every day's a wheel spin for what PC issue will be next. I don't know, like, some people are just, like, cursed with PCs. You're one of them. Itzy is another one. I usually have no problems with mine. Like, the old one generally just worked. And this one so far has been just working as well, which is nice. Alright, so we've done that. What's bold limit? M1IP section, friendly forward scouts were just overrun by an East German tank company. M1IP section and an M60A3 from another battalion are being tasked with blunting it. Oh yeah, this one's pretty fun. A lot of T-72s. A lot of them. Well, part of the reason I always build my own PCs, Jazz, is so that there's, like, I know what's in them and I know what's installed on them. There's no random shit that some store's installed. You can see the randomized turret bustle equipment on the Abrams here. I've got Alice packs on the back, he's got them on the side. Canadian, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of T-72s here in a second. Hey, Jazz. Right there. And see how much the smoke clutters the view. There's the other one up there. I don't know why they're stopped. They're making themselves extremely easy targets. Brings me back to M1 Tank Platoon. Well, that is no coincidence, because this game, when it is completed, whenever that may be, is pretty much a spiritual successor to M1 Tank Platoon. Uh-oh. Stop by terrain, parallax! Ah! He's still alive, but I think his gun's crippled. We'll go for this one. He's looking at me, we'll finish him. Why are you running? Oh fuck. Oh fuck! Well, that's my Abrams basically knocked out. My gunner and loader are both heavily wounded. Is the other Abrams alive? The M60 is. Oh, his loader's fucked. And he's detracked. Missed. Oh! T-72s are trying to reproduce. Good to know. We still have the M60. I have no idea where he is in reference to the other tanks, though. No idea at all. Combined arms update is pretty good. I wish, dude. I fucking wish. I absolutely fucking wish. Even the rangefinder tells you got oofed? Yeah, it does. So for those who don't know, the little F blinking on the fire control system there is the fault indicator for the Abrams. It means there's something wrong with the FCS, or with the gunnery system itself. I have absolutely no clue. Aha! Okay, I'm on the flank. Good to know. So that T-72 should be up on that hill somewhere. How's it going? It's going pretty well, man. Hope it is for you too. I was planning on only doing this for like an hour or so and then getting straight into Flight Sim, but we've been going for 3 hours now because this is just honestly so fun. It's a very unfinished indie game, and it's still extremely fun. So when the game's finally like properly released, it should be a real winner. Which game is this? This is Gonna Heat PC. It's available through the itch app, so if you go to itch.io and get the app, you can then search for GHPC or Gonna Heat PC, and you should find this. The public version is free, but you won't be able to drive the Abrams or the T-72. If you want access to the full version at the moment, it's still in active development, so the way they're funding the development is through Patreon. So if you pledge like $3 a month, you get access to this, which gives you the T-72, the Abrams, and pretty much whenever an update's released, you get it right away, whereas the public version tends to lag behind a bit. Have no music? I know, I don't have the music playing at the moment. Oh, I think I'm on their flank. Shit. Oh, can we not hit the tree, please? Yeah, I think I'm on their flank. So the Abrams was somewhere up there, maybe? I hear guns over there. Aha! Scoundrel! Missed. I forgot to dump lead. Stop by terrain. Where? Can't really see what I'm shooting at here. There we go. Hey, there we go. M60 saves the day. Powerful night vision, that is thermal optics. It's the M60A3 TTS, so it has a thermal sight. So there we can see the AI tanking a hit. That's me in the background. And then there's going to be a whole lot of dead T-72s coming. Straight through center mass on all of them. A nice bounce there. I'm actually surprised that ricocheted rather than shattered. I guess because it arced in a bit from the long range. That was what detracked the AI. Then that disabled his engine. And that was what knocked out his loader. And then shortly we'll see the round that knocked me out. That went straight down the gun barrel. Holy shit. This was me. This was my shot, not the AI. That went straight down his gun barrel. Hit the breech block. So the breech was closed when that happened. Threw shrapnel into the autoloader. How's that for marksmanship? If the breech is open, you can get HE shells and stuff into the turret. I've seen it done. It technically shouldn't happen because the TOW is 152mm and this is a 125mm caliber gun. But I have seen the AI put TOW missiles in the gun barrel and the breech was open and it just came out the inside and detonated against the back of the turret. It was pretty grisly. But again, the TOW shouldn't do that because it's a larger caliber. I'm not sure why it is. It might just be like reaming out the inside of the gun barrel maybe, but then you would think it wouldn't go off or it would detonate against the rifling. So right there, that one actually gets stopped by the gun breech. Or by the breech, like the housing. The actual breech mechanism's quite small. That's the one that did it. That's the one that knocked my crew out. So it went through the gunner's arm. Actually hit his primary sight too. He's lucky it didn't take his head off. It went right next to him. So it went through his arm. It probably would have... Hard to see. That probably would have mostly taken his arm off. Mostly. Because it kind of went half thickness through his arm. And then it went half thickness through the loader's right wrist. Actually, no, the dart itself missed his wrist, but the shrapnel hit him. So yeah, that's why I couldn't shoot after that. And then we got the Hero M60 saving the day. Face is disappearing? Yeah, from the thermals, I know. No, synthwave. I mean, I do have my synth playlist. I could put that on. I wasn't going to have music playing while I was doing flight sim, but I suppose I could. We've all heard Merlin engines before, enough times. Give me a moment. I know it's playing over the menu music at the moment. Diesel Fury. So we're basically on the flank of some M1s. But I never get tired of Merlin engines. Likewise. But honestly, the internal sound isn't really... It's not bad, it's just nothing to write home about. And the external sounds in Flight Sim aren't the best at the moment, at least not for the Spit. Mind if I tag along? I could set it to multiplayer, yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm not gonna engage him with the main gun, because I really cannot be fucked. Actually, no, I'll have to actually knock out the driver, won't I? So we'll go ahead and... We'll have to waste a dart on him, but... And I missed the driver. Have to waste 2 on him. There's the seek time as it winds all the way around the carousel. One more. We'll just put it straight through the front. There we go. I have a heat round up the spout, which is not ideal for dealing with M1s from the side. I should try and finagle it into his hull around the special armor while he's busy murdering my buddy. There we go. We hit his hull ammunition compartment. Now we'll get a saber round up the spout. I'm gonna try and knock his crew out. Good enough. I don't think he's going to keep fighting. How's our body doing? Not too well, I would wager. Oh no, he's still going. Impressive. It's actually possible that round went through the front of the bottom blowout panel, which would vent fire into the crew compartment, but I'm not sure. Either way, the fact I'm able to get this close to the Abrams without getting killed suggests that he's out of action, so we shouldn't need to worry about him anymore. Not yet, Zach, but they're planning on it. It'll be multi-crew, so you can have friends drive your tank while you gun, and it will have co-op. I think they've said that there will be PvP at some point. It's in the plans, but it's not a priority. Oh god, please don't. Please don't! Please. Oof. Yeah, that was kind of inevitable. Oh, and this guy's gun barrel's damaged, so he can't fire. So we're basically toast. Interesting. So, what did I hit on him? Oh wow, this guy got oofed by the fucking T-72 down the field. Hit Loader's head, penetrated Loader's skull and brain, torso, so the Loader's dead. So he's effectively out of combat. This guy's autoloader got done in. There's going to be a lot of these 2 trading shots while me and the other guy get in a position. That cooked him right there, propellant casing hit. Looks like he still managed to get one last shot off before he brewed up. It's the BRDM driver losing his nuts. Oh, parallax. That's why I wasn't hitting the driver. Again. Yeah, that would be why. I need to remember to adjust for that. And then that one was actually effective. Kind of. That was a shot from the M1, so that's what damaged his gun barrel. It hit the muzzle crown, so that's why he couldn't shoot. And then he wounded the commander. But it seems like it was a fairly light wound? Question mark. Went through the machine gun stowage box. Then that's me hitting him in the ammo. So that was apparently enough to put him out of action. Yeah, because it went in through the door there, see? So it would have vented fire into the crew compartment. And then this is just follow-up shots. That one actually skipped off the bottom of my hull, right there. I thought he missed me, but he actually hit me. It just ricocheted. So I hit the loader. I guess he still had one at the spout, though. And then that just absolutely fucked me. Let's try it again. Yeah, parallax comes into play, because the gun sight is offset high and to the left of the main gun. So at that close of a range, you have to account for it. See how much offset there is there. So we'll try and put one into the driver as well. There we go. Not today, Gavin. Must have been a way to unload these guns, right? Yeah, there is. But it's just not modeled yet. Oh, he's looking. I just got away with that. And again, it vented into the crew compartment because I hit him from the front. Oh, that was close. He was looking right at me. So because it's single crew at the moment, what you would normally have is in a T-72. We'll actually just pause it. Interesting. So in a T-72, the commander would constantly be sweeping his cupola back and forth. So his cupola rotates independently of the turret. He has his own sight. It's like a little binocular periscope, or it's a periscope. I don't remember if it's single optic, I think. It's this one under the light here. It's like where the Germans in World War II used to have their little rabbit ears coming out the top. It's the same basic thing, except instead of rabbit ears, it's just a single episcope. And he is constantly sweeping that back and forth looking for targets. His sight has little graduations for rough range finding. So low FPS, I know, right? And then, especially in a stationary position, the gunner would also be independently searching by sweeping the turret back and forth, which is what I was doing there, but he'd be doing it from the gun sight. So the gunner would be basically doing this, and then he'd get to the left of arc, and then he'd start going the other way. And all the while, him and the commander are independently searching for targets. And then whoever spots a target first lays the gun onto it. The commander has an override so he can slew the turret to face what he's looking at. And then the gunner would engage it. Don't think I've heard, but yeah, they plan to model smoke discharges, and I think the hot smoke from the exhaust as well. It's just not modeled yet. So he's toast. We've got to be ready for the next Abrams, just over this ridge. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Well, that was quick. The Abrams is doing the same thing, so his commander spotted me and immediately power traversed the turret onto me and just murdered me. And I think the AI T-72 down in the field is probably dead, so there's nothing left to distract him. There we go. Killed the gunner. Let's see if we can brew the tank. No, who cares? It's not going to fight back anyway. Is this going to be on Steam? I'm not sure if they plan to do Steam distribution once the game's actually complete. So at the moment, the way to get it is through itch. But who knows if they'll expand to other platforms afterwards. Like, it's probably going to be... I think the end of the year is their timeline they're aiming for to get the sort of overall demo preview out, the vertical slice, which is meant to demonstrate everything in the game, but in a sort of narrow way. And then the full version of the game will come after that. So the game's probably a couple years off at least, but it's getting there. So the 3BM15 is not the best Sabo ammo around, but it is enough to get the job done. If you hit the side array of the Abrams from this range, it will penetrate. Yeah, he's dead. So... for the loss of 2 T-72s and I think no, shit. Yeah, 3 T-72s, so 2 down there and my first one. We've destroyed 3 Abrams. I think there might be one more, or it's just 113s. I don't remember. There's a 113 there. Yeah, I think we're out of Abrams. Forgot to adjust my aim. So the T-72's fire control system doesn't automatically super elevate the gun for you. You have to do it manually. Like, it will range the gun automatically, but you have to apply the super elevation yourself, which might have been what Millen meant earlier. Probably was, now I think about it. So that part's not automatic, but it's pretty trivial to just raise the gun yourself. Just, I occasionally forget to do it when I swap ammo types, so hello. Hey buddy, what you doing? Nothing now. That's the one I already knocked out, isn't it? I think it is. It is possible that these Abrams aren't quite considered dead yet. So we can fix that. Actually got stopped by the firewall and the ammo rack. That should have gone through. There we go. Addicted to Cyberpunk more so than nicotine, apparently, so I'm gonna go do that. Alright, man, have fun. Have to model Missing Contact 1 to demonstrate corruption? Yeah. Yeah, really. MiG-21 hard? No, it's not. Why, what happened? You need MiG-21 advice, you come to the right place. Zach's in chat as well. One of the best MiG-21 pilots I know. If we had Davey and Yink in here, we'd have the whole crew. Oh, this guy got fucked. Scuffed it. It happens. Look, I scuff it, dude. I've been flying it for that long, I still scuff it sometimes. You can't fly perfectly every day. Thanks for the resub, by the way. 15 months. Which has gone very quickly. Very, very quickly. Oh, whoa! My dudes! It penetrated the gun barrel, and then the fucking shrapnel ricocheted all the way down the gun barrel, bounced like 3 times down the gun barrel, and got stopped by the breech face. I was going to say hit warhead, it must have hit the round in the chamber, but it actually threw frag out, which hit one of the heat rounds behind the gunner. Went through the gunner and hit the heat round behind him. Farts, stop that one. That one went straight through the lower front plate. He got kind of lucky with that hit. And then through the carousel. So that brewed him up. That was my first shot, so that was the Sabo round I had to get out the barrel. It went between the commander's legs. That would be an experience, I guess. And that one zapped the BRDM gunner. That's the heat round I put in, so that took off his right leg. The flotation shield on the 113 is actually quite effective at stopping the worst of a heat round from going through. It'll still penetrate, but like it throws a lot of the shrapnel off. Oh my god, he's so lucky. That went through the edge of the carousel, but it didn't hit any throwing charges. That one did, though. That one did. Straight through the thinner armor. So around the driver's vision blocks, you can actually see it on the external model. That is an area that is not covered by composite. That is just straight rolled homogeneous armor, and it's not very thick either. And so it just goes clean through. That's also a disadvantage of the T80 compared to the T72 and the T64, because the T80 has 3 scopes instead of 1 for the driver. Well, this has 3, but there's 2 small, like very small ones on the hatch. The 3 large ones on the T80 mean that gap is larger, and so it's easier to get around through it. What's the game? This is Gonna Heat PC. Or GHPC for short. It's an indie game currently in development. There's a public build available on the itch app at itch.io, but it's quite early development, so it won't be finished for quite a long time. You can see the glorious log there has failed to stop the Sabo. The log does actually have its own armor value. It is like a specific material, so it behaves like wood, not like metal. T80 has the power to weight of a Chad tank, so that's all I need. Yeah, the T80 should be fun when it comes. That was my second shot, which wiped out, or third shot technically, which wiped out the driver. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Flight level 30 sniper, or FL30 sniper, whichever. I read FL30 as flight level, it's automatic. FL30 sniper, thank you. So, that is the one where I managed to just hip shot the Abrams, and thankfully killed him before he killed me. You can see his barrel was pointed right at me. And it went in through the front door of that ammo rack, which is why it actually killed his crew. It also threw shrapnel on the way in. So that was a very lucky shot. And then, actually, as that round was sending shrapnel around the inside of his tank, like before the gunner succumbed to his wounds and before the ammunition cooked off, he was able to get a shot away, which went into the AI tank. And, into the AI tank, I think, and damaged his gun breech. So I'm lucky he was still functional. This is the one that killed me. And you can see that the actual dart from the Saber round kept going for quite a long distance. But the damage it actually did is it came in above the spotlight, through the thin armor of the turret roof. Looks like it kind of sort of normalized, almost, like it bit into it and then went down and just sprayed the commander in the face. But the thing that actually killed me is it hit a propellant casing behind the commander. So it cooked the tank off. So then I took control of the AI, quickly made this... Oh, sorry, no, that was my shot, I think, before I got cooked. So yeah, I was able to make a shot into him, but it was a Saber round, and it did nothing. This is the problem with Saber rounds. If you hit the Abrams in the side, it'll penetrate, but it just won't hit anything on the way through. Well, it did hit the commander's right foot, but I mean, you don't really need your right foot that badly. And then that was the second shot, so that absolutely finished me right there. That absolutely finished me. So then I took control of the AI, managed to get a Saber round up through the turret ring, actually. You can kind of see it looks almost like it ricocheted partly off the hull side into the turret ring and then just threw shrapnel straight into the gunner. Actually, the Saber round itself went through the gunner. So that killed him straight away. So that tank was rendered not a threat. I tried to get a shot into the ammo rack there, but was aiming too far forwards. That one went through the gunner's leg. So that must have been what disabled this Abrams, was the gunner getting wounded in the leg. Because that other shot is at the one further down the hill. So that disabled him by killing his gunner, and that disabled him by wounding his gunner. And his loader slightly. So then I just finished these guys off. Ouch. Smoking pair of legs right there. And then I had to finish these guys. That one is a little far forwards, so it just didn't really do much. That killed the commander. That actually caused the ammo to cook and went through the doors, so it went straight into the crew compartment. And then this was the killing blow right here. Same thing, through the doors into the crew compartment. And then we're back to the start. Is the M833 the only 105 Saber round, or do you also have the earlier 774? It's the only one at the moment. I think they're going to add more ammo types later. What else can we do for missions? Do Ambush, which is a night mission in the T-55, and you'll see just how horrible its night vision is. And then we might do one of the BRDM missions, which are extremely hard, because the gun's not stabilized at all. Turn our convoy lights off. Get in nice and close so I can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna go ahead and pre-set my gun for 500, but I don't think that affects the night sight anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Get our spotlight on. There we go. Low. That's better. Still a bit low. can't see shit. There we go. Oh, he's still driving. Are you serious? Die already. The free version doesn't let you drive the Abrams or the T-72, Zach. The Patreon version does, because that's how they're supporting the development, basically, is Patreon money. I'm really not leading these guys anywhere near enough for heat rounds. We'll hit them with some APHE. That's always a crowd pleaser, if I can actually hit them. God, they're so hard to see. The bloom off the gun sight actually makes them very hard to spot. Let it too much. The APHE in the T-55 is my favourite ammunition in the game. It's so much fun. You only have a few rounds of it, and it's kind of an anachronism, but God, it's fun. That fucked him. Right, go to Sabo. Try and just pick off this guy here. I'm gonna have to do an ammo restock here in a minute. Yeah, let's go ahead and restock. When you're restocking, the stabilizer turns off. Obviously, you don't want the turret rotating around and the loader getting sucked into the turret monster. See, the AI has a little trouble reversing on slopes still. It is a work in progress. So we'll let it restock a couple rounds and then we'll push up. Unlike the T-72, where it takes quite a while to reload the autoloader, the T-55 restocks very, very quickly. The T-72 takes like 20 or 30 seconds a round, and even that's probably a little faster than it should be. Where do you think you're going? I aimed way too high on him. I forgot I still had a Sabo up spout. Not enough lead. I can't see shit. There he is. Short. Too much lead. We'll go back to Sabo. There we go. That did the trick. Let's get the BR-412 up next. That was a little low. Okay, I think we've killed the M60s, I think. So we'll try for the 113s if we can spot them. They're quite hard to see in the dark. That was a direct hit. He's still driving though. Okay, he's smoking now. This is a fixed zoom sight, by the way, which adds to the difficulty of hitting anything with it. There we go. All NATO forces neutralized. Now I'm going to drive down closer so you guys can see the cool shadows that the active IR casts in the darkness. Tanks are apparently ripe as fuck. I can imagine they would be, yeah. The only one I have been in was not, obviously not in combat, but also not fully crewed. It just got taken out for a rip around the paddock, so it didn't smell too bad. It mostly smelled like just old, you know, oil and fucking hydraulic oil and all the usual stuff. But I can imagine in combat they would smell pretty fucking right. You can also see how the gun gets bumped up when I go over a hill that's too steep for the stabilizer to account for. Look at these shadows, man. Imagine fighting in a forest or a city with this tank at night. Be some real horror game shit. Nothing over there. Let's drive right up to these guys. Let's hit the after action report and let's make it daytime so we can see. There we go. So my first shot was low. Second shot went into the whole machine gun storage and actually threw shrapnel into the gunner's right leg. And his controls, interestingly enough. The shrapnel went through his leg up into the fucking control yoke. Then that next round mostly fucked up the suspension, but also threw more shrapnel at the gunner and the loader. That was crushed by impact angle, which is interesting. So heat rounds will not always go off. They may ricochet without detonating, or they'll be crushed into armor. Yeah, it's intended to be like Steel Beast, but with like, it's easier to pick up. So it'll have a lot of the same features, just easier for people to get into. So again, I guess the best comparison would be like M1 Tank Platoon 2 or something. Yeah, only 3BM15 for the 125. When we get the Soviet tanks, that will change. We'll get the better stuff. So that disabled his engine. That was a BR-412. That actually failed to penetrate, and it detonated on the side of the turret. Then that was a BR-412 that didn't fail to penetrate. That went straight in and detonated right behind the driver and went into every ammo rack in the tank, except the turret. So that blew the shit out of him. That was mobility kill on the engine. That narrowly, oh, actually missed his ammo by quite a bit. That one hit his ammo. Another hit to the engine. I think, like, I'm just shooting at dead tanks here because I didn't see them actively burning. Generally, you want to shoot at something until it changes shape or changes color. Either because the hatches have popped open or because it's on fire. So that was our HE round at this guy. It penetrated behind the flotation panel and blew up right in front of the engine. Next one went through through the troop compartment, blew up against the fuel tank on the other side. Threw a piece of shrapnel through the driver, threw a couple through the Threw a piece between the... Not between the gunner's legs, it went out his leg. That one hit a bit low, detonated against the track, and then we're back to the start. Yeah, mango's the good stuff. But I don't think we're going to get it in this because it's too modern. So the cutoff at the moment is 85. It had to be in Centag's area of operations, and it had to be 1985, or slightly before. Anything that was present in 1985 in that area will be in the game initially, and then later on, if they start adding more theaters, it'll be, you know, you'll get more vehicles then. What was I gonna do? What's the dot again? Friendly recon section set up to your front. Friendly forces forced back by the recon section and cannot observe further. You know what? We'll do this one. I think last time I played this mission, I got absolutely fucked. Ooh. So we're looking for a BRDM and an ATGM section. Oh, hello. Hey, buddy. Apparently the gunner in my AI buddy there is fucking enormously incompetent to miss that shot. Problem is, where is this fucking ATGM team? Let's just daylight on the ridgeline. Thought I saw a heat signature. Oh shit! This is bad. Oh, he's charging. Oh shit, there's the ATGM. Well, the other Abrams is fucked. Uh-oh. Do you guys see what I see? The reason we're rolling 3BM15 at the moment, Zach, is because they're East German T-72 M1s. And 3BM15 is the best the East Germans could afford. They're down in that fucking valley. There you are. He hit me, but not quickly enough. Oh, this is getting spicy. Oh, shit. Oh, now they crest the hill. Now they crest the fucking hill. That was really well played by the AI. That was really well played by the AI. I just got absolutely fucking ruined. Oof. Oh, he got popped by a T-72, not the ATGM. The ATGM fired at him, but it didn't actually do anything. It tracked him. That's it. It was a T-72 that actually killed him. And then the ATGM hit him again and, like, made sure he was killed. Hit driver's lower spine. Yeah, he's fucked. Oh, wow. You can actually see right there. It did a freeze frame right as the ammo stowage popped. So he must have got hit. Interesting. It doesn't show the actual hit that caused it to pop, but you can see the panels popping there. So that's the blowout panels in action. Hang on. Glitch, maybe? Yeah, that might be a glitch. I wonder. Because it doesn't say that anything went into the ammo stowage. So that shouldn't have popped. And it's still showing the ammo there. Dunno. It is a mystery. But that one would have fucked him anyway, because that went straight in. That was me killing the ATGM. And then these T-72s. Turret cheek ate that one, turret cheek ate that one. That one just shattered off the bottom of the turret. That was the one that got me straight through the gunner and into the loader. So that was all played on that part. Be very heavily outnumbered, so even strong as it is, they won't matter that much. Yeah. Yeah, very much so. Which is the one that I want to do? I think it's Brick Battle Arena. Yeah, BRDM assaulting anything in your way. Unknown numbers of M113s. I'm gonna get my ass kicked because this is really difficult. They're very they're hard targets to see because a lot of them are hull down. And because you do not have a stabilized gun in this... Driver killed already. Yeah, my gunnery's not good enough in the BRDM to really do this, but we'll restart it. We'll go around the back this time. We'll be sneaky boy. I kind of feel like, I mean, I don't know how the actual mount for the M2 on the 113 is set up, but I kind of feel like guns that are gunner stabilized, so to speak, should actually act as though they have a rudimentary stabilizer at least. Like, they should at least be stabilized in pitch, if not both axes. Because it just makes it, like, unnecessarily difficult otherwise. Especially when, you know, in real life, the gunner is able to kind of compensate for movement with his own body. Of course, in the case of the BRDM, you've got the turret to cope with, so it's not going to help much either way. These things aren't really intended to fire on the move. Certainly not with any degree of accuracy. watch me drive right into an ambush. I know the frame rate's kind of low. I'll probably bump my settings down a touch for next time I stream this. It runs a bit smoother when I'm not streaming, it's just that because it's not optimized yet and because OBS is kind of fighting it for GPU resources, it chugs a little. I think there's a couple of them down here from memory, or I might be in the wrong spot. This is a real location in Germany, by the way, Point Alpha. Somewhere out in one of these open fields is a pair of 113s, although I've probably gone completely the wrong way. Most likely the first I'll know about them is when I drive in front of them and get murdered by machine guns. We'll grab this road here and follow it. Look at me doing the thing that I used to yell at people for doing in DayZ, following a road. Oh, shit. Oh no, the fucking searchlight! Ugh! Please, please, please don't see me. I think we've cooked both of them. They're both smoking. Good. Interestingly, the turret rotation on the BRDM, it doesn't want to rotate past the searchlight, so it's going all the way around the other way. I don't know if they're aware of that. I don't know if it's intentional behavior. I might have to ask. There's another one up there. You can actually see him from down here. Doesn't help that we're on a hill. He was quite a small target. You might see him now. Smoking. Don't think I'd want to be in a BRDM. Yeah, no. I wouldn't either. I think there's another one or two 113s up here. To be fair, well, I wouldn't want to be in a BRDM. I think I'd want to be in an M113 even fucking less. Oh, don't look. Don't look. He's turned the wrong way. Get fucked. Okay, he's starting to smolder as well. Guns loaded. Last one should be up here. Yeah, he's over on my left. There we go. All NATO forces neutralized. Last time I played this mission, I killed him right as he killed me, so we got double neutralized. Streamer's running about as well as a Soviet gaming PC? Oh shit, is it? Try refreshing, because it looks fine on... Oh no, it... Oh my lord, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of dropped frames. And for a moment there, my bitrate was spiking up into like 15,000, which is really odd. It shouldn't be doing that. Don't know why. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know if that's Twitch or OBS, or if it's because OBS doesn't cope well with the game. But we'll do one more mission, we'll hop over to Flight Sim. We will do M60A3 Wave. I like this mission. Yeah, it's odd that it was saying the bitrate was spiking that high. It should never ever go above at least about 7,000. Yeah, that was really weird. Now, this mission is kind of difficult to pull off, but you can do it. The times I have done it, it's usually been off stream. We're going to try and zip down the flank here. Let the M60s all get distracted by the BRDM and then pop them in the side. He just got fucked. Should have some coming out of that forest shortly. Oh shit, there's one. Oh no! They spotted me right away. God damn it. We didn't even get to BR412 anyone. Who got me? Oh, he did. You son of a bitch. Through that many bushes? Really? The AI can see a little too well, to be honest. Like, you throw up a pretty massive cloud of dust and muzzle flash when you fire, but through that many bushes, a little bit sus. Just a little bit. Oh well, I think I've run this mission on previous streams, so if you want to see how this one plays out when it's done properly, just check one of the old GHPC VODs. But we're going to call it for this, because I've been playing it for nearly 4 hours and I only meant to play it for like less than 1. And we're going to do some Flight Sim. Give me a moment to set that up. Hopefully there isn't some massive update. If there is, we might just do something else. Wall hacking, yeah, really. I mean, I know he has the TTS, so he can see quite well through foliage, but not quite that well. Like, the TTS is good, but it's not that good. So, what we're going to be doing in Flight Sim, assuming it's up to date and nothing breaks, is we're going to take the Spitfire 9 that I was flying before. We're going to take off from Turkmenbashi, which was formerly known as Krasnovodsk. We'll do a quick flyover of the S200 site for those that missed it last time. There is an S200 site there, I spotted it. Didn't know it was there until I flew right over it. And then we're going to fly up the eastern coast of the Caspian Sea, northwards. We're going to land at Aktau, land at a couple other airports around Kazakhstan, and then we'll head up to Russia. Probably end the stream in Astrakhan, because then next time I want to go up through the Volga River, basically follow the Volga all the way up to Kazan. I'll watch it after the stream, Jazz. Been trying to do homework, but I'm hooked. Oh shit, I'm sorry, dude. You should probably do your homework. You can always catch the VOD later, but homework tends to be time sensitive. Yeah, we started out in Batumi, and then flew up the coast to Gelendzhik, flew over Putin's mansion, which is actually in the sim, just as 2D scenery. Well, 2D scenery plus autogen, rather. Like, it's not photogrammetric. Then we flew back down the coast, up the valley to Tbilisi, did a refueling stop at Sanaki Airbase, and then from Tbilisi landed to refuel, flew out to Baku, landed to refuel again, and then across the Caspian to Turkmenbashi. Continuing the Caspian journey, I'm just starting my Capri-Sun journey. So, I will warn you guys, unless they fixed it since last time I played, you're going to see some really cursed shit around Turkmenbashi. There's a bit of an issue where, for reasons I could only begin to imagine, parts of the Caspian Sea are in fact levitating. Baku has a similar issue where the sea level around the coast and the sea level out at sea are different. Like the satellite had some fucky data or something, and the sim has not interpreted it correctly. The whole area I'm flying in is just autogen. Like, no human has touched this. So we're seeing both the best and the worst of Flight Sim 2020's scenery, literally, during one trip. Which is part of the reason I'm doing this trip. It kind of showcases the best and worst that the Flight Sim has to offer. There we go. Looks like it's grabbed the right window. Let me just fidget myself into a more comfortable position. I still need to raise my desk up, because at the moment I gotta push myself back about a foot so that my knees don't slam into the bottom of it, especially my right knee, which is my bad one, is at risk. So I have to sit all the way back, which makes it much harder to see things in DCS. It's just generally uncomfortable. Recenter my tracker. Now, I do apologize in advance for any thrills and spills on takeoff or landing. I have difficulties with the Spitfire at the best of times because I am a little too aggressive with the rudder. And because the Spitfire in this sim currently has tail wheel steering because the SDK doesn't support caster steering or like freecastering wheels, it is a real pig to get onto or off of the ground. The devs are aware of it. They will fix it once it's available in the SDK, but it's not available in the SDK yet. Imagine being above 18 years old. Oh, come on, man. Don't do me like that. The sim's taking a surprising amount of time to boot up today. Now, I did attempt to set up a flight plan for this, but the sim will try and calculate the shortest distance between hops, and so once I got about 30 stops in, it started fucking up my course. So, we're not going to bother. I'm just going to load badlifechoices.pln. That is the one. There we go. So it's 292... Oh, that's the wind. It doesn't show me the actual fucking bearing I need, which is kind of annoying. And it's showing 7:02 AM. Local, I hope. Let's check flight conditions. Yep. We'll set it to live players, I think. No, we'll set it to all players. There we go. So if 3 Shy is still here and you'd like to fly along, you can. So the departure airfield is UTAC, Turkmenbashi Airport. 20s is best age? Yeah, 20s is best. Like, early to mid-20s. If I could just be like 24 or 25 forever, I would be. Back just in time for Spitfire shenanigans? Yep. It hasn't saved my aircraft though, which is curious. I would think that it would have. It saved the plan, but not the aircraft. There we go, Spit Mark 9. What was it we worked out the weight was? 7,000 pounds or so? Or was it 7,000 or 7.5? We need full fuel for sure. I think it was 7. And we're within CG limits. I can't remember what the serial number for this Spit is. I'm not going to bother changing any of that shit. Let's do it. We're going to start on the runway because we would have realistically just refueled after the last flight. I'm not going to go through the whole cold start. I'm like mentally still fucking 12. I'm just physically 31. Well, I say physically 31, my actual age is 31, but in terms of like physical deterioration, I'm pretty sure I'm 60. Being in the military for any length of time just like doubles your physical age. Got my new British passport the other day. It's a horrible Brexit edition. Ooh, rip. I'm gonna stay competitive in a MiG-21 if I don't have my 16-year-old eyes. With the radar, my dude. With the radar. That thing is so underrated. Although, like, honestly, since I got the new monitor, I can spot people from 50 to 100 kilometers every time. It's when they get closer I lose sight of them. Like, when the imposter dot changes into the actual visual model of the aircraft, that's when I lose them. So, it's DCS's big spotting problem. BVR may as well not exist, because you can see people 100 kilometers away as a single dot, if you've got a good enough monitor. But, which is too far. Like, in real life, you'd be lucky to see an aircraft more than 10 kilometers away, even a big aircraft more than 10 kilometers away. You'd see contrails. You'd see contrails for a long fucking way. Smoke trails you'd see for a fair distance, like the MiG-29 you'd see from its smoke trail before you see the aircraft. But 10 kilometers is more realistic. In DCS it's like 100. No joke. But then when they get close, they're too hard to see because we don't have glints off the canopy or off the wings. We don't have things like that, and they just tend to blend in against the background. So, close range spotting is much better in Cliffs of Dover, where you do have glints off the canopy. You know, you'll see this flash and you'll go, oh, there's a plane there. Gonna have to make the third world line to enter the EU. Yeah. Australian, Zach. I moved over here when I was like 8. I was in the UK for a few years before that. I was only a reservist, so nothing special. Never went anywhere, never did anything, but I managed to fuck up my right knee, and then the usual bad back from carrying heavy shit thing. Technically speaking, I'm not sure how I even passed the medical, because with the kind of health problems that have come to light in the past couple of years, I shouldn't have passed it, but I did. I think it's because I enlisted right around the time of the Afghan surge, and even though I wasn't joining the regs, so I wasn't going to Afghanistan, they needed people to fill places that regs had left open. And we also had reserve guys that went into the regs to fill gaps, so kind of went both ways. Okay, flaps are up, as they should be. Gear is down. I'd be worried if it wasn't. put the fuel pressure knob on in case I climb up. We will... Hang on. On. Yeah, there we go. So it's actually... It's not lefty-loosey, righty-tighty on this valve, it's the other way around, which is very British. So that's my oxygen. We're not going to actually turn the regulator on at the moment because we don't need it. We'll go ahead and pop the rads because we're in a hot climate. Pitot, heat, maybe. Yeah, sure, why not? Fuel pump, why not? Again, for altitude. And I think we're good to go. So we'll just gently give us some throttle. Oh, parking brake every goddamn time. And I just zoomed my view out. How popular? I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, it's very popular with uni students, but other than that, I couldn't tell you. There we go, I had to click it. I forget, it's scroll to apply the brake, but it's click to get rid of the parking brake. And we'll put the radio on too, even though I don't want to deal with air traffic control. Second Australian whose right knee got fucked up in the forces. It happens a lot. Knees and backs are the things that the infantry tends to screw. Alright, I just threw my track IR out of alignment, so... There we go. Quickly check our controls. Yeah, we're good. Looks like we got a slight crosswind. I'm full right rudder right now. Oh my... Yep. This is fine. I don't know why that happened, but it did. It's fine, this can take off from grass fields, so I'm sure sand is just fine. You know what? No. We're not dealing with ATC today, go away. No, it wasn't that strong of a crosswind, and it was going the other way anyway. It wasn't blowing me left, it should have been blowing me right. Come off the revs. Now this is going to be fiddly. I have to do this with the fucking mouse because my left throttle's still busted. About 72%, close to 2650 revs. Well, I don't see any levitating water yet, which is a good sign, but I'm sure we will. Oh, no, now I do. So, welcome to Turkmenbashi, or as it was formerly known, Krasnovodsk. There was a PVO training center here in Soviet times. There's also something of a health resort town, I think. Oh, Zach, you don't know, my son. He doesn't know, chat. Don't tell him. So here's the actual town. This is all auto-gen scenery. None of this is hand-curated. It's all just automatically done. You know what? No, there's the floating water. Okay, it's not as severe as it was. Oh, no. I tell a lie again. There we go. There's the floating water right in front of me. This thing is extremely annoying to trim. It's so twitchy. Partly because I don't have a stick extension, I think. Partly just because I think they've made it a little too twitchy in the control rigging. Yeah, ask Pom about Turkmenistan. You'll learn things that you never knew and never wanted to know. We'll run at it. Auto lean. Who wants to see an S200 site? I just gotta remember which end of this peninsula it's on. I think it's to my left. PVO is Air Defense Forces. Protivo-Vozdushny Sily. It encompassed both the missile troops of the air defense missile troops, so SAM sites, things like that, and also the interceptor force. So the Soviet military had 5 arms, not 3. Army, Navy, Air Force, Air Defense Force, and Strategic Rocket Forces, which is the nuclear deterrent. The PVO no longer exists, it was just folded into the Air Force, at least the interceptor component was, and the ground-based component is now the Army Air Defense. Yeah, here it is. So, this is an S200 or SA5 site coming up on the left wing. Those 2 roads, yeah, it's only 2 for this site. Those 2 roads are the fire control radars, right there. So they're usually elevated on berms or ramps. And then those are the actual missile batteries. 1 launcher per revetment, and then usually 2 or 3 transloaders per launcher. So radar heads, actual launchers. You can actually see the shadows of the radar heads on the ground. And then that's the administrative site where they assemble the missiles, fuel them up, where the troops are stationed, etc., etc. Is Pom a pilot in real life? No. I really don't like the way zoom is done in this. You can't, at least last I checked, you can't bind it to an axis. And I'd like to bind it to an axis. I don't like having it on a button, because it either overshoots or undershoots. Anyway, let's climb up a bit. I have no idea what bearing Akhtar is from Turkmenbashi. I should probably have actually written down a flight plan, but that's something that smart people do, and we don't do that shit around here. Imagine planning, right? So if I wanted to, and we will come back to it later in this grand journey, this is going to take me months, if not a year, to complete, guys, the course I've set myself, but later in this grand journey we will fly down to Ashgabat, which is back that way. Basically just follow the coast down that way and then up the mountains along the Iranian border. And then from Ashgabat we can go to Mari, which is where the Soviets had their aggressor training center, or their combat training center with their aggressor squadron. What's the index for the radars again? It's 5N... I did know it, but I've forgotten. It's 5N28 or something. The revetments are more typically around the missiles themselves, because if one of the missiles goes high order, you don't want it leveling the whole site. Do you know what aircraft they used? MiG-21s, MiG-23s, and MiG-29s. That livery you were using in Cold War in the 29 with the shark mouth, that's their aggressor livery. And the AM on the tail stands for Avia Mari, and was quickly scrubbed off when the Turkmen inherited the aircraft, because apparently it's profanity in the Turkmen language. 5N62, that's it. Nice sunrise over there. Pick up a little altitude. So we'll just do a bit of a cruise climb. We won't push this thing's climb rate, we'll just take it nice and easy. About 6 pounds of boost. My memory's starting to go a bit, so I don't remember the best cruise settings for this bit. It was 2650 revs, I think, and then reasonably high boost, like 8 or 10 pounds boost, something like that. I have to get my big book of Spitfires out once I finish building my book cabinet. Or bookcase, whatever. If you could just stay in the climb, that would be nice. The trim speed on this feels kind of weird. Like it's too much or too little. Hate using zoom on an axis. If it's on buttons in DCS, you should really use zoom in and out slow. I prefer having the axis, honestly. I never used to use it coming from IL2, where it was just keys on the keyboard, but once I started using it in DCS, I really started preferring zoom on an axis, especially on the slider on the Warthog throttle, because it has a center detent, so I can use that to just keep it at a consistent amount when I'm not using the zoom. Whereas in this, or in IL2, Great Battles, I have to zoom in and then zoom out, and I don't know if I've got the right amount of zoom. It's just a headache. I prefer having something with a physical detent where I know it's back to neutral. Their 23s are painted the same way, Zach. They had usually like a mascot of a stinging hornet or a wasp or something, and they had like lightning bolts or bands of stars on yellow stripes like the sabers used to have in Korea, and they'd have a shark mouth on them. It's like a big salt lake or something there. So those mountains you can kind of make out in the horizon in the distance right there. That's the mountain range that separates Iran from Turkmenistan, and that's the range that Ashgabat sits on the northern side of. Hornet's actually inspired by an A1 Skyraider livery. I did not know that. Trim has acceleration. At first it's too slow, then way too fast, but even the increments are too big in some aircraft. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, even in DCS, trimming the Spitfire is a pain in the ass, but trimming it here is even worse. The ridge of crazy, yeah. And then north of those mountains, it's just dead flat. Absolutely dead flat. And then you've got more mountains in the northeast of the country, which separates it from Uzbekistan, I think. Or is it Kazakhstan? I can't remember. It's probably both. My Central Asian geography is not the best, I have to admit. I know that both Yink and Pom would be ashamed of me saying that, but it is true. I can't hear mine from my bedroom, but also I'm used to, like... See, a clock ticking will annoy me, but I have an old-fashioned... Well, it's not old-fashioned, but I have a quartz clock next to my bed anyway, an alarm clock, so I can hear that ticking. But, I'm used to having a really loud PC. This one's dead silent, I never hear it, even when it's under load. My old PC, even idle, because I had all the fans manually cranked to 100% just to try and stop it from melting, Beepski Mark 1 was like having an R15-300 in full afterburner next to my desk. So I got so accustomed to having that background noise that I couldn't sleep without the noise of my PC. I could hear it from the other end of my old flat. Through multiple walls, it was that loud. I got used to hearing it. I couldn't sleep without it. Oh yeah, the Soyuz clock is fucking loud. Ever read about the accidental incursion of the Iranian Chinooks into the Soviet Union? Yes. Imagine getting lost so badly you fly within 40 kilometers of the Soviet Union's combat training center and then get dunked by a MiG-23. That was pretty harsh. There was also another incursion where the Iranians flew a pair of Cobras into... I don't remember if the Cobras came over the Soviet border or if they intruded into Afghanistan while the Soviets were occupying it, but a couple of Iranian Cobras got shot down as well. So we got a bit of an inlet in the coast coming up here. Afghanistan? Yeah. I knew it was one of the two. And that was a MiG-23 regiment of the PVO. The Turkmen Soviet Socialist Republic and the Turkmenia PVO district was actually one of the last two places where the MiG-19 was operated by the Soviet Union in a combat role. So there was, I think, one regiment in Turkmenistan that had the 19P, and there was another regiment in the Moscow military district, of all places, that had the 19P right up until the 70s. Like the mid to late 70s. So we are above 12,000 feet. Our supercharger's kicked in on its second stage. Didn't Pakistani Vipers get in a similar mess? The Pakistanis were intentionally intruding into Afghanistan on the eastern border. They damaged a MiG-23. So there's a particular MiG-23 in Afghanistan. Like you'll find it in photos of Afghanistan with a painting of a vulture with a crippled wing and a sling. That was the MiG-23 that got hit, so they obviously had a sense of humor about it. The pilot didn't. He was fucking mad. He wanted to kill an F-16 and he got cheated of his chance. He was escorting bombers, I believe. Well, I say bombers, they were other MiG-23 MLDs, but they were loaded up with bombs. And I think it was either in that same engagement or in a subsequent engagement where the Pakistanis claimed to kill, but according to the Soviets, it was the Pakistani wingman shot down its leader. MiG-17 lasted forever in the PVO as well. Yeah, it was used as a trainer as well. So a lot of Su-15 pilots started on MiG-17s and then went on to the Su-15 afterwards. I was kind of happy to see how many Su-15 pilots really loved that plane. They obviously had a very high opinion of it. Contrary to conventional Western wisdom about "ma bad plane, ma can't fight," they thought it was fantastic. So, we are way off course. Oh! Oh, what does blue mean? Is blue like restricted airspace? Is that something spicy? Because I want to fly over it. If that's something spicy, I want to fly over it. I haven't played Tarkov since they enforced the ping limit bullshit. I really hate when developers cop out to fucking pro gamers like that. Like, fuck off. Ping doesn't make a fucking difference. If anything, it hurts a person with the high ping more. What actually matters is packet loss and bad servers, particularly bad servers in the case of Tarkov. This canopy is fucking scratched as shit. It looks like they cleaned it with a Brillo pad, not a cloth. What's your favourite FC3 aircraft? MiG-29. It's the most fun to fly out of all the SC3 aircraft. Yeah, the Turkmen Air Force flies MiG-29s. We have liveries of Turkmen MiG-29s, in fact. Pom and I occasionally fly in them if we're going to go meme on GS. Game like CS, there can be a diff if it's anything above 60. Yeah, but it still hurts the person with the high ping. Like, there was a guy that did a detailed explanation of it. High ping does not give you an advantage in DCS, or not DCS, in CS, it gives you the opposite. Like, Pika's advantage doesn't fucking exist. People just like to make excuses because they fucking put themselves in stupid places and got domed, usually by a fucking pre-fire. Hey, Mesa. It's actually a really big lake. We may need to stop for fuel at a minor airfield somewhere. I'm not sure. The Spit's not the longest ranged of aircraft. Man, this is a big fucking lake. Holy shit. I kind of do wonder if there's airports around here. The problem is it won't show airports on the VFR map until you get close to them. And I'm not close enough to show any of these. I'll have to visit the area around here sometime. I don't think I'm going to have the fuel to fly along the coast of here and then back out to Aktal. God damn, that is a big lake. Yeah, it'd be Turkmenistan, probably. Class C airspace traffic area. I gotcha. I need to hit the books and study again so I can actually get back into real life flying, but I keep putting it off. Like, every time I'm ready to study, something comes up, in this case the move. So I remember virtually nothing about different classes of airspace, which were only partially relevant to me to begin with, because at the time, and possibly still, recreational pilots couldn't fly in controlled airspace. So... and there wasn't any at Bathurst. I could go pretty much wherever I wanted. What's my nearest? Canberra Airport. Why... if you mean in real life, it's YSCB, I think? It used to be Bathurst, which is YBTH, correction. That was my home airfield I used to fly out of. My place now is actually under the flight path into and out of Canberra. The main runway, I think, or the cross strip, I think I'm under the fly-out path for. The first stream I did of this sim was actually a flight from Bathurst down to Canberra in the Jabiru, which is the plane I learnt flying. KB, thanks for the follow. And Full Metal Cookie. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Airport's an Air National Guard base. I used to live up in Newcastle, so my closest then was Williamtown. And Willie is the home of 77 Squadron and number 2 OCU, so used to get Hornet flyovers all the time. It'd be F-35 flyovers now for 2 OCU. Still not reading on the bottom fuel gauge yet, which is good. Those canopy scratches, though. I get that they want to add detail to the canopy, but that's a bit extreme. Like, Jesus Christ. It literally looks like the ground crew just rubbed it with a piece of Brillo pad or sandpaper or something. Been to Sydney, never had enough time for Canberra. Is it worth it? There's a lot of interesting museums and stuff here because it's the capital. The Australian War Memorial Museum is fucking fantastic. I love going there. Otherwise, it's not bad. There's stuff to do. Fucking definitely better than Bathurst, that's for sure. That's cool. We got some low cloud there. That's really cool. ACT exists to create a cultureless bubble for the polys to live in. Yeah, well, also, at the time of Federation, it was used to stop them from drinking. And that didn't work too well, because they just built Queen Bee next door and put, like, every pub on Earth in it. Like, seriously, we have, like, 20-something pubs, I think. Some ridiculous number. Because this is where people from Canberra came to drink back in the old days. Yeah, COVID screwed me as well, because I was going to go over to Europe for TwitchCon last year, and then after TwitchCon I was going to stay with friends in the UK. And that didn't happen, needless to say. So I'm cooped up in this place. Really want to get back out of it. There was some traffic around here, according to the map. Don't see him now. To Portland, Australia. I used to go through Portland, Australia on the way into Sydney. Like, when I was in Bathurst, I had to get the train down to Sydney, so they go up through Portland, Lurlang, Lithgow, and then it would just follow the Blue Mountains line all the way down. I have not been to Cairns. Actually, no, I think I did go when I was like 6 months old. But I haven't been there, like, as a thinking human being who can remember their life experiences. I want to go up there for the armour museum. The tank museum up there looks really, really good. So I need to go down to Melbourne for Point Cook, and I need to go up to Cairns for the armour museum. Grandfather was a Nat and Hunter pilot in the Indian Air Force. Damn, dude. Really is in the blood. Holy shit. I don't think I've had any relatives who are military pilots. My great-grandfather, well, one of my great-grandfathers on mum's side, was a radio operator in the Royal Flying Corps in World War One. So he was in planes, he just wasn't flying them. And, that is how we came to possess a piece of a certain red plane, because he was assigned guard detail to it after it went down, and like all good, well, he wasn't Australian at that point, he was still in the UK, but like all good soon-to-be Australians did, he grabbed the first piece that wasn't bolted down and brought it home with him. We took it down to the War Memorial Museum, first to have it authenticated, and then to say to them, look, if you want to look after this, it's probably safer with you than with us. And they're like, yep, it's definitely part of the plane. We don't need to put this on display because, you know, we've got enough, but we can look after it. So they've got it in their storage, I think. And when I say they've got enough, I mean they have like half the dude's plane. They got part of the wing, they got his left boot, I think it is, they got the control column, like, Jesus Christ. Literally just, anytime Australians go to war, they take anything that's not bolted down and bring it home to put on display. The War Memorial has a massive warehouse out in Mitchell, which is a suburb on the other side of Canberra. And that's where they do all their restoration and conservation work, and it's also where they store the stuff that's too big to fit in the museum. They have a fucking V2 on its launcher, or not its launcher, its transporter rather. A fucking V2. The last time I saw a V2 rocket was at La Coupole in France, which was intentionally built to launch them before the RAF hit it with mosquitoes and never fired a V2 in its operational history. But that's the last time I saw a V2, and they have one here in Canberra. They had I think they had a Rurstal, X4, and they had a Fritz. They had a, what was the other one? An Enzian. They had as well. They had like all the weird and wonderful World War II German rockets. They have more field artillery pieces than you can poke a stick at. Plenty of tanks. And this is just in the storage. They got even more in the museum. Great-grandfather was a medic in the British Army at the end of the war. He travelled to Japan and got an officer's katana, and it's fucking cool. Nice. My grandfather on mum's side was a truck driver up in New Guinea during World War II. And he brought a couple of souvenirs home. One was, it was either a bolt off a plane, like a down Japanese plane, or a bolt off one of the trucks. I can't remember which. But it was a bolt, and he turned it into a ring. I've still got it with me. I've just got to get it repaired because one of the jewels fell out. They're not actually jewels. It's pieces of toothbrush handle, like plastic toothbrush handle. But it's his regimental colours because he got bored and he just made that. So he brought that home, and I have it now. And the other thing he brought home was a lifelong habit of driving with the headlights off and 2 wheels in the gutter. Not so much because of concern about Japanese aircraft, more about concern about American aircraft. Because the Americans were rather enthusiastic about bombing anything that moved. Okay, we should be getting reasonably close to Akta. Oh no, we're nowhere near. No, we're nowhere near. We're like at just over a third of the way there. Fuel's still good though. So what I'm checking for is how much fuel's in the bottom tank. Once this needle begins actually moving, that means I need to start looking for somewhere to land. It's kind of like the MiG-15, 17, 19, where it doesn't read the full amount, it only reads a portion of the amount. Looks like there might be a town or something down there. Whole hell of a lot of nothing out here. Yeah, it is. It really is. Not the kind of place you'd want to do a forced landing. You got plenty of water around, too bad it's all salt. Well, it's brackish. The Caspian's not, like, salty, it's brackish. It's like, I think 1% salt or something. Which is reasonably low in sea terms, but a lot in drinking terms. Starting to see roads. So I'd say there's probably some settlements around here. There's a canal right there. That's interesting. Why would you cut a canal through that? Bro, literally just go around. Literally go around. What the fuck? The heights of laziness right there. So this is live weather, and it's really impressive. The presets actually look kind of like dog shit. The presets look like DCS current weather. But, the live weather is stunning. So, tip for you guys, if you want to fly with good weather, set it to live weather and then just adjust the time to whatever you want. We have... No, we don't have traffic off the nose, it's just dirt on the gun sight. I thought I saw nav lights. Niner Us, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. In this sim, just like in DCS, just like in IL-2 Great Battles, nav lights are moth lights. You can see them for miles. It's really overdone. I mean, it might be a gameplay reasons thing, because, you know, spotting in games is different to spotting in real life, but in real life, you cannot see nav lights in daylight from more than a couple, probably... couple dozen meters away, a couple hundred meters at most. They're not bright, really not bright. It's exactly the kind of project a Mad Despot or Gosplan would go for. Yeah, no, you're correct. You're actually correct. My bad. No, you can't shoot with this one. In fact, you can't even turn the gun sight on. So that's the gun sight power switch there. You can't adjust the settings for it. I think the Fiat G91 for this sim allows you to drop bombs, but they don't actually do anything. I wouldn't expect to see really any combat in this sim anytime soon. It might happen eventually, kind of like the TAC pack with FSX, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think this is going to stay mostly a sort of civilian, or at least family-friendly sim. I thought that was a town, just from the coloration from a distance, but no, it's not. It's just sand dunes or something. A lot of roads around here. Those are all roads. They're probably leading to, like, oil wells or some shit. Just dirt tracks. That's a fairly major road. Oh, well, that's like a whole chain of roads. Worth noting, the G91 in-game marketplace version has a weapons strip not allowed for age rating reasons. Ah, that might explain a few things. Yeah, that could also do it. Grandfather on my mother's side was an agricultural engineer, so he ran around maintaining farm equipment during the war. The other one is some shitty village mechanic who was only vaguely aware there even was a war. Jesus, I can speak English. So, on Mum's side, Pop was, as I said, a driver up in Papua New Guinea. And on Dad's side, Grandpa was in the Canadian Army, as a sergeant. He participated in the invasion of Kiska, so he got shot at by the Americans. And then they shipped him over to the UK, and he participated in D-Day. He was in the Canadian Scottish Regiment, so we actually, like, my armour group, the 345th, we did a mission once playing as the Royal Winnipeg Rifles, and we actually landed on the same section of beach, insofar as it's represented in-game. We had to kind of cludge it a bit. We actually landed on the same section of beach that Grandpa would have landed on, because the Canadian Scottish followed the Royal Winnipeg in. So that was pretty cool. One of the helicopter regulars on Rad Tats has a grandfather who was in the Wehrmacht and whose father served in Northern Ireland. A lot of military families. Yeah, Tats' life story that he was giving over comms the other day was really interesting. That dude has had a hell of a fucking time on this planet. Should write a book. Nearly there. Ish. So we gotta get past this bay up ahead, and then basically past the little point past that, and then Akhtar should be on the other side. Or actually, no, is that Akhtar or is that the other one? That might be the other airport that I was going to land short at, because I have to keep in mind the Spitfire's range when I fly this. We're still good. I don't want to overextend myself and run out of fuel in the middle of fucking nowhere, which is a serious risk here. Like, there's just... The only clue that this is even, like, an area that humans inhabit is that there's roads. There's no buildings, there's no nothing. Thinking of doing an ancestry DNA test? Okay, so I'm gonna come out and say probably don't, because basically what you're doing is you're signing ownership of your own DNA, your own genetic material, over to some medical research company who will then sell it on for profit. Like, that's what's happening. People are literally farming you for profit. Now, I didn't have a say in the matter, my parents did it, so technically, like, I'm fucked. And they found out nothing we didn't know already, honestly. Two funny, one funny tragic stories. Oh, please tell. Please do tell. We actually found out that one of Mum's best friends is quite possibly a close relative of ours. Possibly. Yeah, so, I mean, I have two concerns with it. First of all is the privacy thing. I really do not want anyone having my genetic information, unless I explicitly say it's fine for them to have it. But because my family members went and fucking did the test without asking me, they have basically it anyway, because, you know, my parents. But the other concern I have is more of a concern from the traditionally Ross perspective, which is someone is making me pay them to make money off me, which is like, the most late-stage capitalism shit I could possibly think of. I'm literally, if I was to do it, I mean, I am paying someone to take very, like, personal information about me and then sell it on for an enormous profit to medical research companies. Like, holy Jesus fuck. Plus whatever shady government agencies want to buy it as well, which is the other thing. Didn't realize the MiG-29 doesn't have super maneuverability. It kind of does, but you have to fly it right. Like, it's capable of achieving the same kind of maneuvers as the Su-27, not the 35. But it can do the Cobra and stuff. It can do the Bell and everything. It's just more difficult to do because it's manual controls. Funny one, my friend in Toronto knows his family history and took the test. And I said what you just said, you're not going to find anything. Sure enough, he's English, Irish, and no surprises there. It's funny because of I told you that 6 weeks ago. Yeah, exactly. Now you're paid to find out what you already know. Hilarious, tragic one was, well, the guy that runs for Affinity. So he takes the test. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gives you a good sense of the scale of the Caspian. I can't see the opposite shore. From about 20,000 feet above Baku, you can see the shore of Turkmenistan, but only just. Oh no. Oh no. Trying to buy a damn track IR, but it seems like gold dust in the UK. No official vendors from what I can tell. Yeah, I don't know. I bought mine from Natural Point directly, but I did so 12 years ago, so I don't know how the situation's changed since then. Q3 hours of the guy slowly realizing there was something he didn't know. Oh dear. Oh dear. There was other stuff too that we knew even beforehand, like Mum's grandparents on one side of the family, I think on her dad's side, from memory, were from literally the next block over to, I think, where Grandpa used to live, or where Grandpa's family moved. So, like, the two sides of my family were separated by one block in South London at one point. Got the Dellen clip. Yeah, I've heard good things about the Dellen clip, but like I said, I bought this like 12 years ago, so I've just stuck with it since. Pom uses the Dellen clip. I think he uses the track IR camera, but I think Dellen clip is just a clip. I don't know if they do the camera. There's also apparently some quite good face tracking solutions now, like with mobile phones. I haven't used them personally. I know some do seem to work better than others from what people told me, but that could be worth looking into just as a stopgap, if nothing else. Tell you to try the German distributor, but EU and all. Oof. Oof, ouch and owie. Grandfather on my mother's side did write a book about his life. It's pretty interesting. He has one picture from when there was no diesel to run anything and run any tractors, and they had to plow a whole backcountry farm with horses. They didn't have any plows small enough for the horses, so they hooked up about 40 horses, massive industrial plow. Holy shit. There's a guy that lives in the nearest town to my parents, I think it is. And he left Germany with his family sometime between the wars, I think, and moved to what was at the time the British-Palestinian Mandate, and lived there. And then after that, I don't remember how long he was there, but he moved here. He had a whole bunch of interesting stories. He's getting up there in years, though, so I don't know if he's going to be able to get them down before he goes, unfortunately. I need to keep pestering Dad about it, because I ask him every fucking time I go visit my family, and he always forgets, but Grandpa recorded, like, quite a comprehensive sort of life story interview, not that long before he died. Would have been, I think, a couple of weeks before, or a couple of months before. And we have it on DVD somewhere. I've just got to get Dad to make me a copy of it, and he keeps forgetting to do it. Because I did watch part of it once when I was very young, because Grandpa died when I was 9 or 10, I think. It was just after we moved here. So, I remember that I'd seen part of it, but it was that long ago I can't really remember much. Watching people with eye tracker on DCS would be really cool. So I have seen a couple of DCS streamers with eye trackers, although I think some of them haven't streamed for quite a while. I'm not sure if they still play. With me to just be all over the screen all the time because I'm just constantly looking every which way and twitching about. I can't sit still, can't look straight ahead. I don't know, like, I kind of spoiled myself by getting track IR so long ago. I don't know how the Civi Simmer guys can sit there with just a fixed straight ahead view, and if they need to move their view at all, they have to use the mouse. I can't. I just can't. Like, it actually causes me discomfort to be locked into a straight ahead view like that now. Mate's grandpa brought back an iron cross from a dead German. Grandpa, on Dad's side, had the belt buckle from a German POW. And he brought back another type of souvenir, the kind that you don't want. He got shot twice, I think. The second time they had to send him back to the UK because he was quite badly hit. But the first time he got shot, he had, like, a ton of shit in his pocket. He had his Bible, he had his notebook, he had a pocket watch, he had a pen. The pocket watch was at the back, and it went through everything else and stopped on the pocket. Like, it's some real Hollywood shit. Stopped on the pocket watch, left a massive dent in it, ruined the watch, but it saved him. And so that watch, along with most of his other stuff, his medals, and I think his uniform and everything. Actually, maybe not his uniform. I think David has his uniform. It's in the museum in... Is it... It's the Armory. I can't remember if it's in Vancouver or Victoria. It's in BC, either way. Stop playing because her eyes fell out. Smartphone has dead zones in about a second of delay. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, the track IR goes pretty well. Pretty much my only complaint with the track IR system is that this is really flimsy. I've gone through 3 of these clips. This is my 3rd one. Now, granted, I'm clumsy and frequently drop my headphones or, you know, hit myself because I have tics. They've settled down recently, but I do have tics and they often hit the left side of my head. So I'll be sitting here and I'll, like, swat up at my track IR. But it is a flimsy design. It's quite thin plastic. The way it's actually fastened on is like a really thin plastic tab that just breaks off so easily. If they built this out of a better material or they beefed up the design a little, it would be perfect. It would be an absolutely perfect system. Find out, I'll go visit and take a picture. Yeah, I'll have to figure out which one it is. Because I know it's over in BC somewhere. For a price they charge, the markup must be insane on the clips. Yeah, it's like 50 US bucks for a new clip, I think. So, generally I try and eke out as much life as I can from them. Previously, when I've broken them, I've glue-tacked them back together, taped them back together, glued them, whatever, but eventually you just can't hold them together anymore, you have to get a new one. Next time this one breaks, I might see if I can get one of the alternatives and see how much better they are for lifetime. Like, if I had a 3D printer, I'd just fucking make my own, hey? Okay, we should be nearly there. Look at me flying through Class C airspace without giving a fuck. Should be just up ahead, past that little bit of peninsula that sticks out. Problem with eye tracking is it's only 3 degrees of freedom. Yeah, that would actually do it as well. See, I can't deal with 3 degrees of freedom anymore either. I'm so used to 6. Like, even back when I first got the track IR, that was when people had first modded IL-246 to have 6 degrees of freedom. And I can't live without it. I move my head around so much to see around the canopy or check instruments that are hidden under gun sights and stuff. Or, like, look over my shoulder, whoop, and stick my head out the canopy, apparently. Look, guys, anyone would think this was made by Heat Blur. Except we're not overspeeding, so maybe not. If Ross had a 3D printer, Volume 401 in the Bad Ideas series. Look, okay? Don't attack me like that. I would only use it for good, alright? I'd only use it for good. I thought I just saw some nav lights, but I'm probably hallucinating. I've been flying over this patch of desert for so long. This is probably the least interesting part of the trip, guys, I gotta be honest. I mean, it's kinda cool, but it's also boring. There's just nothing. Just absolute nothing. Actau is a fairly major city though, so should at least be some stuff there. World's first 3D printed guillotine. Now you mention it, that's not a bad idea. We could do that. Need a big 3D printer though. Ever flown over Greenland? In this sim? No. Well, in any sim actually. I've got a list of places I do want to fly over at some point, so we can add that to it. Another one would be Iceland. The Canary Islands, although I think I had Trip do that flight when the game first came out. And then Hawaii would be quite nice as well, actually. Oh, in real life? No. I don't think so. We might have passed over it on one of the trips between Canada and the UK, but I don't remember. I think most of our transatlantic flights were just straight transatlantic. But it was so long ago, I don't remember the flight paths. Well, yeah, you'd need like a little bit of polish after you print it, obviously. Like anything you 3D print's gonna need some sanding down to get rid of the burrs and the seams and stuff, and maybe a little bit of machining to clean up stuff like that, but totally make it work. How's our fuel? Oh, we're getting a bit low. But we are most of the way there. And the city should be just over there. So past this peninsula and... oh, it's like actually further up. It's like over there. Oh my god. Well, fingers crossed. I think there is a smaller airport around here somewhere. I just don't know where, and it's not showing on the VFR map. So we may need to do an emergency landing, possibly. Hope not, but possibly. I think the airfields here are a little further inland, though. Oh, there's a town. I wonder if it has one. Another town there. There we go, we're starting to see civilization now. I almost want to say this is probably the border. Because there's a bunch of straight lines over there that looks like a border. Potentially. The first house I lived in was pretty much in, not in the center of Edmonton, but right next to it. I lived in Rossdale, funnily enough. So I was just downhill from the center of town. It's a big-ass mine over there by the looks of it. Maybe not. Maybe it's a... it could be a lake. Looks... From the air, it looks kind of like a mine, but it doesn't appear to have any depression or elevation in-game, so it might just be a funny-looking lake. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. Canberra's got quite a lot of nice brutalist stuff in it. The Campbell Park offices, which is part of Headquarters Defence Force. The, fuck, what's the name of them? The offices in Belconnen, right across the road from my sister. Those are quite nice as well. What's left of them. They demolished most of it. It used to be the Australian Bureau of Statistics. I'd flown over it in this, actually. It's wings 3, 4, and 5 that remain. And the University of Canberra uses it partly as student accommodation, and then I think there's a, like, Fair Trading or something have an office in there as well. So it's still in use, but most of the building's gone. Oil terminal or something down there. Looks like maybe another town over there. Should be okay. Cutting it a little closer than I'd like, but I think we'll be okay. So we'll land at Akhtal, we'll top off the fuel, and then we'll start heading further up. I can't remember what the next airport's called. I did write it down somewhere, actually. It might be... Karaton. So, Akhtal, Karaton, Atiral, and then Privolzhsky, which is an airbase by Astrakhan. Karaton. Qaraton. That's if I find the right... Oh, sorry, this one's Akhtal, my bad. But yeah, Karaton will be after that. Brain bit smooth. Too much desert. Too much flat. See this? This is my brain. Fucking seriously though, dead flat. Yeah, it should be really interesting. The Volga Delta is really impressive from what I've seen of satellite imagery. A lot of very interestingly shaped lakes. It's going to be a much longer flight than I expected to get there, though, because I got to all the way around the northern bend of the Caspian here, which is quite a long way. So, we're currently here. Oh, there's our airspace popping in. And then we got to go up here, and then around there, and then that's it there. So that's quite a long flight. Not quite, actually... Not quite as far as we've flown the previous leg, so it should be okay. We got some blue down there. I wonder if that's where that other airport is. I mean, the terrain looks pretty rough, but I think it's mostly just erosion channels, and there's a mesa there you can kind of see off my right wing. And then once you go further inland, it's just flat. There's absolutely nothing inland. Absolutely nothing. Most of Turkmenistan is just dead flat desert with nothing in it. Okay, we're starting to see some signs of life down there. Whoop, zoomed a bit too far. I used to see plenty of Indians in the last place I lived in because I lived above an Indian restaurant. It was the best smelling flat I've ever lived in. It's fucking wonderful. Looks like a pretty major road down there. Maybe pipelines? Oh, that's interesting. Picking up a bit of a descent there. Keep an eye on that. It's just up ahead. Canal there. You know what? We have enough fuel to definitely make it, I think. Let's go low level. I say low level, we'll go lower. We don't want to go truly low level here. Catch you later, Zach. What have we down here? Bunch of factories, it looks like. I almost want to say that's probably a power station because it's got a canal running straight to it. It might be the water outflow. If you're going to build a power station, that's the kind of place you'd build it, right next to a large water source. The autogen has done some very bizarre things to the walls of the canal, though. You'll notice that a lot with canals, where the autogens built them. Yeah, that has to be a power station. That's exactly what that is. It's a power station. What kind? I'm not sure. It's turned that into a dam. It thinks that's a dam. Interesting. It's quite a serious power station, holy shit. Close are we? Yeah, we're close enough. I think we're good for fuel. I hope we're good for fuel. Be a bit embarrassing if we weren't. Once again, we have floating Caspian syndrome. I'm not sure why it's doing that. There must be, like, the sim must think there's a difference in elevation between the coastal areas and the actual water. Very bizarre. So again, we are seeing the best and worst of this sim in this grand journey we're doing. I'm not sure what town this is, unless this is part of Aktau. It might be. Actually, it probably is. This is probably Aktau here, and then the airport's north of it. It looks like the autogen is a little confused about building styles in this region too. It's trying to turn them into like Western European buildings. It was usually pretty much right around Georgia and Azerbaijan, but it's kind of having a shit fit here. Sure, it's a power station, not an oil refinery. It could be an oil refinery, I guess. But just the amount of water flowing into and out of it, it looks like a power station to me. A lot of canals here. I guess it's kind of necessary because desert. That's a school right there. Those are schools. That as well. You can identify them by the shape of them. One of the nice things about the Soviet Union is you can always tell what you're flying over, because they look the same in every single city. Yeah, I would say that's probably Aktau there, and the airport's just north of it. And we're very nearly there. Just up ahead. I just want a good story with good gameplay. I have a few hours into The Witcher 3, but the combat's very meh to me. The combat in Cyberpunk is kind of meh to me, but the story is enough to carry it. Like, the story and the setting. The setting especially carries it. How far are you from the Urals? Very. I'm in Central Asia, man. I'm on the east coast of the Caspian. Where airport? Me want fuel. Don't buy a 120mm safe on my Mi 8. I have had that happen to me a few times in DCS, and I never learn from the experience. It's supposed to be Su-27s at Akhtar? Ooh. We will see if they feature in the sim or not. It might turn them into MiG-29s. We will see. Where is the fucking... Ah, there's the fucking airport right there. I think that looks like... Should be... I don't see any lights. Bruh. Well, the sim considers it to be an airport, so I should be able to land there and refuel. Yeah, he did. He got wiped out by a fucking Clonkers. Yeah, that's it. I don't know why their fucking lights aren't on. Usually in this sim you can see airports from miles away because the lights are so fucking bright, but not here apparently. Oh, there's the lights, okay. Circle round. Yeah. $140. Flat, backstick to counter the nose drop. I think I should be set to multiplayer. Like, it should be set to all players. Although I don't know if I'll show up. I'm kind of confused. I haven't really dabbled with the multiplayer in this, so I don't know how it works. Now, excuse what is bound to be a horribly messy landing. Like I said, this thing's a little sprightly on the ground because of the way the tail wheel's not modelled right. Which is not the dev's fault, it's just they can't model it right with the way the SDK is at the moment. Oh, we're fast. We're way fast. Why does she not want to bleed speed? Oh, because the flaps didn't come down. What the fuck? It didn't... My flaps are unbound, apparently. There we go. Well, that was messy, but we got there in the end. I'm not sure. Probably west if it's automatic, but I'm not 100% certain. We're kind of nearly off the runway here. Could you... Jesus Christ, the tail wheel. Stop it! I'm probably going to wreck the plane doing this. Why have my flaps come unbound? just get off the runway and I'll try and figure out what's going on there. No, you don't. Okay, controls. If it has rebound all of my shit on here... No, it hasn't. Why is it fucked up my... Oh, right, because the fucking flaps. I rebound them, didn't I? So the way the flaps are handled in the Jabiru is, like, why I tried to set this, but it doesn't really work. So I'll just go increase flaps. Clear current input. Oh, no, that's validate, so it'll find that instead. And then decrease flaps. Hello? What the fuck? There we go.
Hello, Rabbit Leader.
Hey, CCM! Thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a good stream. We're trying to figure out control issues here. You know what? That'd probably work well enough. Oh, wait. Applying save. There we go. Right. Let's go find a fuel bowser. Oh, right there. How convenient. Oh! Ooh, not quite. That's something else, is I wish I had an actual axis on that paddle. But on the Warthog, it's just a button it presses. So it's very easy to overcook the brakes in this, because there's a slight delay before they come into effect. Okay. There we go. So we should now be filled back up. And then from here, we want to head basically northeast along the coast. So we'll close that. Okay, flaps are now working. Good. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't see any Su-27s. Runway have I got that way? Not sure if that'll be enough. I mean, it would be if I sent it, but I don't want to send it because I'll probably end up upside down. We'll just backtrack. Interceptor A320s? Yeah, I know, right? Something funky going on with the shadow there. Aha! There's somebody. This prop's not spinning on my screen though. Interesting. Okay, that should be enough runway. Yeah, I saw you, Jazz. You just flew over me. That's a much better takeoff. There we go. Much, much better takeoff. Back to about 2650-ish, 2700, whatever, good enough. There he is. There's the airport back there. We want to head kind of northeast, so we'll climb up that way. I actually need a little more from the crop. I really need to get that throttle fixed. There we go. We're about 2700, 2750, something like that. It's on my tail. Now I can see his prop spinning. Hey, Prey. In the grey nurse livery. I've seen that Spitfire fly up at Scone at the air show there, and it also came out to Bathurst a couple of years ago. Put on a display, and she was probably part of the flyover the other day, actually. So for those that didn't know, I went down to the RAAF's Centennial Flypast in Canberra. Went and sat on the lawn out the front of the Russell offices, which is part of Headquarters Defence Forces, the other part as well as Campbell Street. And yeah, it was good, what, hour or so? Hour and a half? Quite enjoyable. And then as I got home, two of the Spitfires that participated in the flypast went over my flat, like right over my flat, and turned like away. I saw them out my kitchen window. I thought, that sounds suspiciously like a Merlin. Went and looked at the kitchen window, and sure enough, a pair of Spits. There we go. What a beauty. Oh, you know what I forgot? Hypoxia is not modelled yet, obviously. Because I should have been actually, I said only 12,000 feet. I might have got away with it. But I forgot to turn my oxygen regulator on. I think it's modelled for the stock aircraft. I don't know if it's modelled for this one. Looks like there might be a little town or something there. There's a whole lot of nothing along this section of the Caspian coast. Whole lot of nothing. You're doing well, Sandals. Doing well. There we go. Showing off the other side. There's something down there. Some sort of factory, maybe. Refinery or something. Probably a refinery. Get a little higher, we'll level off at about 10, 12,000 feet, something like that. Same as before. Actually, 15 might be the go. Be good formation practice for Jazz. Get a nice picture there. Such a beautiful aircraft. I think the Mark 8's my favourite Spitfire, but the Mark 9's basically the same thing, at least externally. Just with the retracting tail wheel. It also has leading edge tanks in the... Well, sorry, the Mark 8 has leading edge tanks in the wing, I think. But the Mark 8 and Mark 9 are probably the two most beautiful variants of the Spitfire, I think. Just the longer nose and the pointed tail just really does something for it. Is this more taxing on system performance than DCS? On the old system it probably would have been. On this one it's actually, it seems kind of less so. What's the game? Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. The 14 doesn't look bad, but I don't know, just something about the extra like blisters on the nose to cover the bigger cylinder heads on the Griffin, not as big of a fan. Like, it's not bad looking, I just prefer the Merlin Spits, and of the Merlin Spits I prefer the Mark 8 and 9. I wonder what it sounds like with the canopy open. Yeah, I can still hear him. Not super well over my own engine, but I can still hear his. The snarl of the prop when the canopy's open, then when you close it you just get the hum of the engine. The sound in this is not bad. Like, the sound in the actual sim itself, the vanilla aircraft sounds, are fucking spot on, like true to life. The sound for a lot of the add-on modules so far is not quite there yet, but with a little more work it could be. But this is really good. Like, the way the canopy attenuates the sound is really, really good. Okay, I think we'll level off here. We're about 15,000 feet, so that should do us. Now the fun part, getting the Spitfire trimmed for level flight in this sim, where the trim controls are either not sensitive enough or too sensitive. So, the next port of call should be up here, because we're going to have to refuel at some point. I want to go around the coast rather than straight across. Straight across would be a short flight, like pretty short at this point, but I want to go around the coast. And in order to do that, I'm going to need to stop for fuel. So we'll do that over there, which I think is Karaton. I think should be in that area. And then we'll head over to Astrakhan. Unfortunately, the mirror doesn't work in this. Mayday, what did you do, Jazz? What did you do? Did your engine stop? Make sure, Jazz, make sure you got the fuel pressurized with this knob. And watch you didn't overheat it. Don't be running at full chat. Yeah, he's dropped off. I think he's lost his engine. Well, he might be walking for a while. There's at least, like, looks like there might be a factory or something down there he could theoretically stop at, but not a good place for fuel pressure. Yeah. This knob down here. Put that on. Make sure it's flipped to the right. And fuel pump is under the pitch trim wheel, right there. It's hard to click, but it's right under there. Make sure those two are on. And then you might need to try and restart the engine. You shouldn't need the booster coil with it if it's windmilling. You should just need the starter. Make sure your mixture's either auto lean or auto rich, by the way. Don't cut your mixture all the way back. Well, you might need to start it. I think you do in DCS. You don't here. She still wants to climb. It's at 16,000 feet now, nearly 16 and a half. Anywhere in this range is good. As soon as I hit the fuel pressure switch, it started again? Yeah. Once you get higher in altitude, you need to make sure the fuel pressure switch is on. So you'll be behind me somewhere, I guess. Oh yeah, there he is. See what I mean about the nav lights? Like, I can see him from so far away in broad daylight. I'm actually heading straight north here. I want to kind of hook northeast, follow the coast a bit. When we land at the next airport, I'm going to have to stop and take a short break. Get myself a drink, probably some food as well. I'm quite hungry. So I might be AFK for 10-15 minutes. And then we'll get straight back to it. Actually, I'm kind of tempted to run down to the corner store, because I need to pick some food up, but if I do that, I'll probably be gone for like 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. We will see when we get there. It's already working out to be a much longer stream than I expected. So we definitely, like, I was already planning to not do the Volga part of the trip today, but we're definitely not doing the Volga trip, part of the trip today. I just don't have time. So we'll get to Astrakhan, we will chill out there, and then next flight in the sim, we'll head up the Volga. Welcome to sunny Kazakhstan. They have hills, sort of, sand, lots of that. I'm surprised how dry it is here next to the Caspian. I would have expected it to be a little bit more lush. To be fair, Baku's pretty dry as well. It's more up towards the northern end of Kazakhstan that you start seeing more greenery. Hey, Bomb. Do a wingman check. Where is Jazz at now? Lost you? Yeah, I don't see you either. You were trailing behind and below me, though, last I saw. Just follow the coast, dude. Eagles, yeah, they actually hunt with them, too. A couple videos up on YouTube of eagle hunters. Bakuchi. I see you, Jazz. You're off my left, low. Right there. Look high right, you should see my nav lights. Which are on. I think. Yeah, they are. They're on. Oh. Ah, this view. The zoom on it pisses me off. Why are you like this, Pom? Yeah, we had to explain it. Zach was not filled in on the memes, as it were. Kind of. Some of the basics were laid down, put it that way. Okay, Pom. Okay. Oh, stuck my head through the canopy again. God damn it. Heat blurritis. Lost Jazz again, he's probably behind my tail. Nice big cloud bank in front of us, which we're probably going to end up flying into. Still got a lot of Caspian to fly over. I don't have the gun trigger bound, I don't think, or it's bound differently. Oh, you're behind. You're off my tail. High right. Why are you like this? But hello. Alright. What have we here? Oil wells? Maybe? City over there, but... Oil wells? Question mark? Something. There's a lot of them. So there might be maybe a town over there with a port or something. Is a Goshawk a payware plane for this or mod? I don't know. I actually don't know. That was part of the plan, but I don't know if there's... I don't know if we will this time. Like, I don't know if we're gonna need it. Maybe we will, just for the fuel. Just follow the coast, man. You'll catch up with me. You're behind me. VMF weapon storage bunkers. There's a lot of them. I mean, maybe, but there's a lot of them. It's really weird though, because they're all kind of patchworked on top of each other. You've been drinking a high pulp orange juice? Yes. I only got like a third of the bottle left or something. I've actually drunk enough of it that is turned into pure pulp at this stage. Cottajan bus, gas and oil field. That would do it. So I was mostly right. Figured it looked like an oil field of some sort. Trying to take my feet off the rudder here. It's more or less trimmed out. Someone else here? Oh yeah. Showing the VFR map. You zoom in. I might be too far away from them, Jazz. Oh, actually, no, I see. Wonder if that's a player or a real aircraft. It might be a real flight. See, I thought that was a town. I was wrong. It is just a further extension of the gas and oil field. It is a big one. Holy shit. Might kick out over the water a bit. Now, pilot instinct would be don't fly over water if you can avoid it, but in this case it gives me a better view of the land, so we will do that. Plus I've got enough altitude that if I do have an engine failure or something, I should be able to glide myself down safely. We got some islands over there. Ah! I have tumbled my gyro.
Chat that Ross deeply misses his BIRTHLAND, known as Quebec.
Why did it not read out Birthland correctly? Also, how dare you accuse me of being from that cursed place? I do actually miss home though. Home not being Quebec, home being Alberta. It's my older brother's birthday. Well, today for him, yesterday for me. And last time I was back over there visiting the family, like probably the fondest memory I have in recent history is sitting watching him teach my youngest nephew to play Don't Stop Believin' on the keyboard. Have the most lovely rundown little airport for the gasworks? Oh, really? Probably doesn't register as an actual airport in this, though. Jazz has fallen back a bit more. Open lid, please. Open lid. What the fuck? Am I too high? Am I too fast? What gives? Low 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, I see ya. Yep. ADI is not going to play with us. Oh well, it's fine, I don't need it. I don't need it, he says as he flies towards a great big cloud bank. On Typhoon or Tempest, which had ditching forbidden. Yeah, with the great big fucking radiator scoop on that thing, I'd imagine it would be. Should go nose over immediately. actually shouldn't fly into this because that's adding a lot more distance. I'll cut across. Ah, my directional gyro is also mounted. Excellent. Good to know. Hold up. Yo, hold up. All my gauges are frozen. What the fuck is going on here? Huh? Oh, this is excellent. This is fucking fantastic. All my fucking instruments have just decided to commit Sudoku. This is probably a dumb idea, but let's try. Oh no, let's not do that. That would be bad. Well, we might need to swap out planes when we land next. Why not a jet? Because the jets have shitty visibility out the cockpit. I'm on a sightseeing tour. Also, the jets aren't as agile. You can see where the satellite imagery is drawn weird shapes on the coastline. Like it isn't quite sure what's water and what's land, so it just says, fuck it, we'll do the whole lot. Why? Why would you hope that I'm not a pilot in real life? Not sure where Jazz has got to now. He's still behind me somewhere, I think. Oh, yeah, he is. There's his nav lights. Off my tail. So, I don't know what's caused this, but the lack of instruments is going to make this a little more interesting. I'll have to just eyeball my speeds. I'm not sure why they've all frozen up. Lost supercharger? Shouldn't lose a supercharger. I mean, the thing is, Jazz, if you descend far enough, the supercharger will kick into its first stage gearing. It's meant to do that. I think we are going to have to swap planes here. I do not know. This has to be a bug, because there's no reason that most of these instruments would stop working. And I do have the pitot heat on, so it shouldn't be iced up. Throttle does nothing. I don't know what you've done to your aircraft. Oh, my fuel gauge is back. Oh my god, my instruments are back. What the fuck? What the fuck? Microsoft server crap out? Maybe. I mean, would that affect my flight instruments though? I don't know how this Sims netcode works. It shouldn't affect my instruments, surely. It would affect where I see other players and stuff, but it shouldn't affect that. At least now they're back. So we're still good on fuel. We've descended a little. Probably descend a little further. I don't want to get in that cloud. Where am I now? I'm heading still up the east coast of the Caspian. I should be coming to either Karaton or Atyrau. I forget which one. There should be 2 airports in front of me. One of them... Ooh, that's both of them. I don't know which is the closest. Turkmenistan Triangle. I was well out of Turkmenistan, though. That's the thing. If it loses connection, it'll tell you, but you can keep flying. Well, like, I was flying. It was just that my instruments weren't showing anything. Like, all my instruments were frozen. So, as we can see, Exotic Butters, thanks for the follow. As we can see, the AI has trouble figuring out shoals, especially on low-res satellite imagery. It just doesn't know what to do with them. Which page is the one about dogs being, like, dirty and not allowing them in the capital? Oh, hello. Give me that windshield de-ice, please. I don't think it's actually cold enough for it to ice up, but we'll see. Lights happening in here. Perfect. Oh, glad to hear it, Saber. Glad to hear it. I still need to update the most up-to-date version of the A4. I haven't got around to doing it yet. I downloaded it last night, I just haven't installed it. No fuel. Bro, how are you out of fuel? How are you out of fuel? What? Did you fly all the way from Turkmenbashi without refueling at Akhtal? How are you out of fuel already? Jesus. Don't post on ban requests in chat. I know you guys want the memes, but no. Do DM it to me though, so I can check it in Discord without having to go into the whole Twitch interface and open mod view. Oh, I already know. I already know. Don't worry about it. I already know. Yeah. No, I know. I can guess. Ah, of course, now I can open the lid. I'd kind of rather stuff like that not being shared. So we're flying into some controlled airspace here. There should be an airport up ahead. Learn slinging crates is hard? Yeah, it can be. I haven't done any proper slinging for quite a long time because most of the missions that require on Cold War are out of rotation at the moment, but it can be a bit sketchy. Pom, what I posted in GOB the other day, that's the same one. So you can kind of see what I meant now. Start off with 50% fuel, yeah, that would do it. Always check fuel because it defaults you to 50%. Another oil or gas field down there. We've got a town. Oh, did I miss some spice, did I? Where was this? DDCS? Whoop. On the stick. Okay, we're starting to get a little low on fuel, so we're gonna just cut a straight line across. I don't really want to play with that shit. QT closest. I do not see it. Oh, now I do. I've gone past it. Yeah, okay. That's Actiro, I think. I'll just keep going this way. Should be good. Should have enough fuel for it. Oh, god damn it, really? Really, Flight Sim? You guys going and having all the fun without me. Jeez. Fair distance to go. Yeah, I think we're okay on fuel. I think. I hope. I mean, I could just turn around now, but... Nah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Sure if Jazz landed or if he's still with me or what. I don't see him, but might be under my tail again. Nope. Don't know. Yeah, you're trailing me by quite a bit then, if you're probably just going past. That should be Atidal, I think. Or, actually no, that's probably Caraton. That's what that is. That's Caraton. So Ashidar was the one in front of me. That's right, because I got my little course that I planned out written down. So I was going to do a refuel stop there, but I don't think I need to. I should be okay to get across here. Pretty much right off my nose. So Jazz, I'm going to land at the next airport, and probably take a bit of a break. Stream will stay up, but I'll be on the ground for probably at least 15-20 minutes. Doesn't explain why dogs are banned, but does posit an origin story for the concept of dogs. Oh my. Do enlighten us. Of course it was. Of course it was. Alright, Monk. Good luck on yours too, and I'll catch you later. So once we land to refuel there, we got a hell of a long flight to make, so this is going to be my food and drink pit stop. But that distance should be fine for the Spitfire to fly, once I've got a refuel. Get rid of the windshield de-ice. I don't think we're going to need it up here. Watch me be proven wrong in like a minute. We are below the clouds as well. Sometimes it do be like that. The world can be a cruel and confusing place. Can't tell if that's low cloud or if that's the other coast. I think that's actually the other coast. Yeah, because we are pretty far north now. That's cool. Where are we going today? We are flying along the eastern and northern coast of the Caspian Sea, and we're going to land at Astrakhan in southern Russia. And then next time I stream this, which I don't know when it'll be, probably in a week or two, I'll be flying up the Volga River to Kazan. Take into consideration both the present and future situation of the country and even the means of subsistence of this country. I am having a Turkmen lake constructed in the middle of the Karakum Desert. Ah! I mean, they already have a lake there, it's just a lake of fire. Which is something else I have to visit, but not in this trip. We'll come back for that later. Why are you like this, Pom? I'm not doing the whole border. I'll go back there on the, like, tail end of this trip, eventually, in, like, a year and a half, but we're not flying the whole border. Actually, that's something. I could, try and fly over the gates of hell on the way back. That might be an idea. I was gonna do it in, like, the TBM or something, but we could do it in the Spit on the way over. Whole border's a fun thing, you coward. It really isn't. It really, really isn't. I mean, yeah, the whole border is like the only scenery in the entire country, but also it's a long distance. Just need to look into scenery creation to make the flaming hole glow at night. We also need to redo Ashgabat. I was like, this is a thing we need to do, is we need to get like a grant from the Turkmen government's tourist department, if they even have such a fucking thing, and actually like use the money to develop proper scenery for Ashgabat. With, like, all the RGB road lighting and shit. It'd be awesome. Speaking of seas drained for irrigation, that's somewhere else I want to fly over, is the Aral Sea. Might do that on the way back over as well. More like the Aral Puddle at this point. So that's where we're going, right over there. Want to turn Bachi statue to use real-time ray tracing to fly me in my Cessna. Oh my god. Which airport? We are landing at UATG, which I think is Attidal. Like Chad's going the same way? Oh no, not like Chad. Should be a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Chad map for DCS would be great. The memes would be astonishing. Like, forget everything else, the memes would be amazing. But it would be good for flying too. You get some interesting historical situations involved. But, we need for combined arms a Toyota with a Milan ATGM on the back of it, obviously. You go AFK, keep a view on the runway for memes. Oh no. Oh no. You scare me, Jazz. You scare me. So you die of starvation in Papua New Guinea? Only if you're playing as Japanese. If you're playing as Australians, you just get dysentery instead. Or bombed by the Americans. A little bit shaky up here. Where is the airport? It's weird. A lot of the airports, the runway lighting is like blinding. You can see it from a ridiculous distance. And then these ones, like, you can't see the lighting until you're right on top of them. And even then it's a bit sketchy. Oh, trying to stick my head out the canopy again. Might be off my nose. Oh yeah, I'd say that's probably it, off my nose. It's actually a little further down this way. That's probably why I can't see it. Oh, my instruments are frozen again. What the fuck? It's happened again, boys. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, all my instruments are frozen. Everything locked up completely. Nothing's working. Can't even open the canopy. The whole cockpit has actually frozen. I'm moving my throttle right now, but it's not moving in-game, even though the engine's responding to it. That's a very interesting bug. That has to be a bug, there's nothing else it can be. Second time it's happened so far. Well, this is going to make my life very interesting, because I got to land. I'm relatively low fuel, and I can't tell my airspeed, my altitude, my descent rate, nothing. Can't even tell what my engine's running at. No, it wouldn't be a mechanical failure. Like, I literally, the throttle's not moving. The canopy won't open, nothing. None of the functions in the cockpit are working anymore. It's not an intended gameplay feature. There's no way that's an intended gameplay feature. Like, I can hear the engine responding to throttle, and the throttle lever is not moving in-game. See? Nothing. Where are we flying? We are about to land in APR in Kazakhstan, and then we're going to fly to the Volga Delta. So we started out in Batumi, flew all the way across Georgia, across Azerbaijan, across the Caspian Sea. Now we're going around the north side of the Caspian. And my plane is apparently possessed. Well, let's hope I can find the runway soon and land with no instruments at all. But that's definitely a bug. There's no way that's intended feature at all. There is no failure on the aircraft that would cause any of what just happened all at once. Like, yeah, you'd maybe lose an instrument here or there if the electrics failed, or if if the pitot tube got plugged or something, but how's the flight model feel? Better than the default MSFS planes, not quite as good as the Spitfire and DCS. But also, a lot of the stuff that you need for a Spitfire doesn't work in this sim yet, like it's not even in the SDK. So this has like a tail wheel steering system when it should have just differential braking and free castering tail. Some of the stall characteristics seem a little exaggerated, like it seems to be able to fly a little too slow in a turn, which is a problem across the entire sim. I wouldn't say it's a bad flight model necessarily, but it's not right at the moment. It needs fixing. But again, the whole sim needs fixing with its flight models, so it's not really surprising. Hopefully I get my gauges back soon, because I need to land. The airfield's actually quite a bit further inland than I thought. Oh, you know what? I almost wonder... No, the map hasn't frozen, okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I almost wonder if the map's frozen as well. Hey, Cracks. There goes the canopy. Right, now we're unfrozen. That's really weird. That is so fucking weird. There's the city. Now I just gotta find the airport. I think I see it. Yep, up there. On the north side. Where are we today? We are about to land in APR in Kazakhstan. So we're still flying around the Caspian Sea. Fly over Baikonur yet? No, not yet. I think I'll do that on the return trip. So what I'm doing is I've gone from Georgia down that valley across the Caspian to Turkmenistan, then around the coast, and I'm going to go up the Volga next. And then we'll go from Kazan to Moscow, then from Moscow we'll fly to... I want to do a flyover of Pripyat, so we'll fly down the river from there, and then across the Black Sea. We'll do kind of a loop almost. Fairly reasonable sized city, actually. Five minutes out, gotcha. It's turned a lot of those oil tanks into houses for some reason. Again, the auto-gen doesn't always get it right, and we kind of got the best and worst of it on this trip. That will be another power station, I bet, right there. That looks like a power station. Maybe because of the size of it, I guess. Because, yeah, technically, I guess it's just a really big saltwater lake. It did used to connect up to the Mediterranean a very long time ago. I think they found, like, evidence that it periodically communicates with the Mediterranean, so to speak. But obviously not at the moment. So maybe that's why it was kind of part of the sea originally and it's just cut itself off now. It's quite a large city. Bigger than I expected, actually. How's my fuel? Pretty low. Do a bit of a flyover of the river here and then we'll land. I want to go there, Dwight, but IRL stream might be asking a bit much. Streaming backpacks and stuff are just too expensive. And I also just want to kind of enjoy the experience. I mean, I enjoy bringing you guys along with me, but I don't want to get distracted. I don't know if I'll ever get there, though. I think I see you, Jazz. If that's you flying towards the airport now, I see you. You're above me. Yeah, that's true. It would definitely cause some issues for sure. Yeah, the auto-gen's got kind of confused around this area. It's not quite sure what types of buildings it should be putting in. It's got some of the correct types of buildings, and it's got some very wrong ones. But overall, it's done pretty well, considering this is all just an AI doing this, and not any humans. Not in this part of the world. I've lost the airport. It was somewhere right there, north of the city. There we go. Okay, 160 miles an hour. That's gear extension. Flaps at 140. Back stick to counter the nose drop. And there we are. Yeah, that's good to hear. Tell you something I really miss from the DCS Spitfire sound-wise is the pops and bangs as you bring the throttle back sharply. Really adds to it. This one doesn't have that. It might get it in the future, but it doesn't have it currently. Gonna keep flying the Spitfire the whole way? Mm-hmm. It's gonna take a while, but it gives us a really good view, and it's just really pleasant to fly. Okay, there's the runway. Stick my head out to see where it is. Okay, just bring it down gently, holding about 70 miles an hour. Throttle back to idle. There we are. A little bounce. And here we go with the oscillation. Saved it just in time. This tail wheel steering shit is hell, because it makes it very hard to control the aircraft on rollout and on takeoff as well. I can't remember the exact mechanical reason it does it, but it doesn't hurt it. It's normal with a Merlin engine. If you reduce power fairly suddenly, it just pops and bangs. You can hear Mustangs do it quite often as well. You don't want to do it intentionally, but it usually happens as part of the landing, you know, when you chop the throttle back to idle. Interestingly, this acts like it has differential toe brakes. So I'm not using the lever at the moment, I'm using the toe brakes, and I can push them one side or the other, which isn't right. Might be another SDK limitation. But I can kind of use both feet at once to imitate an analog paddle, since I don't have one. Oh shit, that was really abrupt. But see how there's a delay? Like, I'm pulling the paddle now, and there's a delay. That's the issue I have when I'm trying to stop this thing. That's why I nose over so much. So the latency on the brake control needs fixing. I don't know if that's on their radar of things to do, but it should be, because it's a real problem. Am I gonna have to backtrack here, or is there a taxiway? I think I'm gonna have to backtrack. There's Jazz. Does sound pretty good. While I am taking a break, I'll probably shut the engine down. I don't know if they simulated overheating on the ground in this, but I don't want to run the risk of it, so I'll just shut it down. She doesn't take long to start back up. I see Jazz safe and sound. Yeah. Had an interesting flight here, no doubt. Where's the taxiway? It must be all the way down the other end. Seeing any signs for it. There must be one down here somewhere. Oh, there we go. There's the taxiway. It is easy to go. It's Flight Sim 2020. Now, where's the fuel Bowser? That's the real question. Probably one over here somewhere. Aha, I think I see it. Yeah, see, it's put in a bunch of European style buildings there. Like French or Dutch or German or whatever. Definitely not what you'd expect to find here. Yeah, there's a fuel Bowser. I think. It looks like it. Jazz trying to chew my fucking tail off with his prop. Jesus. Probably taxi through where that jab is, because I don't know if he can see them. I sure can, but I don't think he can. Oh! Sim froze for a second there. I'm on the wrong side of the Bowser, apparently. We'll have to turn around. Oh, picked up a bit too much speed there. Jesus. There we go. Once I'm fueled up, Jazz, I'll get out of your way so you can fuel up. Okay, we'll stop her up here. Set the parking brake. And the mixture right back. Mags off. Fuel cock off. There we go. We'll put that back forward so once we're ready to go again, it's all good. And on that note, guys, I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll just leave the game running here. So I will see you shortly. And my mic's still on, which it shouldn't be. What the fuck? Nearly ran the battery dead. And thanks for the bits, by the way, Teleport 8. So, I'm just gonna still be here, but I'll be kind of AFK while I get something to eat and drink. So, I will see you guys again in about 10-15 minutes. I made the executive decision to cook myself some chips for lunch, so I'll still be here actually. I gotta wait for the oven to heat up. Oh, hello! I assume this is an AI? I don't know. I think it's AI traffic. It's a Jabberoo. There's a lot of Jabberoos it spawns in as AI traffic actually. There we are. Yeah, I'll just hang around on the ground while I wait for my lunch to actually cook. I forgot to turn my light on so you guys haven't been able to see me. And that's fucked up the white balance. Big brain. Imagine actually like being a competent streamer. Who does that? That light's really not doing it. I need a proper like wall mounted light or something. One of them fancy halo lights that all the pro streamers use, but yeah. Need to learn the actual free cam controls for this. Jabber is fueling up. Jazz is running his engine up. Okay, so that pans it. What actually moves it? Trying to remember. So I know how to pan the camera, but I don't know how to move the camera. Then that toggles to chase. Oh, okay, so that tilts the camera. Uh-oh, I broke it. That goes back to internal. I do not know. I have completely... Oh no, I haven't fucked it up. There we go. So then, let's check our controls. Camera. Oh my god, why? These keybinds, they make no sense. Oh, that's slew mode, my bad. External camera, showcase, oh, drone camera, there we go. Control page up is attached to... T locks it to the nearest target, and we won't do that with Jazz if he's going to fly a bit more. Translate. Oh, it's... Is it seriously WASD? Oh my god, it is. Big brain. It is actually WASD. I've lost where Jazz went, though. I hear him, possibly. I think I hear Merlin running at idle. But I do not see him. Ah, there he is. Man, look at those clouds. Soon for DCS. Soon. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Shit, shit, shit. It was control page up for next object. Oh, ah! There we go. But then I don't know how to zoom it in and out on him. No. Control page up. There we go, we can zoom in on him. I'm not sure that's how that's supposed to work, but... It's the wrong camera mode. I don't know what that actually does. Oh geez. Okay, we'll leave that disabled. Alright, go grab myself some tea. Oh, he's got his identification lights on. I wonder if they come on with the nav lights, because the control for that in this isn't clickable. Jazz, you still got your side hatch open on my screen. Just run over my own headphone cord again. The drone camera's kind of laggy when you zoom it all the way in like this. So yet again, unintentionally, we're at hour number 7 of the stream. Why am I like this? The original plan this morning was we do Gonna Heat PC for like an hour, maybe 2, and then we play this for like a couple of hours, and that has not happened at all. But I also think I underestimated how long the flight up the coast here would take. I kind of wish I could get the drone to follow him closer, but I don't think there's a way to do it. Oh, actually, no, there is. How do I get the drone to go down, though? This is the kind of thing that I probably should have checked while I was looking at the key bindings. There must be a way to make it go down. I'd like to get it closer to him and then zoom out more, because at the moment you can't really see much of the town. It's kind of at a weird angle too. Oh, jeez. There we go. That looks a little better. Bit of a wobble there. I have to say, I didn't actually expect this to be such a big city. I thought it would be a smaller one. I actually thought Akhtar would be bigger than it. But it looks like it's the other way around. That building there, just by the end of the taxiway, and it reminds me of a hotel back home. It's different colours, but it's the same architectural style, and it just kind of sticks up out the middle of fucking nowhere like that. It's actually out by Edmonton Airport. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I wanted to do with the camera. Is this real time and weather? It is real weather. I don't remember if it's real time. It actually probably is, considering what time it is here at the moment. Yeah, your side door's open for me, Jazz. It's a bit bizarre. Can I lock my view to Jazz from here? Don't think so. No, it's just going to lock it to my Spitfire. Okay. That's fine. And then that goes back to there. The camera controls in this are a little difficult, but we'll work them out in the end. Oh, I see. It's because it's in drone lock mode, I think. There we go. So it should... Oh, oh no. Oh, Jesus. What have I done? What have I done? Oh, no. It's all gone horribly wrong. We'll just leave it there. $11:28 AM it should be. Yeah, I think it is. The minute hand, or the hour hand, sorry, on this clock is so hard to see, but yeah, it looks like it's 11:28. So it's real time, real weather. What do we got for external views? Ah yes, landing gear. There's Jazz with his wheels down. Hope he doesn't try and land on the taxiway. Okay, I will be right back again. Oh, I see why. I think I muted the wrong microphone. But yeah, I'll be back shortly, guys. I forgot to unmute the mic, thanks for that. Yeah, alright man. Well, I'm gonna have something to eat and then I'll fly the last leg of this, and that'll be the end of the stream, I think. So probably another hour and a half. We'll see how we go for time. So I got my aviation stopwatch running to tell me when my chips are done, and I'll probably eat while I fly, to be honest. I'll have to actually like properly figure out the camera controls for this and bind them up to something more sensible, because I'm sure you can get some very aesthetic screenshots if you actually know what you're doing with it, but I have no clue what I'm doing, clearly. So while I'm on the ground waiting, I can show you guys more or less where I want to go. Oh, geez. Okay, I think I made this a bit too big. Let's bring it down here. So from here, we're just going to fly along the coast again. And maybe do a few laps at the Volga Delta here, and then we're going to land at, what was it? Privolzhsky Air Base, which is in Astrakhan, but it's like not the airport, it's next to the airport. And then next time I stream this sim, we will go up the Volga River. We'll try and fly over Ashuluk, which is the PVO like proving ground. And then we'll make a fuel stop in Akhtubinsk, which is one of the main VVS test and evaluation bases. And then this is Volgograd here, because that's the Volga Bend right there, so the city's right about there, just up from that island. We'll keep going up the Volga, we'll stop off every here and there for fuel, and we'll go all the way up. And once we hit Kazan, we'll head like kind of west/northwest-ish. Can't zoom out any further than that. But yeah, and then the plan is to hit Moscow, which is, where's Moscow? It's like somewhere in this general area. And then head southwest down to about here. Pripyat is about there from memory, because Kiev is here, so Pripyat will be there. In fact, yes it is, because that's a cooling pond for Chernobyl right there. So that's the power station, or part of it. That's the new part of it. The old part of it's here. That was going to be reactors 5 and 6. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are here. The city itself is... city itself is in this area, kind of like northwest of it. So we'll fly over that, and we'll just follow the river down past Kiev. There were a couple places I wanted to visit along the way, so we can stop there. We'll do kind of like a bit of a zigzag down this area, then pop out by Crimea, cross over by Kerch, and then fly through the north of the Caucasus this time instead of the south, because last time we came up through the south through Georgia and Azerbaijan. This time we'll come through the north through southern Russia, past a whole bunch of familiar places from DCS, and then we'll pop out over this side. We will cross the Caspian again, except this time we'll continue further down past Turkmenbashi, Krasnovodsk, past that into the mountains, and then Ashgabat is somewhere in the mountains down here. I don't remember where exactly. It's like down here or some shit. So we'll stop off there, and then we'll maybe fly up to the gas crater at Darvaza, and then we'll kind of just bum around Central Asia for a bit. I don't know where we'll actually end the trip. It's going to be a very long journey, but we'll just bum around. Mill factories in Kazan, probably. There was a lot of important stuff in Kazan. Optical factories and stuff as well. Unashamed, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just taking a bit of a short break for a drink and something to eat, and then we'll continue the trip. We'll cross back into Russia. So yeah, I wish I could zoom out more. This ISO line map. Oh, it's the elevation. Okay. Yeah, it's a bit cluttered with it turned on. So yeah, today we flew from right here all the way up here. Actually, we kind of cut north and then out west. So we went up here, then landed here, and then flew up this way and across to here. So we're most of the way through today's part of the journey. So the second coming, so to speak, of Turkmenistan on this trip should be more interesting because at least we'll have the mountains, and this area of the country is greener because it actually gets water off the mountains. And then from there we will go up to Darvaza, but we'll also try and check out a few other interesting things in the area. I do want to do Baikonur at some point, so we might hit that on the way through. But yeah, I am fairly impressed with how well the scenery's turned out. There's definitely been some obvious whoopsies with it, but considering this is all AI in this area and it hasn't been touched by human hands, so to speak, it's pretty reasonable. It's certainly a hell of a lot better than it was in any previous flight sim title. Like, to get equivalent quality scenery, you'd either have to build it yourself or you'd have to buy it, and this is just free. So that's, I think, the big selling point, is that you can have scenery that at least is as good as some of the handmade stuff that you get in other sims. Free. Pretty happy with it. It could stand to be improved for sure, though. So yeah, it's been I won't say it's been an exciting trip today, because it kind of hasn't. There's been a whole lot of nothing along the coast. It should be more interesting once we get into Russia. We're flying up the river because there's a lot of towns and cities along here. It should be much greener pastures in the very literal sense. It's just very barren in this area of the Caspian Sea. Shrink this back down and get it out of my way. There we are. Yeah, Kazan has some aviation factories in it, I know that. It also was a major optical manufacturing plant, so the Kazan Optical Mechanical Works was a major producer of optics for the Soviets in World War II, and probably afterwards as well. If you ever get like a scope or a set of binoculars or something with like half of a pentagon, well, it is a pentagon, but like it looks like a normal, regular pentagon cut in half, and then it's got like a ray of light bouncing out through it. That's the Kazan Optical Works. I kind of am tempted to take off and just let the aircraft kind of hands-off fly itself while I actually get my food, but that probably will end in disaster, and this thing doesn't have any form of autopilot, as you might imagine, being a warbird, so yeah, no, let's not do that. Google Earth has lots and lots of 222Ms at Kazan. Well, I suspect we won't see them in the sim, but yeah, I would imagine it would. You would also expect to see quite a few bombers at Engels, which will be flying over on the way up. In fact, I think one of my refueling stops I'd planned was going to be Engels Air Base, so we'll land there. Should be a nice long runway since bombers fly out of it. Still got another 5 or 10 minutes. I kind of wish I'd thought to cook something quicker, but you know, it is what it is. Next stream will be Monday morning my time, Sunday for you civilized folk. That will be armor as usual. So we didn't do a campaign mission last Monday, whatever you want to call it, Monday, Sunday, because it was Easter, and we didn't know if we'd get attendance. And you know, most people around holidays like that tend to want to spend time with their family and friends, not like be playing armor with a bunch of monkeys. So we'll pick up the campaign where it left off, and after that we'll probably do probably DCS. DCS after armor usually goes pretty well. That is, however, assuming I don't have an appointment Monday. I do have one next week, I think. I just can't remember what day it was. If I do have one Monday, I'll do the armor mission, then I'll probably cut the stream. And then I'll just like stream the day after or something to do DCS. I still have to do Ace Combat 7, unfortunately. I'll try and squeeze that in towards the end of the week. The thing is, I'm just trying to like get through a whole backlog of stuff I've been meaning to watch off stream. And then I also want to pick Cyberpunk back up again, because I haven't played it for about a week or two. I want to actually finish the game and start a second playthrough. Quite a lot of cloud over here at the moment. We'll just stay below it. I mean, we could go above it too, but we'll stay below it. We won't get much of a view if we go above. It seems like it's just overcast. Like, when I was flying under it before, it didn't seem too gusty or anything, so we should be fine. So I think what I'll do is, once I've actually got my food, I'll just take off and then I'll eat while I'm in the air. Now, I would normally try and spare you guys the horrible sight and sound of me devouring anything, but I'm hungry, and I don't want to keep you guys waiting much longer, because I'm bored to tears already. I don't know about you guys, I'm fucking bored out of my mind waiting, so we'll just fly and eat at the same time, have an in-flight snack, and it should be a pretty straightforward flight. It's not that far to go. Oh, that's right, I need to be in the cockpit for you to do that. It's not that far to go. It's pretty much a straight line southwest down the coast, and we'll just fly around the actual delta for a bit, because I should have plenty of fuel left by the time I get there. I went from, where was it, here, up here, then across here, then up here, and then across again, which is a fair distance, and I still had fuel left, so we should have enough to fly straight over there and then just circle the whole area once or twice and set down, and hopefully land at the right airfield. I think Privozhsky is the left, sort of northwest one, and then the actual airport's the southeast. I think. I could be wrong. It's interesting, you can actually see, like, the coastline here is quite smooth. You can see how smooth and like high resolution this area of the coast is, and then you remember like the really jaggy coast up here, where it's just squared off. And I think this is because they only had fairly low res satellite imagery, and there's a lot of shoals in this area, like the sea's quite shallow here. And so the AI had a lot of trouble telling what was kind of, you know, like turquoisey green foliage and what was turquoisey green Caspian Sea, because the Caspian does have quite a green color to it. So that's why the terrain up here kind of looks shitty along the coast, but then north and south of that it looks really good. It's just that the AI can't figure out what it's doing with itself. We actually have a river running up here as well. But the trip up the Volga should be really interesting. There should be a lot to see along that. But you can see the kind of distances involved as well. This is going to be a very long flight in the Spitfire. Very long. So I think from memory, the flight from Batumi up to Gelendzhik, which is about there, that took us, I think, 2 hours, something like that. And then it may have even been longer. I think the whole stream I did was like 10 or 11 hours long. So it took us about 10 or 11 hours to go up the coast, then cut across the mountains, then back down here, and then along the valley. I did circle around a few places and stop for fuel a few times though. And then across there as well. So if we do about 5 to 7 hours per stream, that should cover a fair amount of ground. So the next time, I'm hoping we can go pretty much at least most of the way to Kazan, if not all the way up there. But we may like detour here and there for scenery. We'll see how we go. Right, my lunch should be ready, so bear with me guys, I will be back shortly again. Oh no, Jazz. Oh no. Yeah, usually this, like, well, I know what happens in a driver's crash. Usually the screen goes black. Sometimes it recovers, sometimes it doesn't. If the actual video card's dying, I don't know. Usually you'll start to see, like, weird artifacting and stuff. Hey, Captain and Ronnie. You caught me while I was having a short break, but we're good to go now. Just got to get myself back into my flying position here. Okay, get the power on. Oh no, I want the parking brake on. Get rid of that. There we go. Fuel pressure light's actually not on, so we might still have enough fuel in there that we can just kick her over right away. Still no way to hit start and boost at the same time as far as I'm aware, which is kind of annoying. Something really happened with my DCS. Last stream I got space submarines. Jeez. I have to say, my ideal kind of space game, like, you know, like a space simulator, would be space submarines, like Silent Hunter, but in orbit. Slovenian Spotter, thanks for the follow. We shouldn't need the whole runway in this thing. Yeah, you can, sure. I'll have to watch it after my stream, but you can definitely share it. If I try and click on links, it'll open my browser, and it'll open 170 tabs all at the same time, which is not good for my PC. If your PC just rebooted randomly, Jazz, it could be that there was a power fluctuation. Like a surge or something. That would cause it. Actually, we might just take the whole runway. I think that's the end of it down there. I just don't remember if this apron connects up with it or not. I don't think it does. Let's go from here. Okay. Flaps are up. Trim is set. Should be good. Make sure we got full revs and slowly put the power on. That was a much smoother takeoff, but I feel like the it's very hit and miss with the takeoff behavior. I barely had to put any rudder in there. It seems like the more you try and account for the nose swinging to the left, Merlin's always swing to the left, the worse the stability is. It's odd, I don't know. It doesn't feel right. So there's definitely things that need more work on this, but Flying Iron have already fixed a bunch of issues with it, so I do have faith they will get round to it. They seem like pretty solid devs, so it'll be nice to see them producing things with ECS. Back to 73%, which gives us about 2,700 revs. And we'll put her up to about 8 pounds boost. Actually, where's my D10? 9 pounds boost, that works. But it's bumped my revs back up again, and I don't know why. There we go. Good enough. What is going on here? I think my left throttle sensor is causing it to do this. So that's why I'm clicking and dragging the prop pitch control, because my left throttle, which I'd normally use for it, is the sensor's not working. But I think it's kind of telling it that it's moving when it's not. Yeah, it's a Mark 9. So the same, pretty much the same aircraft we have in DCS, except this is a late Mark 9 with the pointed tail and the larger rudder. Whereas the one we have in DCS is an early Mark 9 with the original tail. Normally you'd climb at about 2,700 or 2,850 revs a minute, but 2,650 will do fine. I'm not in a rush. Looks like we're going to have some pretty shitty weather. Not as good for sightseeing, but at least the clouds are pretty. One of the nice things about the live weather for this sim and how well rendered it is you can actually see the way that different bodies of water or mountains affect the weather patterns, even. So, like, for instance, the Caucasus, every time I've flown over it, there's like a waterfall of clouds over the mountains. But the Caspian is almost always cloud-free on the southern part, and then cloudy up north. Nope. Whoopsies. I should probably pause my tracker while I'm eating so you guys don't see me looking down all the time, but oh well. So we should easily have enough fuel to make our next destination. I'm not too concerned now. Try and avoid the clouds a little bit. Just level off here. The cane chip gang? No, it's whatever brand Aldi stocks. I forget the name of it. They're pretty good. I probably should have left them in for another couple minutes. They're not like soggy, but they're not really crisp either. But I was too hungry to wait, and I didn't want to bore you guys to death. This thing just wants to climb. Always wants to climb. Got a hole in the clouds up ahead at least. A little bit of sunshine coming through. I did finally remember to install that shipping mod, but I haven't seen any yet. Not here, anyway. Go out over the water a bit more. Oh, look. There it is again. There's a waterfall down there. So there must be some issue with the height mapping for the Caspian Sea, because that's happened all along the coast now, where it thinks that, it thinks that the sea is at different levels. So you get like blocks of water floating in the air or waterfalls like that. It's a really bizarre issue. It might just be because the satellite imagery of this area varies a lot in resolution, and that also might translate to like the height mapping, but it's kind of a bit odd. Hopefully someone notices it and fixes it. As far as I know, with time, Asobo will be going and touching up more areas by hand, and this is one they should possibly do, because, you know, I mean, I know not everyone's going to be flying around the Caspian, especially this side of it, but it is quite nice flying, so it's worth doing. It's like another oil or gas field down there or something. A lot of them around here. Jesus. Messy eater, sorry. This is why I usually don't eat on stream. I don't want to subject you guys to it. It's like salt beds. That almost looks like a runway or something, like a runway dug out of a sort of salt bed. Don't know, could be a road, I guess. Still a ways to go. As we get close to the Volga, we should start seeing some green. A lot of green, actually. So pretty much all of these Central Asian republics these days, their economy is all gas and oil wealth, pretty much. Some other minerals as well, rare earths and metals, but mostly gas and oil. Same with Azerbaijan, same thing, gas and oil, mostly around Baku. So a lot of these little trails you're seeing down in the desert, things that look like roads and stuff, they're to get to different oil wells or gas pits or whatever. Central Russia's the same, so it's less desert, more swamp, but little access roads everywhere, oil wells, gas wells. There's an area pretty much smack bang in the center of Russia, which is almost the size of Australia for a sense of scale, and it's just swamp. It's all swamp. There's a couple cities in it, but it's all oil wells. You never really like notice, or you know, people always say about what a big country it is, but you never really notice until you actually either fly over it or take a really good look at it, Google Maps or something, and compare it to other countries, and you're like, holy shit, my entire continent could fit in here with room to spare. We're starting to actually see some breaks in the clouds here, so by the time we get to Astrakhan, it might be clear. Maybe. Fingers crossed. The broken clouds in this are quite beautiful, with the sun coming down through them. Another magical waterfall down there. So what the sim has done is it's interpreted this block of water I'm over now as being lower in elevation than the rest of the Caspian Sea. And you can see an outline where there's like a waterfall because of that. It's not the only place I've seen it. I did a flight in Jasper, Alberta, like ages ago when I first started playing the sim on stream, and it had the same problem. A lot of the rivers had waterfalls and stuff in them where there shouldn't have been, and like there were roads underwater. And one of the other things that kind of leads to that is that, as far as I can tell, the sim uses satellite imagery to figure out where to put buildings, but where it places bodies of water is based on road maps. So it places roads and rivers and lakes and things based on road maps, and the road maps do not always accurately reflect satellite maps because quite often they're more recent, they're newer, and since the satellite imagery was taken, the river's changed its course slightly or something like that. So you do get places where there's water flowing straight through a town or over a road or something in the sim, even though you can physically see the blue ribbon of river on the satellite imagery, and it goes a completely different course. Finally, some fucking sun. I would say we'll be out of this cloud by the time we reach our destination. I'm also curious, when we continue the journey and fly up the Volga River, I'm really curious what I'll be able to spot at Ashuluk, because they do have like permanent berms there for the different SAM systems, so we should be able to spot some. For those who don't know, Ashuluk is like the main PVO firing range, so that's where they either test SAM systems or train crews to use them. And it has been since Soviet times, so the Russian military still uses it for that purpose today, but it was first turned into a testing range in the Soviet Union. Yeah, another waterfall. We'll just pretend we don't see that. Nearly there. We're about Just under halfway, actually. So weather's clearing up nicely. We should have some scattered cloud over there. Oh, maybe might have a bit of an overcast. Kind of on the edge of it. A normal, sensible person would check the weather ahead of their flight. But, this is the sim, not real life, so I kind of am not that concerned. We'll figure it out when we get there. The main thing we want to avoid is actual thunderstorms in the Spitfire. Warbirds do not stand up well to thunderstorms, but we should be fine here. It's mostly just normal overcast, scattered cloud. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, the form flying was really smooth, actually, really smooth. I did have a little desync when you passed over me, at APR. Like, your prop was simultaneously not turning and turning, like I could see the prop disc, but it was also stationary. But once we were in the air, it was fine. Although, I don't know if it was a sync issue or if you forgot to close it, but when you were doing your aerobatics over the airfield, you had your side hatch open and the canopy. Nice plane, nice scenery. Glad you're enjoying it. I mean, it is nice scenery. It's just kind of not very diverse, I guess. It's mostly just desert and salt flats. But once we move a little bit further west, we should start to see some more greenery. Yeah, it must just be desync then. You can probably also see why horses are so central to basically all the Central Asian countries. Like, it's just a critical part of their culture, because you could not get anywhere in terrain like this without horses before the invention of cars and planes. Like, this is, you were not going to walk across this, pretty much. This massive, flat expanse all the way to the horizon. It's incredible. How's our fuel looking? Still good. And we should be the whole way. I'm not really too worried about the fuel. So again, it looks like the AI has had trouble processing shoals here, and it's interpreted them as actual landmass. You can see, like, there's a really jagged corner there where it's turned what looks like shallow shoals into just solid landmass. And I think when it places water, particularly for a large body of water like the Caspian Sea, it just places a generic water shader, because the Caspian, like I said, is very green. As you can see from the areas where it's shallow on the coastline, you can see they've got a really green tint to them. But in the sim, it just turns up blue like ocean water does. But like I said, with a little bit of hand tweaking, this could be a really, really nice area to fly over. It's already quite a nice area to fly over, but could it be even better with a little bit of hand tweaking? There we go. Now we're starting to see some cultivation here. Again, because of the lower resolution of the satellite images and also the trouble it's having telling the sea apart from the land, you can see the coastline here is really jagged, and if we zoom in on the VFR map, yeah, it shows that kind of. Whereas if you zoom in on the VFR map in areas over here, it's a bit smoother. And then areas that are more detailed, it's smoother still. So it seems that the resolution of the satellite imagery plus the contrast between land and sea is what kind of dictates the shape of the coastline in the sim. So you get some areas like this which are really jaggy and kind of, you know, not the best looking, and then you fly a little ways and you've got beautiful smooth coastlines. And I think that is probably why the water's glitching out as well, just the resolution of the satellite imagery. So it's probably having trouble reading elevation data from it. Look at that. We've got desert over there, and now look at this, lush and green. And in a couple more minutes flying, we'll hit some really good farmland. You can see the boundary between different satellite photos that's been stitched together here. So this is one image, and then this is the other image. You can see there's a difference in lighting and resolution as well. These seams are noticeable in different areas. Even areas with quite high res imagery, you will see seams. But they're not too obnoxious, to be honest. Like, I've seen worse seams than that. Looks like this is all actually wetlands here, like marshlands, which would make sense. It's part of the Volga Delta. Man, it's still alive after 8 hours? Yeah, dude, 8 hours is nothing. Winter and summer? Yeah. Yeah, it does look kind of iced up, doesn't it? But I also wonder if the AI... Actually, no, I bet you that's what happens. I bet you the AI figures, oh shit, the colors don't match, and so it applies like a color filter over the one that matches the best to try and make it match up with the other one. Because there are a couple places where it looks like they've taken winter scenery and kind of tinted it green, and I wonder if that's what the AI is doing. Quite clever. Yeah, it's definitely winter, look. See all the frost and snow and everything. Very green lake. I really wish that I could just return this to like a default level of zoom instead of having to zoom by hand every time. Where are we? We are just about to hit the Volga River at Astrakhan, southeastern Russia. Well, southeast of the west part of Russia, if that makes sense. Southeastern European Russia. So yeah, you can see the shape of the coast is kind of fucked up because of the satellite not being able to tell, or the AI not being able to tell where the water stops and the land starts. So this area I'm flying over looks like a whole shitload of little kind of coin-shaped islands with water in between them, but it's just turned it into land with blue stuff on it. Why did you choose the Spit for a cross-country flight? It's an aircraft I know reasonably well. It has really good visibility from the cockpit, so it's great for sightseeing. It's faster than most of the civilian prop planes, but not too fast. And the range is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. If I took something like one of the jets, we wouldn't be able to see shit, because the cockpit visibility is awful in those. But if we took one of the smaller, sort of, more traditional bush planes, it would take forever to get anywhere. The Spitfire at least has some speed. And also see the terrain elevation's kind of messed up. Like, it rises up and then sinks back down to the level of the rest of the water. So it's definitely not perfect. Could use a little tweaking. Honestly, if we had something like a Yak 3 or a Yak 9, I would use it instead of the Spit because it would it'd be more country appropriate for this. Oh look, there's a canal there. Huh. Right there. Runs all the way down. I mean, even with that not really understanding that there should be water there, it's still beautiful. Imagine how good this looks in real life. So we'll do kind of a flight along the coast, then we'll go up around these lakes and then in towards the city. Probably smells good in real life. Yeah, I don't know about that. She looks pretty swampy down there. So, if I was a Sobo, as well as a lot of the cities that people are keen to fly over, this is the kind of area I'd be focusing effort as well to get the scenery 100% up to scratch. Because imagine flying over this, but the water is actually water. Like, it would just be breathtaking. This is the kind of area I would really want to focus my effort on. What's this song? I don't know. It's in my Synthwave playlist, though. I think it's part of one of the compilations, so if you just put exclamation mark song, it'll tell you the compilation. There you go, it's in that one. But I don't know what the timestamp is, so you'll have to figure out which part of that compilation it is. Oh, we got some more waterfalls happening down there, unfortunately. We haven't even hit the actual, like, main fork of the river yet. It's a little further down. Again, you can see the coastline's kind of, it bumps up and then it drops back down. It did that all around the shore of the Caspian, actually. I'm not sure why. So once we hit these lakes, we'll turn north and then east. I think that will be the go here. I think it is, actually. I think it might be. It's just kind of odd that there's so much variation, and then you get the waterfall effects there, but you also get this... Like, it's not even like the terrain is sitting higher, the terrain's sitting at the same level as the Caspian. It's just you get this kind of hump, and then it goes back down, almost like a levee. See, all of that would be water. All the streaky stuff is the sediment being deposited by the outflow of the river. We've got some more canals through here as well. So these are artificial canals that have been cut through the wetlands. Beautiful and green, though. Like, we were just in the desert, what, 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago? And now look at this. You can see the shoreline's much better defined here, like it's actually close to the proper shape. Yeah, you can kind of see the... That's why, yeah. So that's the correct water level, and then it does this instead. So that's the correct sea level there, I think, for the Caspian. Oh, can I get my zoom correct, please? I really wish I could bind zoom to an axis of my throttle. There might be a way, I'll have to look into it later. So yeah, now we've got actual proper water down there, see? Again, it might be a satellite resolution thing, or it might just be that they sort of made more passes with the AI on this area. That could factor into it too, actually, now I think about it. But wow, that is absolutely gorgeous. Holy shit, it's huge as well. You don't really get an idea, like an appreciation of just how huge the outlet of this river is until you're flying over it doing, what, 280 miles an hour. We're doing 280 miles an hour and it's taking this long to cross it. That's really something. See, the coastline here is better, but it's still not 100%. It kind of goes back to the more jagged coastline here. Might pick it back up again further on. Keep heading this way. How is my fuel? We're starting to read on the bottom tank, so we probably have about 20 minutes of flying time, maybe a little more, a little less. I'm close enough now that I can just turn inland for the airport if I need to. But I think we should be okay. Another canal there. Quite a few of them cut through here. Probably just shortcuts for small shipping, small boats, whatever. Rather than going all the way around the swamp or through the swamp, you can just cut through. Probably a lot of it's pulled off for irrigation as well, I'd imagine. So it kind of spits back out here. That'd be if we were on the other side of it, though. We haven't even crossed the main part of the Volga yet. We're still on the eastern side of it. Well, actually, that might have been the main part of it we crossed. There's two main forks, three main forks, maybe. Hey, Giggles! Hope you had a good raid. Good stream, man. Thanks for the raid. I English good. Hope you guys are all going well. We're just on the final leg of today's flight. Flying over the Volga River Delta, and we are going to be landing at an airbase just on the northern side of the city of Astrakhan. And then the next time I stream FS 2020, we'll be flying up the Volga to Kazan. Leftover radioactive waste from Chernobyl. We will be flying over Chernobyl much, much later in this trip, like many months from now probably, but we will be flying over it. I don't actually remember why the Caspian is so green, like, because this is, a lot of this is kind of coloration coming from the water. It might be something to do with its salt content. It's not proper salt water, so to speak, it's brackish. But, it is very, very green in the shallows. Like, this here, where you see this bright green shit, that's shallows. It just thinks that that's meant to be land, so it's turned it into land. Was a good stream? You've been good? I have indeed been good, yeah. Just been chilling today. Did some GHPC at the start of the stream, and did that for a couple hours, and then we went straight into FS 2020. Jazz joined me for a bit of the flight, and had every kind of engine problem possible to have in the Spitfire, which was a bit of good fun on the way up. Algal blooms for the nitrates. Okay. Oh, we got a bit of a side wind there. That was interesting. I got a bit of a push. Oh, couple bits of a push. Hello. Hello, we got some actual weather happening. Got a roll? Alright, man. Well, thanks again for the raid, and I will catch you around. So once we get up a little further, we'll hit these interesting lakes, and we'll head north. So there's a whole area here, you can kind of see it on the map, and they're lakes, but they run straight east-west, which is very interesting, because the river's running mostly north-south where it outlets. So I don't know what created those lakes. Some of them, they look like they're, you know, they've been used for some sort of production. I don't know if they're being, if they've got some sort of gas or oil well tapped into a couple of them or what. Like there's all roads and stuff running between them, but very interesting lake formation. Like I can't figure out why they would have formed in that particular shape in this area. Must be aliens, surely. DCS players be like, what's wind? I know, right? What even is wind? Turbulence? Never heard of it. Full of nitrates and phosphates from agriculture along the Volga? Ah, well, there you go. There you go, the simple explanation. People just toss their shit in the fucking water. Well, a lot of it would be runoff, to be honest. Probably not deliberate, just poorly thought out. Tank game you played in the beginning is much better able to turn people into pacifists than DCS, I think. Yeah, it will be, especially once the crew members get splattered visually from one end of the tank to the other in-game. It is pretty grim stuff. A little bit further, and then we'll head north. Fuel's still decent. trying to figure out when to time this turn. So when I hit the next big outlet of water, we'll go over. So it's probably over fertile. Oh, you fucking guarantee they did. You can absolutely guarantee they did. We're talking about the same people who managed to turn a sea into a puddle in their 5,000 IQ quest to turn desert into cotton fields. Like, I think it's safe to say they didn't have the best farming practices. The real big brain stuff was how they planned to solve the Aral problem, which was to set off a chain of nukes all the way from the Arctic Circle so that the Arctic Sea would refill the Aral Sea. That is a thing they actually planned to do. I think they ended up setting off a couple of charges and then realized it was just going to, like, bankrupt them within 6 months if they actually did it. So they gave up. I don't know, dude. I mean, if you're in a helicopter, I guess you would, but in a fixed-wing aircraft, do you ever really use full forward pitch? Maybe in, like, a 109 when you bump the nose over to get away from a spit, but I never use much forward pitch in anything. I just kind of roll inverted and pull. Spitfire habits, I guess. There we go, we'll head north along here. Great Nuclear Canal. Yeah, and then there was the wartime version of the Great Nuclear Canal where they were going to just chain nukes across Denmark. So that, I think it was Denmark. It was either Norway or Denmark, so they could get their ships across it faster. Yeah, there's our lakes over there, I think. Trying to get my zoom fixed again. It's always either too much or too little. Never just the right amount. There we go, we got a town. You can see what I mean about the water maps. So it's drawn a narrow canal all the way down there over what should be dry land. Oops, stuck my head through the canopy again. You know what, at this point, let's just open the canopy. Yeah, in helicopters I use it, but not in fixed wing. I use a little bit in fixed wing, but really not much at all. Wonder what goes on in that town? Probably a lot of farming. Farming, maybe fishing. Here we go, here's the lakes. See my Dasha from here. At some point in this trip we will be flying over the town that Seal grew up in. So he can give us a guided tour. Flying over a lot of places. Another little town down there. Super rando question? Shoot. Those look like berms. Those look like craters. I wonder if there's like a testing area down there. So these are all those lakes I was talking about. They're really oddly shaped. They run almost straight east to west. They have towns along them. That almost looks like it was an airfield at some point. And they extend off quite far into the distance. Oh, come on. There we go. Good enough. Thinking, not sure where you got your sticks and clock from, but since mine's from Kiev, would there be any... No, there shouldn't. There shouldn't. It would only really be like, the thing is, contamination means that there's actual fissile material on the object, right? That's why you can go to places like Pripyat or whatever and come home and you're not contaminated, because you haven't actually got any fissile material on you, and you haven't become activated. I mean, I'd be worried if a human became activated, but metal objects can become activated if they're irradiated for long enough. But they shouldn't. Unless they were left outside during the worst of the fallout and got actual fissile material on them, they should be fine. Or like dust with fissile material in it, it should be fine. There shouldn't be any reason. Mine, the 21 stick came from Magnitogorsk, and the 23 stick, I can't remember where it came from. It might have been Kiev. There's really no reason to worry about anything radioactive on this stuff. Like, people overhype it a lot. Some of the clocks do have radium dials on them, but as long as you don't shatter the crystal and then lick it, you should be fine. Still got a ways to go up the river until we hit the city. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Just don't be surprised if you go outside with the counter and it starts clicking, because, you know, pretty much the only places on Earth you won't pick up some background radiation are underwater, because water is an excellent radiation shield, or in a nuclear power plant, because they are so well shielded that you get less radiation than background in most of them. Getting a Soviet, then it might be spicy. It might be a little hot if you get a Soviet Geiger counter, because you don't know where it's been. A little town down there. Tested and known to work well. Oh, here we go. Here's another town here. was watching a video on YouTube a couple of years ago. It was one of BioNerd's friends, another nuclear physicist that spends a lot of time at Chernobyl. And he was there touring with a bunch of student friends of his. And they were getting in the elevator to go to a different part of the plant. And the supervisor had to get in the elevator with them because he wouldn't let them, I think it was a keyed elevator, wouldn't let them get in the elevator alone because he didn't trust them, and he suspected that if he left them alone, they'd just go straight to the basement because they all wanted to see the elephant's foot. He didn't trust them. It was a really good tour, though. They went into Unit 2. The whole place is decommissioned now, but Unit 2, while it's kind of winding down after decommissioning, is being used to dope... Is it doping silicon, I think, for circuits? There's a ship there, right there. It's just flat in the scenery, but there is a ship there. Watch a stream VOD from when I was playing against you and Zach on Cold War. Hearing Zach on comm saying my neck hurts from being stuck in this turnpike made me laugh and then feel bad. No, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. Oh, that looks a bit spicy. What's down here? That's probably coal storage down there, petrol and oils. Oh, it probably all is, actually. You know what, it's probably not actually that spicy. That's where a cloud was when they did the satellite imagery. That patch there that doesn't look like it fits with the rest, that's because there was a cloud there when they took the satellite photos. Yeah, it's just coal storage. Oh, I was hoping it was something interesting. That looks like it's chimney stacks coming out of a refinery. Oh, doesn't look like the right shape to be a refinery. Is that Liquidators? Because I do have that, I just haven't played it yet. That looks pretty interesting. There's the airport. That is the airport, I think, not the air base. We'll be able to tell for sure once we overfly both of them. So, welcome to sunny Astrakhan. So one of these is the airport, and one of them is Privolzhsky Air Base, which is where we're going to land. Because it's bound to be more interesting than the city airport. Oh, a little bit of a side wind there. Kind of kicked my tail over a bit. That is the airport for sure. But, was it always an airport, or did it used to be a Soviet airbase? Probably always an airport. The layout's kind of similar to an airbase, but it doesn't have the hardened shelters. And I can't see where they would have been if they'd been bulldozed. So the way to spot an old Soviet airbase is you'll have single runway, single taxiway usually, and then at the ends of the taxiway, and possibly in the middle too, you'll have asparagus taxiways coming off with a hardened aircraft shelter on each branch of it. They're very easy to spot. Here's the actual city proper. So that was kind of the suburbs we were over, which are a bit more rustic looking. Lots of dushers out there, obviously. And here's the actual city centre. Is Red Forest modelled? I mean, yeah. The whole area is, dude. It isn't there correctly with the default scenery. Like, it's there, but it does some weird stuff with the buildings. It turns the radar site into a giant, skinny apartment. But I downloaded some free add-on scenery that makes it, like, correct. There's a ship there. Right there. A ship and a couple barges. There's the city. Nice little waterfront park. A few more boats and barges. What's the first thing you would have done if you were in Russia now, IRL? I don't know. I don't know, dude. Depends where in Russia, I guess. If I was in Moscow, I'd probably go to the Central Museum of the Armed Forces. Because I've always wanted to check that out, and there's a lot of really cool stuff there. That looks really beautiful. Now, where is the airbase? It is to my left. That would be a power plant right there. You can see the cooling towers, but the autogen doesn't know what to do with them, so it's just left them flat. But that's the power plant. A lot of farmland out here. Not Liquidators, it's an old game. Oh, I'll have to look for it. I'll definitely have to look for it. So it should be off my left. Probably over there. On the other side of the river. Yeah, actually, eat lunch is probably the correct answer, because it is about lunchtime in this part of the world right now. Well, in Astrakhan, it is 12:05, apparently. So I think I've got it set to real world time, so it should be about 5 past noon. Got a little town over there. Ah! No! There we go. Takes a couple of attempts to get the zoom right. So, URWA is the actual airport, I think, and USTK is the airbase. Or it should be the airbase. Fuel state is Master Caution. I need to find that airbase quickly. I think that's it right there, possibly. Should be off my nose right now. I think I might see it, maybe. Allegedly, just across the river, slight right of my nose. Aha! Right there. Hey Josh. Caught me just at the end of the stream. We're about to land. So, at the start of the next part of this journey, I'll do a bit of another circle around the town so we can get a full appreciation of it, and then we'll continue up the river. My engine's probably going to cut any moment now, so the sooner I'm on the ground, the better. Hey, Steve. Oh, big factory or something over there. We'll definitely have to do a proper tour of the city next time. But for now, I need to get myself on the ground. Okay, 160 for gear. Coming in a bit fast, so we'll crab it. $140 for flaps. There we go. The Spitfire really doesn't want to bleed speed until you dump the flaps out, so the problem is you can only dump the flaps below 140. So you got to get rid of all the excess speed first and then dump the flaps. Unfortunately, the airbase doesn't appear to have any actual fighters on it, which is a shame. A little off-center here. We're actually totally off the runway because of the crosswind. It's quite a strong crosswind. No. There we go. Don't you start doing this shit again. There we go. The tail wheel steering is just... I really wish that they'd fix that. Because it really should not do that on landing. Like, it's a handful to take off and land, but for the wrong reasons, basically. Is there a taxiway exit up here? There should be, surely. Oh yeah, there is. He's taxiing off. I mean, this is an airbase. This is an active airbase, but there's civvy planes on it, because Flight Sim 2020 things, I guess. Whatever. I can't be picky. What it does is it populates airports with random aircraft, and if you have any add-on aircraft, it will add them to the list. So what I need is for somebody to make a decent-looking scenery, like, add-on pack that doesn't necessarily add a flyable Su-27 or Su-35 whatever, because it would probably fly completely like shit. You know, I doubt they'd do the flight modeling correctly, but at least gives us one for scenery so that the air bases are populated with them, and then like F-16s and F-15s and shit in the US. That would be nice. But I won't hold my breath, to be honest. We had quite a significant crosswind on landing there. That's what each band of the windsock, I think, is 3 knots. That was a 6 to 9 knot crosswind variable. What modern DCS? I wasn't talking about DCS, I was talking about Flight Sim. Like if somebody added Su-35s or something as scenery that we could use at Russian air bases instead of civilian planes, it would be nice. Because this is an active duty air base and it's got all little general aviation planes and stuff on it. No fighters to be seen anywhere. We'll go park over here and I'll find someone to raid. So for those who haven't experienced the first couple of parts of this journey, we started in Batumi in Georgia, flew up the coast to Gelendzhik, came back across the North Caucasus Mountains to Sanaki, refueled there, onto Tbilisi, and we flew basically across Georgia and then Azerbaijan to Baku, refueled there, across the Caspian Sea, refueled at Turkmenbashi, refueled again going north up at Aktau, then at Atirau, and now we have landed in Astrakhan, and we'll be flying up the Volga next time. I'm not doing this every stream, usually I'm doing DCS, but maybe once a month or so we'll do a stream like this, where I continue the journey. Just Spitfire things, have to lean out the plane to see over the nose. Let's turn around here. I think, I could be wrong, but I think those things that look like houses over there are meant to be HAZs. Hardened aircraft shelters. I think that's where the shelters are meant to be. If this airbase has them, a lot of the modern Russian airbases don't. They just have a concrete apron, maybe some revetments, but they seem to be getting rid of a lot of the old Soviet-era aircraft shelters for one reason or another. Right, there we go. Close the oxygen valve. And we are all shut down. Now, one thing I do want to look at is... So Jazz had his identification light on, the big round white light under the belly, which is this. But this isn't clickable. In fact, this is not even that detailed. I can't read the labels on it. But this is what should control it. One of the flappers controls the ID light on the tail, which is just behind the RT aerial there. And the other one controls the ID light on the belly, which is pretty much right under the floor, right about where the pedal pivot is. But, actually, no, it's further back. It's under my seat, I think. 9 hours? Yes, I make very poor life decisions. Very, very poor life decisions. This was meant to be like a 3 or 4 hour stream. Well, a bit longer than that, maybe like 5 or 6, but it turned into 9. Anyway, guys, let's see who's... Oh my god, I can actually see the fucking compass for once. Usually it's too dark in the cockpit to even see that. Good old Admiralty compass. Oh god, no. Not like that. There we go. So north is that way. Katie Chaos, thanks for the follow, and welcome to the stream. You've caught me right as I'm about to raid someone, but I do appreciate it. Next stream will probably be Sunday evening European time, Sunday around, I think, the middle of the day, US time, and Monday morning, Australian time. Right, who have we got? Can't work that thing out. Oh, the compass? I'll show you real quick. So the way that the Admiralty compass works is the line with the cross at the top, the cross points north. So you just wind it round until north is pointed the same direction as that cross. And then that gives you your current bearing. So I'm like sitting about 10 degrees, and sure enough, the gyro is telling me 10 degrees. Although from memory, depending which part of the world you're in, you need to account for magnetic variation, because this is a proper old magnetic compass. This is basically a ship compass. Alright, let's see where I can send you guys. Oh, you got me there, Marius. You got me there. So, you don't need to do it here. I don't think you even need to do it in DCS, but when you play IL-2 Cliffs of Dover, you need to check... You need to actually manually set that so you know which heading you're pointing on, then manually set the gyro, because the gyro is not spun up for you in Cliffs of Dover, and it's not preset for you. You have to do it yourself, which I routinely forget to do and then end up very, very, very lost. Oh wow. Twitch is apparently dead this time of day. Give me a moment. I think I'll send you guys over to Chris. It's some Privolzhsky airbase at Astrakhan. There we go. I'll send you on to Chris. So, I will catch you guys later. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. And wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful day. Stay safe. And I'll catch you guys for some 345th hijinks on Sunday/Monday. Catch you later.